This is the sacred ground of endurance racing. Europe's largest race crowds gather here. People who attend no other event come annually to this automotive Woodstock. The first 24-hour race here in 1923 dared manufacturers to prove their cars could last that long. Soon it came to be about endurance and speed, and now the names of the great teams are woven into the legends of the race. Porsche has won 16 times, Ferrari 8, Audi 7. Now the test of Le Mans looms once more. It could be won in the pits, increment by increment, or lost suddenly out on the track. It could be decided deep in the cockpit by the courage of men. Maybe it will hinge on luck. 24 hours is too long for that lady not to visit. But for now, the long race lies ahead, its story waiting to unfold. The 77th running of the 24 Hours of Le Mans is next.
Just after 10 o'clock local time at the Circuit de la Sarthe in legendary Le Mans. Still some light in the sky, but the darkness is coming. Still, as midsummer approaches, the 7 hours of darkness during the 24 Hours of Le Mans will seem longer to these teams than the 17 hours of daylight. Welcome back live to Le Mans, everyone. I'm Bob Varsha, joined for now by Calvin Fish and David Hobbs. And down in the pit lane, Brian Till and Justin Bell will be covering things. It has been an amazingly eventful race thus far. So let's get to the highlights from the very start of today's race and show you what's been happening. If you weren't with us for the start of the race, our Valvoline race recap will take you right back as the clock starts ticking down, and Frank Montagny in the pole-sitting Peugeot Turbo battled with Alan McNish for the top spot. Problems right away for the defending champions from Audi. Alex Premat slides across the Indianapolis corner and crashes heavily into the barrier. He was able to get back on track. Problems for the Peugeots. This was Pedro Lamy trying to get out of the pits, hit as he exited by Jean-Christophe Bouillon in the privately entered Peugeot 908 Turbo Diesel. Lamy flattened a tire as he exited the pits, had to go all the way around this 8.5-mile racetrack. French legend Henri Pescarolo on the right had to explain to Peugeot management what happened there. In hour two, problems for the defending champions from Audi again. Alan McNish got into the back of a slower car on a restart, damaged the nose. That took a repair, and that set the scene for the day. In hour five, how about this accident? Somehow Stuart Hall in one of the Aston Martin Lolas went door to door with Tim Greaves and an LMP2 Radical, ushering the car off the track heavily into the tire wall. Watch it again. Somehow Stuart Hall was not reprimanded or penalized for this bit of mindless driving. And believe it or not, that Radical was repaired and returned to the racetrack. In hour six, the pole-sitting car in GT2, the Flying Lizards of American Le Mans Series fame. Seth Nyman at the controls, right rear tire puncture. He was able to limp it around. Problems for another of the Aston Martin Lolas, also losing a tire. The teams are pushing these tires very hard. We've had several punctures. Sebastian Bourdais climbed into the race-leading Peugeot, but he had to back it into the garage where they had replaced the left rear corner of the car in just 9 minutes. He got back out and started working his way toward the front. In hour seven, Lucas Luhr in the number 2 Audi. Left rear tire failure at the entrance to the Porsche curves, a high-speed accident. The damage to the car was extensive. Dr. Wolfgang Ulrich, who runs the team, shaking his head. Can this be happening? He might have said to himself. Now you see Luhr in the car with all that damage, right rear tire practically ripped off. He wanted to drive the car back to the pits, but could not do it. Right now, David Brabham, Marc Gené, and Alex Wurz in the number 9 Peugeot Turbo Diesel lead over the number 1 Audi. Right now, Tom Christensen is in the car. And Sebastian Bourdais has worked his Peugeot back up to 3rd place. In the LMP2 category, Emanuele Collard is in the Porsche RS Spyder that sat on pole in that class for this race. They are in a constant battle with the similar number 5 car of the Go team. In the GT1 production-based class, it's been all Corvette. Magnussen, Jan Magnussen at the controls of the 63 car right now, leading that class And in GT2, which as it often does, has produced some of the best door-to-door racing thus far, Mika Salo, Taimi Melo, and Pierre Caffer in the number 82 Ferrari 430 GT lead that class. There's the Aston Martin Lola, number 007.
Currently lying 5th, in for what looks like a routine stop, changing tyres. We've seen a lot of punctures and issues with tyres today because, as Calvin said at the top of the show, the rules have changed this year. You're only allowed one gun and one mechanic to change the tyre, so it makes it a long-winded business. So the teams are trying to double and triple and even quadruple stint their tyres, and we've seen some dire results as a result of that.
And just to not confuse anyone at home, we talk about 2 mechanics, 1 gun. It doesn't have to be the same 2 mechanics in the same gun, so you'll see them alternate with the various crew members. Brian's down there by the Audi boys.
Well, Dr. Wolfgang Ullrich, head of this of the Audi Sport, I know you've seen elation and you've seen heartbreak at Le Mans before. Right now, 2 cars seem to be experiencing heartbreak. With Lucas in the 2 car, any report as to whether the car broke or just a mistake from the cockpit?
Lucas reported that he basically does not think that something broke, but we will look into the data carefully. And when we have really looked through it, then we know exactly what happened.
And the 3 car, noticed that it's had its problems as well this evening. Can you update us on it?
Yeah, there we had to change a part on the fuel injection system, and the car will go out in the next 3 minutes.
And of course, the most experienced group here is in the 1 car. It seems to be running well, but I noticed the crew cleaning out the radiators, it looked like, with an air hose. Just a precautionary move on that last stop, or are we having some overheating issues there?
No, it was not yet overheating, but we saw temperatures increase, and so we wanted to avoid troubles.
Well, thank you very much for taking the time. I know you've got a lot to do. Thank you, Dr. Ullrich. Guys, back to you.
All right, thank you, Brian.
Well, that car of Lucas Luhr's, I must say, when on that onboard shot, the way it's swerving around sort of kind of looked like something was wrong, and the right-hand corner seemed to be rather up in the air, which would indicate that the left rear corner had in some way collapsed. I must say that when we saw those overhead shots of the car being dragged up by that crane, the left rear tire seemed to be up, I must admit, but nevertheless, it's an unusual place to make a mistake, going into the Porsche curve. In the middle of the Porsche curves, you see people slide off the road, but very rarely going in, because it's a pretty easy entry.
That's right. As we saw from the onboard, it looked like that the front was vibrating, like he may have had a puncture, but if it already got offline and got over on the marbles and stuff, maybe that was him just trying to gather the car and suddenly he's on a rougher part of the racetrack. But if Lucas said on the radio that he didn't believe anything had broken or he didn't have a flat tire, you'd have to think that somehow he got it wrong. That's a tricky part of the racetrack. Typically, when we see problems there, it's with slower GT2 traffic involved with the faster prototypes. And now we see that number 3 car that has been in the garage for many laps now trying to fix that injection system. And Romain Dumas sees his first laps. Sense the frustration there as he peels out, which is not allowed at Le Mans anymore in terms of wheel spin out of his pit box. Very frustrating day. Imagine this young man. For so long, he's watched these Audis dominate for the last decade at Le Mans. Boy, I'd just love to drive one of those cars. He gets his chance and he starts in the garage.
And of course, he is a Frenchman in a French race.
Well, of course, the same thing happened to me in 1987. For years, the Yost cars had looked so strong, the Porsche 962s, and run by Reinhold Yost. Me and finally get to drive one, and within about 45 minutes, we had some very weird fuel problem, and we were out. Couldn't believe it.
So right now, the 2 remaining Audis are running in second and unofficially in 48th place as Romain Dumas brings his car back out on track and swings through Terre Rouge for the first time.
He couldn't win it yet, Bob. There's a long way to go, as all drivers say here.
That's why you're here, Mon Brave.
There's a lot of racing left. Bourdais, by the way, who had that change of that left rear suspension, he dropped down to 7th, but he is now back up to 3rd, and he just clicked off a 3:25.3 as opposed to the fastest lap of the race, also set by him at a 3:25.1. So Bourdais really on it.
We saw the Team LNT, Janetta Zytek, also an LMP1 class car sitting in the garage. There's been a lot of that thus far today at Le Mans. As the Audi sets off on one of the world's most famous race courses, let's have a closer look. David, tell us about it.
Well, there you see it, 8.5 miles, and it's a beautiful track to drive, Bob. Some great corners as you come down the Dunlop curve at the start of the race there, through all the S's there down to Terre Rouge, and sweep off down that long straight up to about 208 miles an hour before the first chicane. up to about a couple of hundred before the second chicane, then down to Mulsanne, and out of Mulsanne you curve your way through the forest there down towards Indianapolis, again to about 210 miles an hour. That's where we saw Alexander Premack crash this morning, then Arnage, and out of Arnage up to the Porsche curves. And that beginning of the Porsche curve is where we think that Lucas Luhr went off, which, as I say, is a bit unusual. Then all the way through there, that new Maison Blanche, and then finally the Ford chicane, bringing it back up to the start-finish straight again. So it's a great track to drive on, and obviously for a 24-hour race, it's exactly what you want. You want lots of long, high-speed straights, and there's a lot of daylight here, as opposed to the 24-hour race at Daytona, where of course it's predominantly dark. You know, they start at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and within a couple of hours it's dark. Here we are 7 hours in, and as you can see, it's still daylight.
Of course, that race is in January, early February. This race, of course, approaching
right on the longest day of the year, really. I don't like the look of those clouds coming up. I know it's getting dark and everything, but they look a bit threatening there, coming up out of the west. We're facing west now as we come down to Arnage. Turn right here. Out of Arnage, houses on the left, houses on the right. Their backyards come right to the edge of the road, so people sit just the other side of the guardrail there and look at the race.
About to exit the public roads and re-enter the property of the Automobile Club of the West.
Very fast stretch of road down as you come up to where Lucas Luhr went off in the Audi.
Let's get down to the Aston Martin garage. Brian Till is there.
Darren Turner in the Aston Martin, the 008. They came to pit road. The car sounded fine, backed him into the garage. The crew now looking at the left front suspension, also turning the wheel when they came in, almost looking like they've got something loose in the steering. They're checking rod ends on that left front, and now going to the suspension itself. Had looked at the steering rack and looked at the steering arms, and now the crew perhaps taking off the upright itself. Maybe a wheel bearing. You can see him going to work on the left front, so this is going to be a lengthy stop. Aston Martin running well, and for a time, with the problems that the diesels were having, both Peugeot and Audi, you began to wonder, could the old tried and true take victory again here at Le Mans? But right now, for the 008 at least, it's going to be a lengthy repair in the garage. Darren Turner stays in the car.
Well, a lot of work has been done by the ProDrive team to really get these Lolas competitive. Essentially from the bulkhead back, it's all new car over the car that was campaigned by the Charouz team here last year. It's got a new engine. It's effectively the GT1 engine that's won here for the last couple of years, but it's now got direct injection called GDI, gasoline direct injection, and just teething problems in the first few hours of this race.
Dumas back in.
Oh dear, that doesn't look very good, does it? What did he do, 1 lap, 2 laps?
A lot of smoke when he left the pit lane, David.
There wasn't there, yeah. I put that down to just oil that was lying around on it after they'd been working on it, but...
You don't think he did something to the clutch with that getaway, do you?
Oh.
These diesels have incredible torque, and it's entirely possible to burn up the clutch on exit.
After they've used these cars here at the Le Mans 24-hour race, they take them back to Germany and use them on the farms there for pulling out tree stumps and things like that.
Well, in the Peugeot, David Brabham, making his debut with the Peugeot team, actually did burn out a clutch in practice here with what the team called an over-enthusiastic getaway.
And I find that difficult to do because they have these launch control systems where essentially electronics take over for the drivers in those situations. Essentially, you have the clutch depressed, you hit the starter button, and away she goes. So that's all controlled. On the Audi, it launches the car at 3,600 RPM. But right now, there's more issues underneath the hood of the number 3 machine. And there you see the Frenchman, Romain Dumas, right there. And he's just got to be sick in his gut right now.
Now let's get down to the Aston Martin crew. Get more from Justin Bell.
What actually happened earlier on was after their last pit stop, they went out. Only 4 laps into it, they had a rubbing on the front left tire, which actually carved like a scuff mark out of the carbon fiber wheel arch. Takes some doing. Obviously came back in, checked it out. I was watching them change the front clip over. That's the first sort of diagnosis you'd make, and then they went back out again and straight back in. So obviously something shifted in either the front alignment, the front clip, the clip mountings, because you know at the speeds they're going, there is no way that they could exist with a rubbing front wheel.
Justin, of course, talking about the Aston there, Bob, and meanwhile the number 3 car is back on pit lane, so hopefully a quick fix and these boys can get some laps under their belt.
A distinctive engine note from the twin turbocharged diesel. Fascinating to stand by the side of the track at Le Mans. These things just creep up on you. They whistle sound like vacuum cleaners practically. Enormously powerful, and of course, that is the power plant to have in the current era at Le Mans. Romain Dumas is on his way. We'll be back in the gathering darkness.
Speed's coverage of the 24 Hours of Le Mans is brought to you by Acura. Acura Advance.
Welcome back live to Le Mans, riding with Romain Dumas in the number 3 Audi R15 turbo diesel. Meanwhile, there's the number 80 Flying Lizard Porsche, started on pole in this class in the hands of Jörg Bergmeister. Brian Till is there.
Darren Law just climbed out of the car. We'll let the crew get back in the garage and try to grab a word with Darren when he gets his helmet off here. I noticed some damage to the back of that car when they came in. It was a routine stop, tires and fuel. As Darren gets out of the car, I know it's a hot night tonight, but for a guy like you, yeah, you're in great shape. Don't forget, Darren Law won the Rolex 24 to start the season off, but amazingly enough, with all the racing that he's done over the years, he too is a rookie here at the Le Mans 24. And I know that I'm sure there was a lot of emotion there the first few laps that you ran, Darren, around this famed circuit. As we were just saying, the first time that you've been ever been here as well. Tell me what the emotion was like, and tell me where that scuff on the rear bumper of the car came from.
I don't know. I didn't hit anything. I believe I believe Seth got into something early on there. So this thing's unreal. I already told Chris, I really don't know how to describe it. You know, everybody told me about the race, but until you get here and see it and see the people and the length of the track and the straights and how fast the corners are, it's really really hard to comprehend. Unbelievable.
And I know that you've been a long-time American Le Mans Series competitor as well as a Rolex Sports Car Series competitor. In ALMS competition, you're used to GT2 and the closing speeds, but nothing, I would imagine, compares to the Mulsanne.
No way. You come on to Mulsanne and you see the Peugeot. I mean, they're miles back there, and they catch you, pass you, and go by you like you're standing still. It's unbelievable, the closing speeds here.
I think the other thing that was interesting, Patrick Dempsey said when the Peugeot or the Audi goes by you with that diesel, it's like a ghost because it doesn't make any noise.
Yeah, no noise, nothing. It just whistles by. It's crazy. But hey, this is a great experience, and like I said, I can't think of anywhere that I've ever been that's like this.
Well, I know it took a while, but it's great to see you here.
Well, I have to say about Darren Law, I mean, he would, there you see some of the facts on their car. But for Darren Law, this would be a bit of an eye-opener. They averaged about 128 miles an hour. Their pole position in their class, the fastest car was 150 mile an hour average. So when he talks about fast corners, he's not used to all these fast corners. He's got that right. There are a lot of very fast corners here.
Quite a traveling party for the one car that the Flying Lizards are running here. 20 round-trip tickets, hotel nights. When you think about it, fire suits that of course have to be transported and cleaned, the tires, the fuel, the food, it just goes on and on and on. But I'll back up everything Darren Law had to say about your first visit to Le Mans. It's like nothing else on earth.
When you get there the first time, you think, oh, is this what it's like?
Yeah. And I tell you, you look at those numbers on screen a short while ago, it's a logistical nightmare for these US teams who are in the middle of a championship season, and then they break away and go over to France to set up for that. Just incredible.
They got a race before and a race after, right?
Exactly. So just great stuff. When you talk about those closing speed between these faster prototypes, the P1 cars over the GT2 cars, about 35 miles an hour difference, terminal speed in those two different classes. So that is monumental speed difference to deal with for the slower cars.
Here comes the 008 Aston Martin Lola out of the garage yet again.
Really cost them a lot of time there, right in the top 5 there in the mix of things. Now they're down to 11th. But they'll just, they're trying to learn here. They're hoping that the regulations next year will make these gasoline-powered cars a little bit closer to the dominant diesels over the last couple of seasons. And maybe they'll be in with a shout of overall victory next year. So learning. They'll certainly file all this experience away. ProDrive have so much experience here in GT1, but not so much with the prototypes.
Well, the Automobile Club de l'Ouest, who make the rules and regulations for this, are trying to make the rules with a lot more parity in them between the diesels and the gasoline-powered cars. A bit of a tricky situation at the moment because we're looking for a greener world. You know, all sorts of racing endeavors are looking to go green, and of course one of the easiest way to go green, of course, is to use diesel, which is so fuel effective.
The 64 Corvette is in. Brian Till is there.
Second place when they came to pit road. Ollie Gavin out, Oliver Beretta in. Now early in the going during a full course caution, they were separated behind the second pace car, put them a couple of minutes back on the pace lap, but they have worked their way back up to second place, just a few seconds behind the sister 63, which leads right now. And you see the crew looking back at that left rear suspension. Looked like they were making some type of an adjustment. And then the left rear wheel goes on once again. Only 2 tire changers and a gun at the same time. Beretta underway. Justin?
And we just saw the Peugeot number 8 leaving the pits. Now, you said something really, really observant earlier, David and Bob, in that these cars are virtually silent when they pull away. And that's not just a function of, as Calvin said, the electronics. It's that diesel motor. It's really odd. I was standing at the back there, and you get this whiff of diesel, a bit like I was in a truck stop in Rouen for a minute, and then it all gets a little bit nicer. But it's actually added a level of danger, I think, for us guys in the pit lane, because normally we hear the rumble like of the Corvette coming up the pit lane. Now what we do is we just have to turn around and hope we're not going to get hit by a sort of French or German missile. Guys?
Well, years ago at Le Mans, David and I spoke with a man named Ian Dawson, who was running a low-budgeted team, introducing a diesel engine to Le Mans. He said, mark my words, within a few years, diesel will not only be here, they will win, and they did. Welcome back. Darkness has fully fallen over the Circuit de la Sarthe at Le Mans, France, home of the first Grand Prix race back in the early years of the 20th century. And in 1923, it began the 24-hour test of endurance that is now the legendary 24 Heures du Mans. I'm Bob Varsha with David Hobbs, Calvin Fish, Brian Till, and Justin Bell are in the pit lane. You're on board the GT1 class leading Corvette Racing 7-liter Vette, the C6R, passed by one of the LMP2 class Aston Martin prototypes. And is that, no, that's another LMP2 car. I thought for a moment it might have been one of the Audis. This is the farewell race in the GT1 class at Le Mans for past champions Corvette Racing. Brian Till is with the boss of the Corvette program.
Doug Feehan is indeed the project manager at Corvette Racing. And Doug, a lot of people don't understand motorsports in general, and certainly the relevance of it. And maybe Paul Drayson, who is the science minister and also a driver, said it best. He said, this is the future of the automobiles that we'll drive on the street. And I know you believe very strongly as well.
Well, there's no question about that, Brian. And when you look at the Corvette program, it's actually a twofold program. Marketing, obviously, first and foremost, because we need to sell cars. There's no better tool to sell Corvettes and the rest of the family of GM cars than utilizing racing in order to do that. We meet some very stringent guidelines set forth by the corporation on return on investment, and Corvette is a huge value from a marketing aspect. Now, to what the Lord had to say, all right, technologically speaking, he's absolutely right. Obviously a leader in green initiative with our E85 and our Green X Challenge victories there. Secondarily, when you look at what we're working with our lubricant manufacturers, zero viscosity lubricants, ceramic wheel bearings, new brake materials, enhanced aerodynamics, those things are not just applicable to Corvette. They're applicable to every model GM builds from Cobalt on up. So we're really a rolling laboratory, and quite frankly, very cost-effective one and expedient one. And in this day and age, you have to be lean, you have to be fast, you have to move forward, and that's what we're doing at GM, and that's what we're doing at Corvette Racing.
You're certainly lean. I don't think I'm as lean as I used to be, but you said how important this program is. I know GT1 is going away for Corvette Racing, but GT2 is coming in. Are we still going to see the new GT2 Corvette at Mid-Ohio?
We're all set to debut the GT2 car August 8th at Mid-Ohio, which we hope will be then classified as the new GT category, both here at Le Mans and then in the U.S. as well. get this down to a single GT thing, product relevance, a great deal of production car capability in the car, a lot of components from the production car. It's just going to be a great way to go racing in the future.
So is he lean and mean at Mid-Ohio?
Lean, mean, fighting machine, baby.
All right, thanks to Doug Fehan. On board with Jan Magnussen. Let's just listen to the sound of this 7-liter Corvette V8 in its last visit to Le Mans.
You can see why they have to wear earplugs.
Just fantastic noise. And two definable engine notes this week have been the Aston Martin, that V12 just howls down the straightaway. But the nice thing is when you're a co-driver on one of these type of cars and you wake up in the middle of the night, David, you can always hear these things thumping around, you know.
Yeah, there's nothing worse, you know.
You're on the famous Mulsanne straight. Here comes the second chicane, the left-hander.
Sequential gearbox. That was the kink that used to strike fear into our hearts without the chicanes there.
Yeah, that had to be
right
hairy back
there
then.
at 240 mile an hour, the years the Jaguars won in 1988.
The record is held by a WM Peugeot, a French team that went out for the specific purpose of breaking 250 miles an hour. They went 251.1 and parked the car. Mission accomplished.
I remember told Randy Wallace, he said the problem is we've got the cars trimmed out back in those days when the chicanes weren't there, like with the Jags and stuff. And he said you'd break down in there. And with the lack of downforce, you couldn't feel you were locking that right front as you go through that little kink, and you'd flat spot the tire. So some of the drivers really had to adapt to the very tricky braking corner.
Now that's another tricky thing that someone like Johnny O'Connell's got to do in this car. He is, as you can see, past a lot of the GT2 cars, but at the same time he's got to keep a very sharp eye on his mirror for the LMP1 cars, who are in turn about 20 mile an hour quicker than he is. It's hard to believe that a Corvette could be passed that fast by another car, but there you saw those LMP1 cars absolutely streak by.
Through Indianapolis and Arnage, headed for the Porsche curves, Calvin.
Johnny has a remarkable run here at Le Mans. Of course, we call him Mr. Sebring with the amount of races he's won there, which is a record. But here at Le Mans, he's tied with several other guys with 3 victories. And if he could pull one off here this weekend, he'd be the only U.S. driver with 4 wins at Le Mans. Quite remarkable, the career that he's put together at 46 years old. And he seems to go from strength to strength. I mean, he really feels the intensity of the battle. They haven't had a lot of competition in the last couple of years over in the American Le Mans series, but certainly between the 3 and the 4 cars we see them in the States, and the 63 and the 64 when they compete here at Le Mans, there's enough rivalry within the camp to really force the issue.
Pretty heady company Johnny O'Connell could find himself in. The other Americans who have won this race 3 times, Phil Hill, Dick Barber, Al Holbert, and I suppose you could include Luigi Chinetti, who won it twice as an Italian, once as a naturalized American in 1949. Speaking of a pretty stout record at Le Mans, here is Corvette's results in the GTS, now GT1 class. 3rd and 4th in their debut, 5 class victories, 15 podiums, and look at that line at the bottom. Worst finish, a 2007 DNF. Only once in all their appearances here with 2 cars has one car failed to reach the finish.
I think that was early in the race too, as I recall, with Ollie Gavin behind the wheel. It broke a prop shaft, and there's nowhere to go from that point on. Just devastating blow.
You heard Doug Fehan refer to getting the GT class together. There's a lot of talk with a lack of support in GT1 that the GT1 and GT2 classes will be combined. Now there is Vanina Ickx, daughter of the legendary Jackie Ickx, the former Mr. Le Mans, a 6-time winner. Vanina, one of 50 women who have raced here at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Brian Till.
She sits in the car right now, Bob. A problem with the right front. As the crew members shook it, it certainly moved. So they're going to take a look, see if they've got a loose suspension component or if it's more than that. The great thing about this is you'll notice the American flag on the right front fender. This car, this team now based in North Carolina. They're outside of Charlotte. So you see a crew member working on the right front suspension right now. A North Carolina flag drapes the side of this car in decal form. And it's great when you talk about worldwide racing. It's great to see a Le Mans Series entrant actually based in the United States. We haven't seen this team compete in American Le Mans Series competition this year, but they say they certainly expect to at least the last 2, perhaps the last 4 rounds. But they've moved it there. They've got an association with a couple of technical colleges there in North Carolina, and it's just great to see that worldwide racing and sports car racing now coming to the United States and being based there, in addition to the American Le Mans teams that we see compete on a regular basis. Also looking at the left front, they'll go to work, struggling a bit, and once again, a petrol-powered car against the diesels here at Le Mans is difficult in current times, but Vanina Ix has been here before. She's very experienced. The crew believes in her, as does the team, and it doesn't hurt when your father has won this legendary race so many times. They'll go to work on this creation, try to get it back underway, and head back out and see if they can't complete the 24 hours here at Le Mans.
Thank you, Brian. A small correction. The team is based in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, about an hour and a quarter up the road. But your point is absolutely spot on about world racing coming to North Carolina. Congratulations to our speed colleague Peter Windsor and his partner Ken Anderson in the Team USF1 Formula One effort that is based here in the Charlotte area. And for just the reason you mentioned, there is so much technology, so much skilled manpower, so much racing knowledge here in North Carolina that everybody is gravitating, well, not everybody, but lots of people are gravitating in this direction.
These guys are having a great run here today, other than the pit lane incident. The 17 machine, currently driven by Benoit Trullier. And he's really a star over in Japan. Just really would love to get back and do a bit more in Europe, but he won the 2008 Super GT Championship. He currently leads the Formula Nippon Championship. And he just said it's been a dream of his to compete for the overall victory at Le Mans, and he certainly feels he has a chance with that car here today.
And we hear that over and over again here at Le Mans, year after year. Drivers and teams who come here because this is Le Mans. This is the dream, to come here to compete, to finish, and maybe to win.
Well, they're lying 4th at the moment. They had that incident there. Bouillon ran into Lame as he left the pits and clipped the front of this car as well. It didn't do much damage to this car, but it did put them back about a lap. But now they're running in 4th spot, just about 2 laps behind the leader, which is Marc Gené in the number 9 car.
Closing in on 8 hours down in this race, and they've actually gone through all 3 drivers now. So Bouillon now back behind the wheel. He started the race. Simon Pagenaud had a run, and also Trullier. So a lot of these teams will try and extend the amount of time that they run the drivers. There's a maximum you can run any 4 hours within a 6-hour period, so 4 hours straight effectively. And what that does, David, it gives you a little bit more rest time. If you can get the guys to do a quadruple stint, that means you're out of the car for like 8 stints, so you can actually get some rest.
You can get some serious rest, there's no doubt about it. Obviously at the track it's kind of difficult to rest, because apart from anything else, you're listening for your car all the time. You can hear them droning on, but at least it gives you a long time, a much better time to relax and recover. And we were talking about logistics. Nowadays they all bring washing machines and dryers. Everybody comes a brand new uniform all the time. And of course, it wasn't like that before.
A wave from inside the Krone Racing Ferrari 430, being run by the Risi team this weekend. They've been a factor in past runnings of this race. Justin Bell.
You touched on it just then about, the drivers staying longer in the cars. The tires are able to do it. They work very hard on the dynamic suspension and aero package so they can last longer on the tires. What that does is that the poor old driver has to stay in longer. These drivers are like Formula One fit, and they can handle it themselves, but cockpit temperature is always an issue. And now, David, the only air conditioning you had back in your day was the window open, right?
Absolutely.
But now they actually have air conditioning in these. Well, I don't know if they had windows in your day, but actually what happens is that they've got these air conditioning units that they have a cockpit temperature monitor And like in the Peugeot, they have one for themselves and one for the ACO, just so they can make sure every time the temperature gets anywhere near the threshold, they pop on the AC. And apparently it uses almost no voltage at all, but it's fantastic for these drivers. But I did notice when the number 8 Peugeot just came in, they changed his water bottle. He's only been in for an hour. So it just shows how demanding it is. They're sucking some water down because it is very easy to get dehydrated. But we are just approaching the nice cooler time of the evening, and it was brutal here in the afternoon, and we haven't had that all week. So drivers, nor cars, nor teams were prepared for that. But we'll watch them into a much more sort of physically comfortable period through the night.
Well, we heard from no less an authority than Sir Stirling Moss in our earlier program that back in the day when you had to baby the car a little bit, take off a few revs, be conservative, he said, I'm a racer, not a driver. I had no time for that. But now that I come out at, how old is he, David? At 80?
80. Yeah.
80 odd, he said, I love, these guys are flat out all the way. I want to do this kind of racing at Le Mans.
Well, it is just a totally different game, David. I'm sure you've seen it evolve over the years with the technology that's now available in the cars, and the components get so much better. Brakes that can now go 24 hours flat out. I mean, you're not babying them, you're actually hammering them every lap, and they'll still go 24 hours. I mean, not on all the classes, but certainly the prototypes.
You'd set times that were way, way, way under what you qualified at. And of course, but we used to do like 4-hour stints, but of course the only trouble was you didn't have 2 other drivers to do their 4-hour stints.
GT2 class leader Risi Ferrari is in. Brian Till.
Jamie Mello sits behind the wheel. Mello won this race last year with Salo. This year, a new co-driver, though, Pierre Caffer, Jimmy Bruni, has moved to another team. So 2 of the drivers remain the same. They will double stint these tires. Ferrari very good on these Michelin. Mello has fuel and is gone. It's Ferrari right now, 1 and 2 in GT2.
And Ferrari is back at Le Mans in force. 10 Ferrari 430 GT2 entries. And Ferrari president Luca de Montezemolo here to wave the flag to get the race underway. Ferrari taking a very hard look at endurance sports car racing. Wouldn't it be great to have them back at Le Mans on a regular basis as a factory? Back live at Le Mans. Pit action continuing. Darkness fully fallen over the track. A little bit of a problem here on the number 97 GT2 class Ferrari of Fabio Babini, Matteo Malucelli, and Paolo Ruberti. What a thrill for those Italians to race a Ferrari on Le Mans. I'm sorry, I can't do that. You get one shot and that's it. BMS Scuderia Italia, old Formula One team running that car. They've had a lot of success in FIA GT racing here in Europe. There goes one of the GT1 Corvettes. That's from Luc Alphand Adventures. Former French World Cup downhill ski champion, quite the successful racing entrepreneur. In addition to endurance racing, he gets involved in the long distance rally raids, such as Paris-Dakar. Well, now here is the Patrick Dempsey, Don Kitch, Joe Foster. Ferrari in the pits. Problems here. This car raising money for the Seattle area Children's Hospital charities. They've raised millions of dollars over the years with lap-by-lap donations, corporate donations, and so forth.
And this is essentially the AF Corsa team that have run these Ferraris to great effect over in Europe for many years. And the team is led and managed by Mike Guay, gentleman I used to drive for here in the States back in the mid-'80s. He has so much experience now in sports car racing and just a great director of these type of programs. He's been over in Europe for many months, just getting things sorted and paving the way for Patrick and Joe and Don Kitch to make their debut over at Le Mans.
Change the power steering on that car.
And I tell you, it's scrutineering this week, Bob. It was just amazing, the throng of paparazzi that was around Patrick Dempsey. I mean, it was just a swarm of people. You could not believe it. And just really took you back to the days of watching the Le Mans movie, and just some of the things that you saw there, just incredible scenes.
Celebrity still means something at Le Mans. And you know that Patrick Dempsey is just thrilled to death to be making his debut here as a racing driver. Hard to believe we've been running this long, but the race is really just barely underway with the 7 hours roughly of darkness ahead, and then into the day tomorrow. taking you up to the finish at 9 a.m. Eastern Time here on Speed. 99 comes to a stop. Driver change, tires.
There's just so many of these Ferraris in the field this year. They outnumber the Porsches by 2-1. And we saw in qualifying that the Porsches had a slight edge by about a second and a few miles an hour down the straightaway. But the race today has not gone good for the Porsches. They've had problems, and the Ferraris lead the way. But this is a car that is led by Christophe Bouchou. He's had so much success over the years. He won Le Mans back in 1993 with Peugeot. He's also won the Daytona 24-hour race as well.
This is another very distinguished team. Down to the Audi pits, Brian Till.
Tom Christensen just brought the one car in, and this is not what you want to see. The stands have come out. They'll spin him around, back him into the garage. Now, remember, all three cars have been in the garage. We saw the problems for the two. It will not return. The three had a fuel pressure problem, so they had to pull the engine out, work on the fuel pressure system, and get it back in. And so when you saw Romain Dumas go out and in, that was basically an installation lap because the entire engine had been out. But I don't know what the problem here is. You see the engine cover coming off, and the crew will go to work right now to try to get this taken care of. But whatever the stop is, it will be a lengthy one. Anytime you got to go into the garage, there's going to be a lengthy stop here.
In from P2. And Calvin, this takes us back to something we talked about at the beginning of our programming day here on Speed. These R15 cars have raced once before at the 12 Hours of Sebring, have had very little testing and virtually no time until this year's Le Mans rolled around.
Well, the development program during the off-season was really thwarted by bad weather. They went to Sebring. They didn't have a lot of confidence going in, but what would you know? They walk away with the race victory on the debut of the R15. Then we didn't have the pre-test here at Le Mans. They come to Le Mans race week, and Wednesday night gets rained out. But you would think that of all the notebooks they have, David, over the years with the success with the R8 and the R10, a lot of that would be transferable. But we heard from the drivers early in the race, they just got the setup wrong, had too much understeer.
Let's get back to Brian.
Guys, looking at the car right now, remember I had spoken with Dr. Ulrich about blowing out the radiators, and really that's a lot of the work that's going on right now. A lot of air hoses in the back blowing out the radiators. It is warm here at Le Mans, and it is very humid this race. I don't remember it being like this in the past. Perhaps right now it's an overheating issue. We had seen problems at Sebring as the intake screens into both the braking system and the radiators had some clogs in them, but right now it looks to me like I didn't see any wrenches in the back or anything. Just going to work trying to clean out the radiators so they could get some fresh air.
I wonder if he's had an off.
Well, we haven't seen that certainly, but Brian is correct. At Sebring, they did have some overheating issues, not to the point of causing them to go behind the pit wall there, but certainly the grill system inside those radiator ducts has been changed for Le Mans, so they certainly learned things at Sebring, but it looks like there's a quick fix. They must have seen those numbers on the telemetry start to approach the danger zone, and better to spend a minute or so right now effecting a quick repair, cleaning everything out, than have problems later.
Yeah, absolutely. The radiator matrix is pretty fine on these cars, and of course a lot of rubber tears off these tires and gets rolled up, and of course it gets thrown into the front of the car and could easily block those radiators.
And keep in mind, while this is the latest iteration of Audi's technology that has won this race basically every year since 2000, their arch rivals at the other end of the pit lane from Peugeot are using 3 years worth of technology on basically the same car. Justin Bell.
Patrick, well done. That was brilliant.
Thank you so much. It's so much fun. It's starting to get better and better. I'm more relaxed in the car. It's just absolutely surreal when the sun goes down. All you smell is the cooking, and this haze covers the track, and you can't see anything. And certainly going into Indianapolis, it becomes this eerie haze, and you can't see anything, and you hope to God you're turning in properly. But
well, you know, when you come past the fairground, that isn't Marlboro you're smelling. That's something completely different.
There's a lot of smells you have when you're going around the track, but it's an epic journey each time around. There's so much to concentrate on. There's so much going on in front of you and behind you. The track conditions change constantly, but I'm learning Thanks so much. It's great. I'm having a blast. I want to say hi to my kids back home, Darby Sullivan and Tallulah, and my wife Jill.
So tell me, when you're out there, how tough is it for you adapting to the incredible pace of the prototypes coming up compared to what we deal with sometimes in the States?
Well, that was my first double. On the double, it makes it a little easier because you can get a sense of the rhythm, and that makes it much easier to anticipate where they're going to come in. They're also incredibly patient coming into the turns. They wait, so it's been good that way. I'm starting to get used to it. Everything's sort of slowing down, which is good.
Well, you know, on my headset is the man that has probably gathered the same kind of attention as you, David Hobbs, when he was racing here.
It's great. I've heard some great stories that went in a few magazines about his experiences here. Hopefully we don't have those.
Exactly. Well, great luck, Patrick. Go and take some break, and we'll see you later.
Thanks man. Take care.
That's Patrick Dempsey. Backhanded compliment. You saw his Team Seattle Le Mans patch. I'm sure all of their supporters out in the Pacific Northwest are looking in and following them here on Speed. Welcome to all of you, and welcome to a very special guest here at our Speed announce booth. A.J. Boehm is executive editor of Playboy magazine, and he has written a book steeped in Le Mans history. It's called Go Like Hell, Ford, Ferrari, and Their Battle for Speed and Glory at Le Mans. And A.J., first of all, welcome. You know better than any of us, perhaps, how much glory is involved in a race like the 24 Hours of Le Mans.
I just want to say thank you so much for, I mean, what a thrill it is to see the cover of my book on your broadcast. Thank you so much for having me. It's been 4 years of hard work, going back and finding these guys like, you know, Carroll Shelby and Mario Andretti, who of course was a rookie here in '66. Dan Gurney. To be able to interview the great Phil Hill before he passed away was such an honor. I think the book turned out okay.
Well, we look forward to reading it. We should probably, for our viewers, set the scene. If they're not familiar with Le Mans history, we're talking about back in the 60s, the two most influential men in the automotive world, Henry Ford II of Ford Motor Company and Enzo Ferrari at the peak of his power and influence at Ferrari. They couldn't get together on a deal for Ford to acquire the brand, and so they split in the most public way. And Henry Ford II, or the Deuce as he was known, made it his business, and he was willing to risk everything to beat the Commendatore at Le Mans, and he did. I'm sure it's a fascinating read.
You just summed up the book right there.
That's why I'm here.
There's these two characters. I mean, they were so powerful at the time, and these two men, they lived and breathed their companies. They both said straight up that that the cars that bore their name were more important to them than their own families. And for these two guys to be building cars and going at it at the greatest automobile race in the world, that's who could script that?
And AJ, where did you draw your fascination with sports car racing from?
I started at Playboy 6 years ago, and the first thing I did was I knew about the story, but I went back and I read the old stories in Playboy by a writer named Ken Purdy, who David, I'm sure you know, and he had these portraits of these characters like Sterling Moss and like Maston Gregory, and I would read them and be like, these guys are so fascinating. They were so larger than life, all of them. It was a different period in motorsport as well. It was very controversial, I think, because of the extraordinary amount of violence in motorsport during that era, which these characters, when you look at what they accomplished, it's really something.
Well, in 1963, I drove the Lola GT, which of course was the forerunner of the GT40. Really, the GT40 was taken off the design of the Lola GT, and of course kind of taken over by the Ford people, and John Wyer was working there pretty early on. So how much did you go into the technical details of how this thing got involved? And Lee Iacocca and a lot of other top execs from Ford were very heavily involved in the whole gestation of that program.
I think that the book about the technology of these cars through the years and how they changed, that book had been written a bunch of times. So I try to put enough technology in there to stimulate guys like you, and you would be fascinated by the book. But really, it's a book about heroes. Speaking of Lola, I did some wonderful interviews with John Surtees. And what that man accomplished in 1965 in a Lola in September, he crashed 4 days. Yeah, at Mosport. And he was severely injured. He spent a lot of time in the hospital. And by March, that was in September of '65. By March in '66, he was on the track at Modena setting lap records. And his first Formula One drive back. That was at the Belgian Grand Prix in 1966 with John Frankenheimer's cameras flying around, filming Grand Prix. He comes back and wins. I mean, what does that say about a man? That's just extraordinary.
Yeah, you don't get to be a world champion on both 2 and 4 wheels without a little bit of motivation. It's a fascinating era in motorsports. So many great personalities, so many great conflicts, so many great races. We'll be back with A.J. Bain at Le Mans. Welcome back live to Le Mans. You see action down in the pit lane is the number 25 LMP2 class car of Tommy Erdos, Mike Newton, and Chris Dyson of the United States. There you see the American flag on the door. Dyson, one of 9 American drivers in the 165-strong driver field for this 77th running of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. I'm Bob Varsha with Calvin Fish, David Hobbs, and our guest, author A.J. Bain, executive editor of Playboy magazine, who has written Go Like Hell, Ford, Ferrari, and their battle for speed and glory in the 1960s at Le Mans. And of course, as executive editor for Playboy magazine, he gives all us car guys reason to say, yes, we do read the magazine for the articles. As the number 3 Audi turbo diesel gets back into the pit lane, let's take a look at some of the problems suffered by the leading LMP1 teams in this Valvoline race recap. Early laps of the race, young A.J. Primat of France, a little overenthusiastic in the Indianapolis corner, got into the tire wall but was able to get back on track. How about Alan McNish? Champion at Le Mans, got into the back of another car on a restart, damaged the nose, he needed repairs, and most recently, Lucas Luhr said he thinks it might be driver error, although it didn't look like it when he spun off in the Porsche curves and destroyed the back end of the number 3 Audi. Dr. Wolfgang Ulrich looked on in disgust. It has been a very difficult race for Audi thus far. Luhr stayed in the car, thought about driving it back on 3 wheels, but he was eventually convinced it wouldn't happen. How about their rivals at the other end of the pit lane at Peugeot? Pedro Lamy says, I'm leaving. Jean-Christophe Bouillon says, I'm entering. Not really Lamy's fault. You see the Pescarolo crewman running over to say, I don't think that's a good idea. Damage to Lamy's car and to the number 8 sister car of home favorite Sebastian Bourdais. Had to have the left rear corner completely replaced. The team did it in 9 minutes. Got him back out on track, and Bourdais currently runs in 2nd place behind the 3rd Peugeot entry in the race for Marc Gené, Alex Wurz, and David Brabham. Meanwhile, back in the pits, the number 25 has finally fired and exits.
Well, these guys are having a great run here. They've had some motor problems in their early season races over in the LMS, but spoke to Phil Barker this weekend, who's team manager and engineer for RML, and he said we've really turned the corner. So Mazda are back here at Le Mans with a vengeance. Got 4 entries in the LMP2 class, and a lot of the Mazda management are here this week, really looking at the future. Sylvain Tremblay is over from the States. The boys who won the big one, the 24 Hours of Daytona last year, are over here just surveying, looking at the landscape. And that's what it takes to have success here at Le Mans, David. I think you really have to do your homework. You have to visit the track. You have to come to the event, see what it takes. You don't want to come here and be shocked first time.
If you're one of the smaller teams, you've really got to have 2 or 3 goes at it and get to work it all out. If you're a big team like Audi, of course, when they came here, they came, they didn't win the first year, but they've won every year since. And of course, they can do it by massive amounts of money, computer expertise, and of course the smaller team has to really, unfortunately, get out here and do a lot of work to find their way around to win this place, because as Darren Law has already said, this is so different to anywhere else.
That's Marc Gené on board the Peugeot. What a great job. Right now he's leading the 24 Hours of Le Mans. His day job is testing Formula One cars for Ferrari. Nice work if you can get it. And speaking of nice work, Brian Till has a great job down in the pit lane. Let's go to him now.
You know, we just saw the 25 car come to pit road, and they spent a lot of time cleaning out radiators, and it got me thinking, I have not seen this type of little bit of tire debris before. It's in little shards, and this is just a percentage, a small percentage of what came out of that radiator. Now think back to the number 1 car being in the garage a little while ago and having to blow out those radiators. I'm not seeing this type of debris before. When you see a lot of rubber on the racetrack, a lot of times it gets thrown out. Now it seems to be collecting in radiators. David, I think you'd call this clag.
That is exactly what it is. It's a highly technical term, which somebody like you shouldn't use too often, Brian, because it's very, very technical. But that is in fact clag. You're correct. Very black sticky clag. And as you can see from the way the consistency when Brian was rolling it through his fingers, you can imagine that gets packed into the old radiator matrix. You'd have a heck of a job to get it out, which is why the Peugeots are using that sliding screen. They have a sliding screen they put in front of the radiator so it never ever gets into the matrix in the first place.
That's the Speedy Racing Sabal Lola Judd in the hands of Xavier Pompidou. Second in class when they pitted. We'll see where they get to when they come back out. Still is going down at a furious pace, the race here at Le Mans. As Sir Sterling Moss pointed out, it does these days. A.J. Bame, I'd like to ask you about your book about Ford's success, winning 4 times, I believe, the overall here in the 60s at Le Mans. Is there a central incident or race in the book?
The culmination is really Le Mans in 1966. What a scene it was. Ford had, spent untold money. It was really one executive, really a few, but this was really Henry Ford II's passion. He really wanted to win this race, and he really wanted to defeat Enzo Ferrari. And for him to come over here himself, bring his new Italian wife, who was this beautiful woman, to Le Mans in 1966. He was honorary Grand Marshal. His wife bets $1,000 that the Ferraris are going to win.
Oh!
And she lost her $1,000, that's for sure.
And I'm sure he never let her forget about it.
And AJ, when you look at the domestic car situation here in the U.S. right now, how is that going to now happen again? How are we going to take an American brand and manufacturer over to Le Mans and try and do what Ford did back in the 60s?
You know, when I started the book, I can't believe how topical it is now. What's going on in the American automobile industry stems from everything that happens in Chapter 1 in the early 1960s. Really, Detroit. The book is very much a business story because it's about a Detroit company that has to compete on a global level for the first time, has to compete against the European car companies. And I'll tell you, man, nothing like that could ever happen again today. I mean, there could never even be an automobile executive as powerful as that man was. Mm-hmm. Tough news today with what GM is talking about. Their future in racing uncertain. So that probably doesn't answer your question, but.
Well, Doug Feehan, program manager with Corvette, was pretty bullish, do you know what I mean, in terms of that they are going to continue, albeit in a different category. But he was pretty adamant that, having the Corvette brand out there and racing really does a lot for their marketing, and they really quantify and do a thorough marketing investigation, which is definable in terms of their sales. And they say that only NASCAR and the Corvette racing program is really able to achieve that.
I don't think there's any question that, the whole idea of race on Sunday and sell on Monday, there's no question that it works. As a matter of fact, in my research, I found an article right after Ford, threw itself into racing in 1963. The New York Times reported right on the front page a story about their sudden success. And the story began, does winning races help sell cars? You bet it does. And it called the marketing program on the racetracks remarkable and spectacular.
It's probably hard for a contemporary racing fan, if you're not steeped in racing history, as you look at where Ford and Ferrari rank among Le Mans constructors. This was just a handful of years, half a decade after the disaster at Le Mans in 1955, when Pierre Levesque crashed into the crowd and killed 80+ people. Countries around the world ran from racing like the plague. And yet Henry Ford and a guy working for him by the name of Lee Iacocca decided perhaps it was time to bring racing back to reflect well on the brand.
I think that's exactly why it was so controversial. I mean, when Henry Ford II announced that he was going to junk the Detroit Pact, the safety act that said no Detroit company is going to spend $1 on racing, senators raised their hand and said, wait a minute. It was one Detroit writer called it the biggest automotive story in years. I mean, this was very controversial.
You got to remember, of course, that back then Ford was a major international company. I mean, they had massive factories in Germany and France, and England. So, I mean, obviously it was a big manufacturer over here. So it wasn't like it was an American car coming over here racing in Europe and no one had ever really heard of Ford much. I mean, it was a massive presence in Europe already.
No, I agree with you. I think it's very important. Henry Ford II had such foresight, and he saw that what happened in Europe in the 1960s was going to is what happened in America in the 1950s, and that was a crystallization of the middle class. So Ford had a huge presence. even since the 1920s in Europe.
Absolutely.
But in the 1960s, that's when there was going to be this massive car buying boom. Excuse me. And Chrysler and GM were investing heavily too. So it was going to. He knew it was going to be a battle.
And it was a battle that includes most of your racing heroes: Mario Andretti, Dan Gurney, AJ Foyt, Ken Miles, you name it, the list goes on and on. The book is titled Go Like Hell, Ford, Ferrari, and Their Battle for Speed and Glory at Le Mans by AJ Baime, B-A-I-M-E. Look for it at your local bookseller. AJ, thanks very much for joining us.
Thank you so much, guys.
We'll be back with more of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Back at Le Mans, Daytona International Speedway invites you to enter the 2009 Rolex Sports Car Series VIP Sweepstakes. Enter to win a VIP package debuting the Brumos 250 featuring 2 laps in a Daytona prototype, access to the garages, and much more. No purchase necessary. Visit speedtv.com, keyword promo, for more information.
I tell you, Bob, that was a very lengthy pit stop for the number 8 machine. They were right in the thick of this thing in second position. They were trying to replace the front nose, and for some reason the old nose would not come off. They were really struggling with that, and that cost them precious time. I bet they were sitting still for over a minute there, David.
That is the sort of thing that will come back and get you, because as Sterling Moss said right at the beginning of this show, these guys go flat out all the way, and you just cannot afford any downtime at all. And they just lost him very valuable time just trying to remove the nose. I think they were just changing it for the night nose, maybe with the cleaner headlights or different headlights. I don't think it was damaged in any way, but boy, oh boy, that old one just would not come off. And that's where Audi over the years have been so incredibly good at making sure everything works. And that's the sort of thing that a guy like Roger Penske, you know, just always, he makes sure that things like the noses, the wings, the whatever, everything just goes like clockwork, and that did not.
There's the number 6, Janetta Zytek in the P1 class. They've been in and out of the pits quite a bit. Problems up and down the pit lane. This is rapidly turning into one of those last man standing affairs. How about this situation? The number 3 car in the GT2 class, the IMSA Performance Porsche 997 GT3 RSR. Patrick Pilet at the keyboard. Let's go to Justin Bell standing by with one of his teammates, American Patrick Long.
Pat, we were just watching on the replay your car get, I guess, nerfed off by someone and spun into the gravel. I mean, that is really not fair play, is it? Your aggravation is palpable.
Well, my engineer was just asking me why there was so much variation in my lap times in the second stint, and I said, man, it is crazy out there. It's normally pretty wicked out here with P1 cars, but something's in the water in the system or something, because it's nuts out there. Patrick just got tagged in the rear. We had to come in and change tires, but as I talked about in my last interview, it takes a lot longer to change 4 tires these times, so we're back a little bit. We've had a couple of rough and tumble holes, but we haven't given up yet. This is my 6th Le Mans, and I know to roll with the punches. You got to be there at the end. But hey, if I can come to the Super Bowl of racing every year and race, you can't win them all. I've got a couple of them under my belt, so I'm having a lot of fun regardless.
Oh, you mentioned it, and there are obviously gasoline LMP1 cars and there's diesel. You say that some of the hassle's coming from the diesel guys more than, I mean, the gas guys more than the diesel. Why that?
Yeah, the Audis and the Peugeots have been pretty well behaved, but I think they have a lot more power to deal with, so they're not worrying too much about momentum. But I think we might have just got hit by a Peugeot, so we'll wait and see before I cast any judgment or give anybody an endorsement.
No. Well, a fan favorite in America. Great job, Pat. Brian?
Another fan favorite, Marino Franchitti, out of the Aston Martin in GT2. Good top 10 run going on out there, Marino. Right now, how's the racetrack? We were just talking about this new tire rule. It seems to be affecting maybe a lot of that rubber on the track.
I have to say, I'm not noticing any difference. Driving, you know, if you get a little bit of pickup, it cleans up the same. Main thing I'm noticing is just that the tires are so durable. The Michelins just keep going faster and faster. I was at the end of a double stint, and it's kind of driving a GT car is almost like being a prototype now. You just keep going faster and faster. There's no tire degradation. It's amazing.
Now, I know it's great to see you back at Le Mans. You've been here once before. You're known for your speed, and you've done a lot of brave things in your life. Obviously, driving a race car is one of them. Maybe the bravest thing you're ever going to do is in November.
Yeah, I get married in November, so yeah, can't wait for that to happen. It's been kind of fun. Had a lot of my family here this weekend. Had my fiancée Holly driving in the historic race, and And yeah, that was a bit nerve-wracking. I know how she feels now, so yeah, I'm happy she was out in one piece.
Well, I wasn't talking about the marriage being brave. It's the fact that you're going to marry a girl who's also a very accomplished race car driver. I want to know when you guys are going to go head-to-head on the track.
It's never going to happen. I told her that. We're never driving together or against each other. It's just not a good thing.
Great to see you, brother.
Every time I hear Marino Franchitti, it's it's a pasta. He comes here, he's Scottish. He can only understand what he's saying. Like his brother Dario. Hey, hello, Dave, how you doing?
Dario explained it to me once. They are 1/4 Scottish, 3/4 Italian, but Scotland won out in terms of homeland. So there it is. Here's the Flying Lizard team. They've had an eventful day thus far, Calvin.
They have. I mean, such a strong car, sat on the pole right in the early mix, and then Seth Nyman had that problem. We believe it was a cut-down tire. We just saw the end in terms of a replay, and they seem to go down 2 or 3 laps at that point, but a very strong car. They keep plugging along, but right now, Ferrari's out holding the upper hand, and there we see one of the vets in as well. Looks like routine stop there. See them plugged in. They got that long lead. That was really something they developed after Dale Earnhardt Jr. had a massive practice crash in one of those Corvettes over at Infineon Raceway. And the fuel cell, the cut in that was right on the edge of the bodywork, and they learned that day to put it further deeper into the chassis, and consequently to get to that brake you need that long tube that actually goes right into that rear fender and then hits the fuel cell at that point, so it makes it a lot safer in the event that the Corvette boys do have another impact over in that area of the car.
On board, Johnny O'Connell set to be behind the wheel, as he was when we came on the air.
We'll tread gingerly here. We talk about the fact you're not allowed to use tire warmers at Le Mans, and I think everyone refuses to obey that rule because you walk down the back of pit lane and everyone's got these little ovens going on, and they heat these up to about 160 degrees. Spoke to Danny Binks about this the other day, and he said, yeah, we've got to be careful. There's really a prime spot with that. If you go too hot, then you can actually destroy the tire in terms of its performance. So about 160 is the mark they're looking for. But even so, you still got to get the pressures up and get everything. The ride heights need to come up with the tire pressure, and then the car will start to perform.
Those very powerful halogen headlights there, giving them a good long view down the road. And as Bob said, I am going to say, because it's not as dark as it used to be, there's a lot of exterior light coming out now, which goes back to what Patrick Dempsey was saying about that low-lying
the main world feed. There's a white line that no one is allowed to cross, and I don't know what Brian's witnessing, but certainly, and you're not allowed to cross until the cars come in. I see a couple of French feet going over it, slightly more than they should be, and the officials are looking up in the sky. So that's just not a biggie, but those are the rules at the moment.
Well, I think this is something we talked about at the beginning of the show, these new pit stop rules and enforcing them. And you've got 55 cars in the race, and they each have a team judge or an observer down there, and they actually can't sit up for 24 hours, so they have a replacement. So you're looking at about 110 people who are going to make these calls, and everyone's going to call it differently. And I know a lot of the teams were very concerned because it is really a unique orchestration of this tire changing procedure we're seeing here today in terms of how it would be judged. If you're kind of doing the Heisman and tagging the other half of your crew as they come back over the line, is that okay? And certainly Justin is observing down there, there's a little bit of leeway going on in terms of the positioning of the mechanics and that white line. It's very dissimilar to, of course, when you have a race circuit that has a pit wall and you're either one side or the other. When it's just a painted line, there's so much going on there for that official to really comprehend. You've got tire and brake technicians who are allowed out there. He's really got to put it all together there and really identify. And the white line we're talking about is right there. You see it in the background. As this car takes its pit stop, we've now lost that picture, of course, but there's a white line, and effectively that's like a fake pit wall that all of the crew members have to obey that rule by.
Vanina X out of the number 4. Creation Autosportif Judd. Don't forget, you can send us your questions and comments at LeMans24onspeed@gmail.com. We've got a question from Bradford asking, what's the average lap speed on this 8.5-mile circuit? Well, Bradford, it depends on the class of car.
The last lap of the Audi of Tom Christensen was about 145 miles an hour, just a hair under 145, about 144.5 miles an hour is a 3-minute 29 second. The pole position at 3:22 was absolutely almost dead on 150 miles an hour. So here they are, averaging 144 mile an hour in the pit start with all that traffic, as we've seen, going in and out of the traffic. So those are the fast guys, and obviously the other classes are averaging significantly less.
Don't forget, 4 classes of car, 2 classes of prototype, 2 classes of production-based GT cars, like that Ferrari right there. Let's learn more on the pit rules in the Corvette pits with Brian Till.
Well, Bob, you know, we talked about the stars that are here, and certainly we talked a lot about the drivers, but Danny Binks, one of the stars when it comes to crew. Danny, Calvin and the guys were just talking about these new pit stop regulations, and I think even for the teams when they got here, they were still kind of somewhat unclear, especially the tire changing rule, the white line and all that. How long did it take you guys to really grasp it and come up with a system that not only worked but was quick?
Well, we sent one of our guys to Europe to videotape all the other cars. So, you know, I mean, we take this really serious. We won the Client Tools Pit Stop Championship in ALMS. So we looked at everybody's stops, and we took about 3 or 4 ideas from each one and sort of made them ours. And I would say we're not the fastest ones here, but we're pretty damn close. You know, it tightened everybody up, though, I think.
And when you look at it, too, one of the conversation pieces that we all had amongst ourselves was this race could come down to a judgment call on who stepped over a white line in pit lane. I'm sure you guys have taken that into consideration.
Yeah, we have. We actually have videotapes on both the 3 and the 4, 63 and 64 pits. One looking one way and one looking the other, just for that purpose. We can argue over maybe the line or whatever, you know. If we're wrong, well, we'll take our licks and keep going.
Well, they covered all their bases one more time. This time has to do with that little bitty white line on pit lane that you guys were talking about.
That's right. That's Dan Binks, who lives for this. Crew chief for our speed colleague Tommy Kendall in his championship years in Trans Am. But despite all the victories for Corvette here, Dan has always been on the other car when the sister car won. So Dan looking for the first victory for his car here at Le Mans. And it would be a great year to get it as Corvette bids farewell to the GT1 category and gets ready for a new formula in the future of sports car racing.
Well, their last lap was a 3:54, which is about 129.5 miles an hour. So the Corvette averaging just around about 130 in the dark.
There you go, Bradford. Email us your questions and comments. We're open all night long, or most of it, here at the 24 Hours of Le Mans on Speed. Welcome back, 11:30, but the party just beginning at the Circuit de la Sarthe, home since 1923 to the 24 Hours of Le Mans here on Speed. I'm Bob Varsha with David Hobbs, Calvin Fish, Brian Till, and Justin Bell. The race leader is Marc Gené in the number 9 Peugeot LMP1 car with 139 laps complete. 1 lap down, Tom Christensen looking for his 9th overall victory in this race in the first of the Audis. Frank Montagny in another Peugeot runs another lap in arrears, and on the same lap with him is the privateer Peugeot from Henri Pescarolo's team in the hands of Jean-Christophe Bouillon. Let's go to Brian Till with the driver just out of a car.
Well, Bob, Patrick Dempsey, not only the pretty face here, only pretty face at Le Mans. Vanina Ix just climbed out of the creation. Vanina, you've driven here for legendary team owners like Henri Pescarolo before. This time having a good run in the creation for a while, but seemed to have some type of a problem with the right front. Could you tell us what it was?
Since it got dark, we got a lot more downforce on the car, and it gives a lot of bouncing in the straight, and we are touching everywhere, and it's a little bit difficult for the eyes and to see the braking points, and it became so scary that I had to come in and pull up the ride height by 2 mils, but otherwise the car is great, and I'm very proud to be live in America.
And she's having a great run here, guys, and making a name quite for herself, not just living off of her father's reputation. Great to see her here. Justin?
Well, a man that is certainly not living off his father's reputation. He's got his own. David Bradman obviously spoke to you at the top of the show. You've now had a chance to get in the car. But tell me, it looked like chaos there at the beginning. Is it really as hectic as it seems to us in the booth?
Yeah, I mean, it's been so much going on out there on the track. It's unreal. It's the great thing for us is we've had a very good run, very stable run, and we find ourselves in the lead. Other people are having issues. It's going to be an interesting run to the finish, that's for sure.
tell me, when you're out there with the traffic and the closing speeds, what to you is the worst place? Because I know, just from my experience when we race like the McLaren stuff, when you dread some of the places and you already anticipate the problem ahead. What's the worst for you?
I think one of the most difficult places is through the Porsche curves, because our cars are going through there so quickly, and you know, you have guys in GT cars which aren't as fast as, say, the top GT guys. There's probably their first or second Le Mans, and they're a little bit inexperienced, and you come across them so quickly. I mean, they can't see you because you just come up so quickly anyway, so it makes it very interesting out there.
Give me a little bit of a background. When you did Formula One, I mean, that was a few years ago. That was state of the art back then. You did. I'll remind you. Now, compare those old cars to what you're driving now. Is it leaps ahead?
No comparison, really. I mean, the technology has moved on in every area. It's unbelievable. These things are really technically advanced. They really are, and they're a joy to drive as well.
Well, I think it's really mean, but have you looked over your left shoulder over there?
Yes, mate, yeah.
They put the trophy up right there. That's the big one. That's the one you want. All right, back to the guys in the booth.
David Brabham talked about the Porsche curves being very tricky for the faster cars. Talking to the GT2 drivers this week, they said a similar thing. I spoke to Mika Salo, who's defending champ here in that class, and he said, you have to make your intentions known. He said, if you try and take your normal line and those prototypes come up, David, they're just going to try and dive to the inside, and then you're just a passenger because you'll just bounce off them.
Well, like you said, they close so quickly that they can't, you know, once they get halfway through the curves and they look in the mirror, obviously they can just see the curve behind, and they do not see the car coming.
There you see work being done on the second best qualified car in the LMP2 class. This is the Navi Team Go Porsche RS Spyder. Brian Till's there.
Sasha Maassen behind the wheel. It looked like a routine stop until they had to change the front splitter. I'll show you why if I can get in here. Walk into the garage real quick. Excuse me, guys. Take a look at the front splitter that came off of this car. Obviously, the curbs and the racetrack doing damage out here. You see how it's taking the front end of the splitter off, a panel missing here. And the one thing that the people at home may not understand, just this small thickness affects the aerodynamics of one of these cars. You've got to have all the components in place, or you're just not going to have the performance. And these curbs around these chicanes, if you jump them, you're going to do damage. If you do damage, you're going to spend time on pit lane.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very important that the team take their time, because that will really affect the downforce. Those splitters create tremendous downforce. You can see how far it sits at the front of the main part of the nose there on this Porsche RS Spyder. When it starts to seal off to the ground and you get that sort of downforce, it really changes the handling balance of the race car.
And of course, you know, unlike a single-seater, when you hit the curb, the first thing that hits the curb in a single-seater is the wheel. Obviously, that long splitter sticking out in front like that, the splitter gets to the curb long before the wheel does, and the wheel lifts it up and eventually, but if you're not careful, you can clip the splitter itself on the curb first. And of course, once those splitters get thin and start to lose their integrity, they cause a horrendous vibration throughout the whole car.
I want to get back to a point made by David Brabham about the Porsche curves being so treacherous. Most of this circuit is just public roads, including the Mulsanne Straight where you ride. Part of it is on the grounds of the ACO, the so-called Bugatti circuit. The Porsche curves are a part of neither except for once a year. Thus, they are very slippery. Welcome back live to Le Mans. Pit stop action continues. So we have a long way to go here in the 77th running of the world's greatest sports car endurance race. That's the Houston-based Krone Racing team battling in the GT2 class. If you can't get enough of the 24 hours of Le Mans here on Speed, or if we're stepping off the air for one reason or another, go to speedtv.com for uninterrupted live streaming coverage of the whole race. You won't miss a moment. Just click on speedtv.com, look for the 24 hours of Le Mans program page, or search keyword Le Mans, L-E-M-A-N-S.
92 car is in. Spoke to Tim Sugden the other day, one of the drivers on this car, and he said it's a really good team. They've really got together a great group of guys here to run this car, and the livery there is quite unique. In fact, Dunlop held a global competition to design the car here, and the winner, of course, got the car painted with their color scheme, and they're also a visitor here this weekend, so the car looks superb.
Pretty experienced driver lineup as well, and that always matters at Le Mans. The 82 car is in as well. Brian?
routine stop down here. They have set out tires, Bob, and it'll be interesting to see. They did double stint them the last time, so I can't see them doing a triple, at least not right now. There's no reason to. They've got a good lead going right now. Mello comfortable in the car, and while they've set the tires out, well, he started to fire it up, and now he shut it back down. Looks like they will change tires. A little miscommunication here. This team's so accomplished. Remember, they won this race last year. They won Sebring. They won Petit Le Mans last year, so they know how to get it done, especially in the endurance races. Now they're coming to the left side. They'll change these left side Michelins as well. 4 new tires, and Jamie Mello will head back out. Perhaps just a little over anxious to get out, and once they finish the tires, Jamie Mello will head back out on track in this Risi Competizione Ferrari.
And you notice there, those wheel guns take quite a bit long. When you watch a Porsche doing a pit stop, these Ferrari wheel nuts, Rick Meyer, the engineer there, said, we have better nuts, no pun intended, but basically they have a bigger surface area on them, which really makes sure that these things are not going to come loose. A couple of years ago, they were having some issues with wheels coming loose during the course of the race. So they changed the design, so there's more surface area, but consequently, it takes a little bit longer to unload those nuts during the course of a pit stop. So it probably cost them a second or two over the Porsches.
Did you notice how long it took from the moment you heard the engine fire to the moment the lights went on to the moment the car was rolling? An eye blink. I think pedals were flying even as the car fired up.
Absolutely, they were.
And Brian talked about double stinting. I spoke to Rick Meyer about when they could go to the softs, and he said probably around about this time. He said 11 o'clock at night. It really depends on track temperature rather than time of day, but he said about 11 p.m. we'll probably go from the mediums, which they are very comfortable double stinting during the course of the heat of the day, to the softer tire at night, which will give them more grip. But the key is you want to be able to double stint with these new pit lane rules to minimize the time spent on pit lane.
Let's get back down to the Risi Competizione pits and hear from Nick Janssen with Brian Till.
Well, Bob, you know, Krone Racing and Risi Competizione join in some of these endurance races to run that second Ferrari. Nick Janssen, you just climbed out of the 83. Conditions on the racetrack right now, first of all, let us know how those are.
Actually pretty good. I mean, there's a little bit of debris out there from the cars that have been blowing tires and so forth, but very little actually. I'm very surprised how clean they can keep the track at this point.
From the GT2 driver standpoint, how aggressive was it early on? Certainly the P1 guys really seemed to lay down a pace and go for it like we haven't seen in years past.
Yeah, I mean, it's very aggressive out there. You know, it's almost like a 3-hour Grand Am sprint race or something like that. But, you know, we actually just pacing ourselves. I just got out of the car after, triple stint and moved it up to 6th. And we just pacing ourselves till tomorrow morning and see where we are at that point. Because right now, just transportation to see, where we are the last 5-6 hours. Then it's time to go racing.
You said like a Grand Am sprint race. You guys won one earlier for Krone Racing in your Proto Auto Lola, and it's great to see Tracy Krone back here at Le Mans this year. You're a driver. You know when you've sat out of the car for a while how hard it is to get back used to it. Tracy hasn't been driving that much this year. How much have you had to work with him to get him back in the saddle and get him back on pace here at Le Mans?
Yeah, as you said, Tracy haven't driven that much this year, but he does an awesome job. Well, we kind of condition ourselves with go-karting down in Houston once in a while, so I'll go down there a couple of times a month. So we do some 125 shifters, so that kind of keep him in shape. And so far, he kept his nose clean. He did an awesome job, and he's going to come and do the Grand Am race the 4th of July in Daytona as well. So really glad to have him back, and it's great to see the Risi Competizione Krone Racing car running in the top 6 here right now.
Well, Tracy Krone, not only his partner in the seat, sometimes he's also his boss. It's great to see such a good relationship.
Nick Janssen, a much admired Swedish racer, now lives in my neck of the woods in North Georgia, the Atlanta, Georgia area. And you heard him mention 125 shifters, 125cc shifter carts, enormous performers, and really the training tool for all sorts of racing champions.
No problems for this car. This has been one of the top 3 cars in this class here today. Team Speedy. Spoke to Johnny Kane this week, one of the young drivers. He drove for Embassy Racing here last year, and he said this car has a lot of potential. The jet should be really good. We've had a few electrical gremlins this year, but he's back in the Lola family. He's one of the MG drivers back in 2001, so it's got very quick car having problems.
It's got damage to the sideboard underneath the door on the driver's side. It looks like a lot of damage to the bodywork along the, basically under the driver's door. I don't know whether they've run that over a curb or something.
There's the number 3 Audi back in the pit lane. And back underway.
The number 3 Audi has now worked its way up from 48th to 47th in the last hour and a half.
Well, what they'll do is, David, they may use this car as a guinea pig at certain times during the race. When they get to a point, maybe they're going to softer compound for the 1 car, which is their lead Arrow right now. They may try running that on the 3 car and getting some feedback.
See what it feels like.
Yeah, just evaluating different things. If they try a different downforce setup, maybe they'll try on that car first.
Well, the team falls to work on the 33. These crews work so hard, and even with the curtailed testing here at Le Mans, there's been so much work to do. Virtually no unmarked cars in the race at this point, although only, I believe, 3 cars are shown officially out of the race at this point.
See another one of the Lolas as we're talking about the sports car brigade. Got the Aston Martin Lolas here this year. Since Martin Bahrain took over Lola back in 1997, they've campaigned over 60 different cars here at Le Mans during that period, so they still remain one of the top sports car manufacturers in the world.
And one of the teams on the waiting list for a possible berth in Formula One beginning in 2010. Oh, now the Team Modena GT2 Ferrari is going to be propped up on the dollies and wheeled backwards into the garage.
We spoke to Nigel Mansell on the grid with Justin Bell here today, and his son Leo hasn't done a lot of racing. 24 years old, only started racing at 20, so it's a very late start for him. But did some Atlantic racing over here in the States, but really found a nice home now in sports car racing. He said it's really something that I've adapted to well. He and his brother Greg, who's currently campaigning in the World Series Renault Championship, so they've kind of gone their different ways as opposed to campaigning in the same championship. So it's a busy weekend for Nigel. He's going to be here and also spend some time over in Hungary where Greg is racing.
And that car, the Team Modena car, currently lying 6th in the GT2 LM GT2 standings.
I know we've talked about it before, David, but you and I remember when Greg and Leo Mansell were just toddlers being wheeled around the Formula One race courses of the world. We'll be back to Le Mans in just a moment. Welcome back live to Le Mans. Bob Varsha, Calvin Fish, David Hobbs, Brian Till, and Justin Bell with you. And this is car number 81 in the GT2 category. This is the Team Seattle, Don Kitch, Joe Foster, Patrick Dempsey Ferrari.
Don Kitch jumping out of the car, I believe, as Joe Foster about to jump in, and he was so excited to have this opportunity to run here at Le Mans for the first time, along with his teammate in the Grand Am Championship, Patrick. And he's really been on a fitness campaign. He lives relatively close to Nick Johnson, and those boys have really, I saw he came over the house to watch Indy a few weeks ago, and I said, boy, you've lost some weight. What, about 10 pounds? He said, how about 38? I mean, he's really been hitting the gym hard, really watching his nutrition, really fired up about being here at Le Mans for the very first time. And he's the perfect guy to have lead you through your career that Patrick Dempsey is now taking on. I mean, just a great, oh, here we see one of the Peugeots here running wide through Arnage, I think. It's Arnage or Mulsanne, David? Mulsanne, yeah.
The old signaling area.
Oh boy. Now we know the track was breaking up at the edge there very
That's
badly.
right.
So running wide there's some big chunks of asphalt lying down there. You don't want to get one of those up to the radiator.
That's right. There was a massive piece of asphalt that was just sitting on the edge of the track, and if one of these prototypes with the ride height that they run so low to the ground was to hit that, that would do serious damage to the underwing.
A moment ago, Frank Montagny in the number 8 Peugeot set the fastest lap of the race thus far. 3 minutes, 24.844 seconds. 3:24. That is blindingly fast. You heard Vanina Ick say earlier that with the cool temperatures, they're getting more and more downforce on the cars, so the more powerful turbo cars, particularly the diesels, able to dial up that horsepower a bit.
It's about 149 and change, so let's call it 150. Swooping through the dark at 150 mile an hour gets your attention.
More pit action going on as they do. Let's hear from Chris Dyson with Brian Till.
Well, the RML car was just in, Bob, and Mike Newton stayed behind the wheel. Fuel only. Chris Dyson, you picked a great year to come back. This team looking like it's running really well. They won back-to-back 05, 06. And the neat thing, I guess, for you is this is just like being at home. This is the car that you drive in the American Le Mans Series, basically.
Well, that's exactly right. It's a Lola Mazda, just like we race back in the States, and very similar. Obviously, we're running in a lower downforce configuration here for Le Mans, but fundamentally, it's the same chassis, so it's pretty seamless for me.
What lessons do you learn when you come here? Obviously, Mazda learns lessons with the power plant, but what lessons do you learn that you can take back to the state?
I think what's amazing about Le Mans is you learn every single lap because the track's so dynamic here, and obviously it's so long. So, you know, you have to wait 8.5 miles before you get another shot at the same corner. So really, there's no replacing lap time around here, and obviously looking towards the future, I want to be current here.
You talk about learning things. You've had a big learning curve over the last year because there's been a new addition to the Dyson family. Your dad finally has a grandchild from you guys, Nicholas Robert Dyson. What's it like being a dad? Can you explain it?
Not in the course of an interview. It's not really a soundbite exercise, but no, it's been a fascinating exercise for us. I mean, honestly, the best experience of our lives. They tell you that, but they don't tell you about the first 8 weeks, which obviously we're a bit of an adjustment period. But you know, my wife and I have had a tremendous run with it. Nicholas is a lovely little boy, and I just can't wait to go back and see him. I mean, we're having a blast over here running with the RML guys, but you know, I found that you know, I've never knew how much you could love somebody until I had a son.
When I was reading your quote about him, I thought it sounded like you were preparing for an endurance race. You said you can prepare for the sleep deprivation and everything else, but you just don't know it until you get it.
Yeah, I never felt better condition than when I went to Sebring, actually, and got a few extra hours of sleep. But no, I think you don't really know what sleep deprivation is until you know, the cry starts and you get the poke in the side. You know, obviously we're trying to pitch in at home to both of us to sort of put in equal efforts. And anyway, well, it's just a fun experience, but you definitely have to raise your game.
It's great to see you back at Le Mans. Welcome back, Justin.
Well, the number 8 Peugeot has come in, and they're obviously starting a standard pit stop for them. There is no driver change on this one, but of course the pits get pretty frantic around here because the number 9 is about to come in with a driver change to David Brabham, who we obviously just spoke to. I said this pit stop here was getting more and more methodical and mechanical. They have to, because that's the, you know, this stage of the race, it is yours to sort of mess up. So as I almost skip one over there, these cars launch out so fast. Calvin mentioned earlier about their launch control. David said there's actually a secondary sort of button to the launch control button, and when they hit it, it really just takes off at the certain specified revs, because if you wheel spin, you will get penalized, very unlike what we're used to in America when we look like car park cowboys as we leave the pits.
And Justin, we talked about on the previous pit stop, they spent a lot of time changing the nose on that car, and Pat Long talked about maybe a Peugeot had hit his teammate, and we understand from the notes that are coming from the race circuit now that it was this car involved. So the reason that nose took a long time to get off, David, is it probably got jammed in there.
Yeah,
so it was damaged, and it hurt some of the fasteners there, and it cost them a bunch of time. But meanwhile, Brab's car is in. This is the lead car. There you see the familiar helmet of David Brabham climbing on board. Spoke to David the other day. He said this car is just a rocket ship, and I believe the boys are down there.
Or not. Listening to Chris Dyson talking about being asleep and getting a poke in the ribs and hearing the crying start, I thought he was talking about a baby originally, and somehow he shifted into drivers being awakened for their stint in the middle of the night in Le Mans. I just thought, why is he drifting off topic here? What's he talking about?
David did that, I think, according to my watch. He's actually got in and buckled himself up in about 21 seconds. That's very good going.
Well, that is one thing with the driver changes. Now, they always try and coincide the driver change with the tire change. So by the time you're putting the fuel in, which is 30 seconds plus in one of these diesels, and then you add around the 20-second mark, so it makes it pretty leisurely for these guys to get in and get buckled in, close to a minute.
Yeah, not quite like a Formula One stop where you do the gas it up and change all 4 tires in about 8 seconds.
These boys could do it if they were allowed the same regs, I tell you. I mean, these are some of the best crews in the world. Obviously, in F1, it's unlimited. I mean, there's an army of guys around those cars.
While you have a moment, here's a couple of emails we've been sent. Vera asks, besides Vanina Ix, are there any other female drivers this year? No, there are not. She is the only distaff member of the driver set this year, although, as I mentioned, 50 women over the years have raced here at Le Mans. Ryan wants to know, is there significance to the air horns we keep hearing in the pit area? It doesn't sound like fans. Ryan, in fact, it's not. Those are horns used by the officials to alert the pit lane when a car enters for safety reasons. Everyone has reason to look up. You can send us your email questions and comments to lemans24onspeed@gmail.com. David, here's one for you from Peter, who says, back in the 1980s, I photographed the Daytona 24 hours for a headlight company, and one of the drivers said he was going so fast he overdrove the headlight beams. What does that mean, and does it still happen?
Well, I guess overdriving the headlight beams mean you're going fast and your headlight beams are going down the road. But I did comment earlier on that Corvette, what incredible lights they have now, and but at 211 odd miles an hour, you need a pretty bright old headlight to be able to see far enough in front, in really far enough in front.
I'm guessing that's adhesive. Sometimes you do what you have to do in the pit lane at Le Mans. Look at that. Over 12 hours remaining. We're not even halfway at Le Mans. Just past midnight at Le Mans as we move from Saturday to Sunday. And the 24 hours continues live here on Speed. With Calvin Fish, David Hobbs, Brian Till, and Justin Bell. I'm Bob Varsha. There's the GT1 class leading Chevy Corvette. Getting a driver change, tires, fuel on board, ready to head back out.
See this Corvette squad going to work. You see that little arm? That's basically something they stole the idea from a car wash. It's got that little spinner across the top of the car. And they found the biggest problem they were having with the hoses with this new procedure was hooking it around the rear wing and underneath the car. So they went to that kind of device. This really seemed to be working very effectively during the course of the first half of this race.
Basically a boom overhead that keeps the air hose out of the way. And of course, like any other form of motorsport, there are penalties if you run over air hoses and things like that. Since we're just past the top of the hour, it's time for a Valvoline race recap. And this one has an Aston Martin theme on their anniversary appearance here at Le Mans. It hadn't gone well in the early going. This was Stuart Hall with faster traffic behind him, not watching where he was going. He hip-checked the LMP1 class car of Tim Graves right off the road and into some serious damage. How about Thomas Enga in the 007 car, the sister car to the 009? Losing a right rear tire, had to limp it around and get a fresh one. And the third car, the 008, ran as high as third in the overall, ahead of the Peugeot here in the hands of Darren Turner before a suspension issue sent that car to the garage. But it too is back out, trying to work its way back up the board. Let's get down to Chris Neville.
Well, Dave Richards down here in the garage watching his 3 Aston Martins. And Dave, the 008 was just in the garage up in the air. It looked like the team was possibly fabricating a plate to put under the car. Can you give us an update of what's going on with it?
Yeah, we've been chasing a vibration on the front of the car since an instant earlier in the race. And there's a hole in the floor from going over a curb or something like that, and we thought it was going to be sort of worse than it was, and they thought it was vibrating and at high speed causing an imbalance. But when they checked it all, they decided it was very strong and no need to do anything to it.
It seems like the Astons are much closer this year in speed to the diesels. Do you think the ACO is closing up the rules and getting the petrol cars back into the fight?
Oh, they're definitely making an effort to close the rules, but we're a long way away still.
Well, good luck, hopefully we see you at the end the race.
Thank you.
Well, he's not here to finish on the He's not here to finish on the podium or top 5, David. I mean, Dave Richards likes to win at whatever he does. He's done it with the GT1 cars. He's done it with his rally programs over the years. So he wants to win in this big class, and he's just really done some homework right now.
As you say, Dave Richards is not one of those guys that's happy with coming second. Very intense gent, very efficient, very good, effective team manager and team owner. And one of those guys that we might even see in Formula One. He's talking about bringing Aston Martin into Formula One with the new rule change and things. It's going to be interesting to see if that does in fact take place. But he's going to have his plate full if he's going to do World Sports Car Championship and Formula One.
Be careful what you wish for.
Yeah,
I like what Anthony Davidson said earlier. If they gave out the trophy based on which car sounds the best, those V12 Aston Martin Lolas would probably take the trophy.
But Anthony Davidson
down.
too would be a great candidate if Aston Martin did come into Formula One. He would be a great candidate to drive it.
After his experience with the Super Aguri team. I mentioned earlier it's an anniversary year for Aston Martin at Le Mans. They were big stars 50 years ago when the beautiful DBR1, co-driven by Carroll Shelby and Roy Salvadori, made history. Here's Lee Diffie.
1959's running was the fourth and final crack at the French Classic for the DBR1 under the factory banner, and by then the strength of competition had shifted from Jaguar to Ferrari. A trio of 3-litre Testarossas from the Scuderia comprised the stiffest opposition, but Aston Martin was prepared, entering 3 DBR1s with a driver slate that included Sterling Moss and Texan Carroll Shelby. The strategy from team manager John Wyer was for Moss and Jack Fairman to push hard from the start in hopes of breaking the quicker Ferraris. It worked, but at a cost. Moss sprinted from the start and led the first hour. Fairman took over, kept up the pace, but pitted with an oil pressure problem by stint's end. The DBR1 then quit with a broken valve on Moss's outlap. Jean Behra and Dan Gurney had taken the bait, and their Ferrari now led. It was short-lived, however, as Gurney ground to a halt about quarter distance. The pace had taken its toll and ultimately proved too much for the big Italian 12-cylinder. The Roy Salvadori Carroll Shelby Aston inherited the lead and held it over the Phil Hill Ferrari throughout the night. At dawn, however, Salvadori felt a strange vibration. After multiple stops, the source was finally found. Metal debris had torn into a rear tyre, gouging out large chunks. Meanwhile, Hill and Gendebien had inherited the lead, but shortly they too would have their own trouble. About noon, Gendebien pitted with erratic oil pressure. A few laps later, he returned to the track, but severely crippled, enough that Shelby had no problem regaining Aston's position at the front. Gendebien then promptly retired. With 4 hours remaining, Salvadori and Shelby had simply to finish. The third DBR1 of Maurice Trintignant and Paul Frere had by now safely slotted into second spot with a brace of privateer Ferraris 25 laps in arrears. John Wyer's brilliant scheme had worked to perfection, as Carroll Shelby had the honour of taking the checkered flag at exactly 4 p.m. Aston Martin had finally done it. Victory at Le Mans.
Yeah, then you saw Sterling Moss standing next to John Wyer on the pit counter, his car having been already out. John Wyer, of course, was so instrumental in that Ford story just a few years after that in the mid-60s, and of course winning the race twice with the Gulf Wire GT40s in 68 and 69, and then he took over the Porsche 917 program and won the World Sports Car Championship twice with them as well. 59, of course, was a year I remember ever so well Sterling Moss leading that race and Roy Salvadori winning it, and of course it was the first year that I drove in my first race as well. So 59 was a big year for me.
So great to see those cars in action in the day. I read recently
sliding through those corners.
That Carroll Shelby Roy Salvadori car up until the mid-70s was sold a couple of times for the equivalent about $2,500. Wow. Right now, that is a serious 8-figure car.
Absolutely. And
you can be sure.
You saw them going to this corner here, Terre Rouge, which obviously had a different profile then. Those trees were just growing up then, and going down that Mulsanne straight. Absolutely nothing on either side except a ditch in the field.
Looks like the Peugeot crew getting ready. Work going on the 4-car, but meanwhile, the 64 Corvette has come and gone. Let's get down to Chris Neville for what transpired.
Yeah, Bob, pretty standard pit stop, but the team took a look at the front end, the splitter, because they're seeing that possibly a little bit of damage there, something we're starting to see with some of these cars. What I was going to add with the 008, the bottom end of that car, this is something I was talking about with Johnny O'Connell this week. He said the curbs here, the cars have a tendency of getting, you think you can go a little bit quicker through the corners by jumping these curbs, but you're consistently doing damage to the bottom of the cars. And there's so much downforce generated by the bottom of these cars that as you're damaging that under tray, you're starting to lose performance out of the car. He said over the course of the race, you might lose half a second of performance just by damaging the under tray of the car. And in some instances, like the 008, doing so much damage that you have to come in and actually start putting plates under there to try and fix it and hold it together.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Chris. You have to be careful. I mean, shaving a few tenths off your lap times is one thing, but if it's going to cost you time on pit lane, is really critical. I remember back in the early days of the R8, seeing those big electronic scoreboards that they have there, and suddenly it said no curbs. The management from Audi had watched those guys. A couple of the cars had problems, and they put it down to the drivers just hopping these curbs and causing suspension damage.
Well, it causes bodywork damage, and as David Richards said, that vibration, once you get the bodywork, you can get these strange vibrations. You think it's a mechanical malfunction, that something's out of balance, a wheel's out of balance or whatever, But in fact, it's just the bodywork fluttering underneath when you get to a certain speed.
Yeah, and I mean, the Astons are one of the fastest LMP1 cars down the straightaway in qualifying, hitting speeds of about 209 miles an hour. So a lot of things start to change once you get to those sort of numbers.
Terrific pressure, of course, exerted underneath the car.
On board the 63 Corvette, the class-leading car in the hands of Spaniard Antonio Garcia. And there's all he's managed to accomplish in the last few months. The winner here a year ago, 12 hours of Sebring, 24 hours Daytona. No big deal. I go, I win.
Well, he may keep that record going. If he could win here again, he'd still have the 3 trophies current on his mantelpiece.
One of those Andy Wallace, Tom Christensen kind of guys. Just drives you crazy. We'll take a break and return. Less than 15 hours remaining at Le Mans. Welcome back deep into the night at Le Mans. Here on Speed, Bob Varsha, Calvin Fish, David Hobbs. Chris Neville is down in the pit lane, and he is standing by with Audi driver Alan McNish.
Well, we're not going to have Alan for long because he's going to get behind the wheel of the one car. Alan, we saw the car up in the air, then blowing out the radiators earlier on. What's going on with that car?
It's just basically cleaning out the rad ducts. Got a little bit of sand and things in it. I think the circuit's been pretty dirty, probably because it hasn't been cleaned because there was no test day, and so everything is still sort of sitting in the porousness of the track.
Brian Till was talking about a lot more rubber on the track this year, a little bit finer than usual. Are you guys seeing anything like that?
Certainly not when I was out at the beginning of the stint. I don't think there was very much rubber on the track at all, but it's obviously building up now.
Okay, go get your helmet on. Have fun.
I get the feeling Alan McNish always has fun.
He has fun. He's always got his game face on, and that's what's remarkable about that squad. I mean, they have great chemistry down there with Dindo, TK, and obviously Alan, and I think you can give the ball to any one of those 3 guys, and they'll pick it up and run with it, and that's what it takes to win here at Le Mans. You can't have a weak link.
He was very aggressive in his pre-race comments, saying, yeah, the Peugeots may be faster, but we're going to take it to them and force them to make mistakes. We've got an email question for our colleague David Hobbs at LeMans24 on speed at gmail.com. David, what was your finest moment in your 20 career starts at Le Mans and your lowest moment?
Well, I guess my finest was the 2 third places I had in 1969 and 1984. Lowest, well, out on about the 3rd lap when I was driving another Aston Martin project, a Lola with an Aston Martin engine back then in 1967.
There's the lad.
Won the class a couple of times. Also spun here in 1963 in the Lola GT that I was telling you about. The gearbox had already been in and out of the car twice, and we only had 2 gears left, and unfortunately it went into neutral going into the S's.
I don't think it had any left after you crashed it.
It didn't have any left after. This is the 10 car, 1968, when Paul Hawkins and I were leading pretty comfortably, and unfortunately the engine expired, and our sister car, the 9 car there, went on to win with Rodriguez and Bianchi behind the wheel. And then the following year, 68, this is going backwards in time here. This is 1964 with Triumph, and we won the class there. Pretty handily, but obviously you can see a lot slower. But this is in the day when you really had to keep your eye open in the mirror all the time, because the Ferraris were then doing about 180 and we were doing about 125. That's Rob Slotmaker, who was my co-driver.
A Triumph at Le Mans.
Wearing a sweater. That's the old Dunlop curve. And we came out, as I say, we won the class, and everybody was very happy about that. That was 1964. But the lowest moment probably was actually when I came 3rd in 1969, when we were leading the other GT40 with Jackie X comfortably, and I had a brake failure going to the Mulsanne hairpin, which hairpin in those days, went down the escape road, came in, said I got a brake problem, and everybody said, okay, you need new pads, and I said, no, it's more than that. And the team manager told me to shut up and mind my own business, so they changed all the pads. I went down the pit lane, exited the pit, still no brakes, so you had to do another slow lap, come in, take all the bodywork off again, all the tyres off again, and they found that one of the brake pipes there was a brake pipe in those days balancing the caliper out, and it had been clipped by a wheel weight, and it had put a little hole in it, so by the time they changed the pipe, bled the brakes, went off. Instead of being 2 laps in front of the other GT40, we were now a lap behind, and that's where we finished.
David, we've spoken to a lot of drivers today who are making their debut. Darren Law, Jill Foster, Patrick Dempsey. Was it the same for you? Did you have that same feel going there for the first time? Was it that special?
Oh, it was absolutely special. To me, as a kid growing up in England, the Le Mans 24 Hour was probably bigger than Grand Prix racing, actually. And Le Mans was the race I really wanted to win. And my very first trip there in 1962 in a Lotus Elite, I did win the class, and I won the Index of Thermal Efficiency with the Australian driver Frank Gardner in a Lotus Elite. And so all these guys like Johnny O'Connell who say they won 4 or 5 times at Le Mans, I did at least win once if you count class wins. But to me, there's nothing like winning overall. But that was an incredible start for me. A huge crowd too.
Moving up a few generations, there's Bruno Senna in the 10-car pits. He seems agitated about something. You talk about Rob Slopemaker getting in that car with his sweater on.
That's why he's agitated, Bob. You can see there's been major damage there.
Yeah.
The car's going to be going into the garage area. Front nose cone is loose, so I'm not sure if he got into traffic or into the
like self-inflicted damage, isn't it, somehow?
There's Stefan Ortelli has already had that car off track once and took the rear off of it.
I tell you, that was a huge moment we saw much earlier in this race when Ortelli dropped a wheel on the left side of the track as he turned in for Tete Rouge and tore the rear wing off, but he was like he just didn't destroy the car. With that incident, the team did a great job in getting the car back, and it's been running some pretty good lap times and very competitive, but many laps down, of course.
Getting back to Rob Slopemaker, getting into the Triumph in his sweater. Back in 1939, Rob Walker, well-known name to motor racing fans, particularly Formula One fans, drove a Delahaye 135 CS to 8th place overall in the Le Mans 24-hour, wearing a dinner jacket and bow tie.
Very correct too.
Well, that way he was dressed for the awards dinner without having to change.
Absolutely, yeah.
Let's go to Chris Neville.
Hey guys, down here behind the Risi garage, and Calvin, something you were talking about earlier, how teams can't use tire warmers, but they have these tire warming huts. And you can see we've got a kerosene heater over here blowing into this little hut right here, and the next stack of tires for the 82 car getting warmed up to be put on that Ferrari. And one thing I wanted to show you back a little bit further into their little tent area is this team still working on preparing bodywork for this race. Now, one thing the ACO did this weekend, we've kind of talked about the goofy not being able to step over the line and the one gun rule. Well, one thing they did for the GT2 guys is they kind of took a look at the rule book a little bit more thoroughly, and they made the Ferraris and the Porsches add a little bit of bodywork behind the front and rear fenders of the wheels, because these fenders actually taper in a little bit too much. And we got to remember, this Ferrari bodywork was homologated 3 years ago. This is the same bodywork that won the race last year, but they said really isn't within the rule anymore, and this is a rule from a while ago. So these teams have had to fabricate little tabs to come out and to make it so it's within legal of not showing that wheel. And something that the Risi guys not happy about, because Thursday night they were up till 2 in the morning trying to fabricate the bodywork. They're still working on more in case they have some crashes or anything like that, so the cars can just be legal and pass tech. Once again, a car that won the race last year.
David, imagine what would happen at a Formula One race if a guy like Chris Neville went up and started unzipping tire warmers. Can you imagine?
Yeah, they're trying to keep these tires warm, so I'll just open them up here and let all the hot air out.
And some big thug is going to come along and kneecap me.
I'll tell you what, that's what's the cool thing about the paddock, Gary. We have some great friends down there, great allies, and they want to be able to tell the story too, and that's good that we have the insight and certainly the access with a lot of those guys.
And of course, Beaky Sims is in charge of that car, right?
Sure, it was done with full permission. We hang a little loose here at Le Mans. That's what sports car racing is all about. If it isn't fun, why are you doing it? There's your leaders in the LMP1 class, and we'll be back for more Le Mans.
Speed's coverage of the 24 Hours of Le Mans is brought to you by Valvoline. Only Valvoline guarantees your engine for up to 300,000 miles. Register at Valvoline.com.
Welcome back. 12:30 local time in Le Mans, but it feels a lot earlier than that to me. I'm Bob Varsha, now joined by Dorsey Schrader, Calvin Fish still on board, down in the pit lane, Justin Bell and Chris Neville. Here comes the number 3 Audi. Has had such a difficult day. Well, that's getting redundant. Just about everybody's had a difficult day thus far, and we're not yet to the halfway point here at the 24 Hours of Le Mans.
And it's just really hard when you're in this catch-up mode, Bob, to really stay focused. But you know, there's so much experience on this team. I know Brad Kettler, they're the guy at the front of the car, will be talking to his drivers, keeping them pumped up, keeping the whole crew charged up. See something going on here on the left side pod, so once that refueling was completed, you can then go to work with any form of maintenance on the car, but not until that refueling is done. Sometimes it gets confusing because you have tire and brake engineers who are down there. They're able to inspect the car during the refueling process, but no physical work can be done.
This car is still shown as 19th in class, ahead of only the sister number 2, which Lucas Luhr crashed out of the race earlier in the afternoon.
It's really important while you're playing catch-up that you have a good cornerman like Brad Kettler right there to talk the drivers through this, give them an idea, what, you know, keep their mental attitude up, because it's hard when you're that far back to keep yourself going at the same pace that you would if you had your adrenaline while leading.
And Dorsey, you know, when you make a mistake, it's one thing when you're driving a single-seater or a sprint race, but when you're part of a team like this and make the mistake early in the going that Alex did, I mean, it really must, you know, be grinding on him right now as he sees the hole that he's put these guys in.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you just keep apologizing to your fellow drivers and so forth. You feel terrible about the situation that you put them in. Everybody with great expectations, and then, you know, one little mistake and you're in this catch-up mode, which is, like I say, it's very hard to keep your mental attitude positive throughout this whole thing.
See the Audi scoring strip across the top of your screen. David Brabham now in the race-leading number 9 Peugeot, leading by 2 laps over the Audi of Alan McNish.
You know what's good, Bob, is the fact that Lee is not on right now. Otherwise, we'd be hearing about an Australian leading this race.
You're right about that.
Back on board the number 3 Audi, and for a very different perspective on Le Mans, let's join Justin Bell.
Well, somehow I always am the one that gets the task of going up to find out what really happens at Le Mans, away from all the hustle and bustle. And there are a couple of magical hours at this race, as we all know, that are here on the ground. And that is as the evening sets in and the kind of pace and the relaxed pace of the evening comes into play. And then, of course, the dawn time. But this is an amazing vantage point, because behind me you can see all the pit boxes and the cars on the track, and that is the sharp end, that is the peak of this iceberg that is Le Mans. And then you get over here where all the race transporters are lined up. It looks just spectacular. There's an awful lot of inventory down there, people working very hard. Swing around a little bit more to the left and you can see the hospitality areas, and that is in the middle there actually what is the Red Bull Audi hospitality. Audi rented off Red Bull, their Formula One suite, for $1 million a weekend. So I don't think, Bob, you're going to be having that at next year's Halloween party. But then you come up here and I managed to find a couple of healthy looking people. Over here is a bar. And in these bars, obviously, I tend to find that most of the people are English. And judging by this lot wearing golf shirts, I'm sure I'm right. Gentlemen, I presume you're English?
Yes, we are.
That was talkative as well. And I can obviously guess which team you're supporting.
Aston Martins. Aston Martins!
Oh, well, there was a rousing cheer from behind him. So you're here, you're drinking champagne. Do you ever have like a glimmer, a tinge of guilt that you should be indulging while probably the people you're supporting are risking life and limb?
Yeah, every time they reach the bottom of my glass, I do worry about that, but never in, that's what I say.
Yeah, exactly. Well, as you wander around here, guys, enjoy your evening, and I'm sure you'll be drinking to the middle of the night. Over there, you can see another chap. He looks a fine specimen. I think I'm going to go over and grab him. How are you?
I'm fine, guys.
And where are you from?
I'm from Asia. I'm from Dubai.
You are? Fantastic. Yeah. And you like Le Mans?
I mean, Le Mans is very fantastic, and I've been there for the first time, and it's my choice.
Okay, well, you see, it takes all sorts to come to Le Mans, and I think that's the beauty of this event. It is so varied, so rich, and people come year after year, and some of these guys have been coming like 20 years. This is certainly a place, and I would really like a beer, but I'm not allowed, so I'm going to hand it back up to you and nip down to the pits. Guys?
I think you're in dangerous company up there, mate.
Oh, boy. That was dangerous ground he was walking on there.
Yeah, I'm not buying any of that. Even the beer part, not having one, I mean.
I was waiting for the bleep button to come in.
What time do you go for your first Grand Marnier crepe, if you haven't already had it? Well, what Justin was showing us there was basically the grounds of the Automobile Club of the West, and behind it is the Bugatti circuit, which hosts MotoGP, a 24-hour race for motorcycles, if you can believe that, and much more during the course of the year. But only on one weekend do they open up the gates at either end of the track and include the public roads to create the 8.5-mile circuit that is world-renowned as the home of the 24 Hours of Le Mans.
This is big, Bob. This is the second place car in the LMP2 category. Team Navigo. They won here in 2004 overall.
Calvin, it looks like they're going to the under tray, the bottom of that race car. If it's damaged, they'll have to replace it. That's not an easy thing, by the way, to get off of the car. There's a lot of things that are hooked to that bottom, but if it's got a hole in it, or if it's compromised in any way, it would disrupt the airflow.
Yeah, we talked about that. Dave Richards thought that the Astons had a similar problem, but they looked underneath and identified that there wasn't an issue. But if you take a ride over the curbs, it will damage that floor, and that's one of the pieces that is not easily changeable. It can be really a lengthy stop to get that done, but this is a very, very good team. It's essentially a lot of the Porsche factory engineers behind the scenes there running this car. One of the Porsche factory drivers, Sasha Marson, is the lead guy. They've got Seiji Ara in the car as well, so a superb team.
They've now fallen 2 laps behind the race-leading Porsche RS Spider, but they do have a 3-lap gap over the third-place car, so they have time to get that work done if it's not too detailed. Chris Neville.
Well, guys, you're right. They're going to put a new splitter on the front end of this car. I don't see any significant damage on the splitter that they're taking off, trying to look for some cracks or anything like that. They also have a bunch of crew members underneath the car, so it might be more work than what we're just seeing on the splitter. But this is something we also saw at Daytona this year. Juan Pablo Montoya going off in the 01 car, tearing the splitter up on that car, and that's one thing that the Ganassi boys really worked on, is making sure that they could change that front splitter clip very quickly. They were actually able to change it and not lose a lap. So these guys having a little bit taking a little bit more time to try and get this one on. Yeah, they're going to be working on some more damage that's further underneath the cars. We can see this front splitter clip isn't going on, and there's about 4 crew members underneath the car right now, probably just trying to assess the damage and figure out if they're going to have to take the floor off the car.
Well, the difficulty, Chris, is sometimes when you got those jack stands under there, it's hard to get to parts of the floor as well, because essentially the weight of the car is being supported, so it's really a shuffle there to try and replace any of the floor. But just conjecture right now, we're not exactly sure what parts they're trying to replace, but it looks like one of the boys had an off.
Calvin, like you said, nearly 200 miles per hour, that underpan, and we saw this at Sebring, that they modified the flat bottom and they made it a contour so that these cars, if they did spin out or get sideways, wouldn't take off. They wouldn't gain lift from underneath that floor pan. So obviously it's a very technical part of the car that you cannot have any compromise to.
2 hours and 20 minutes from the halfway point at the 77th running of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. We'll give you a look at all of our 4 class leaders as we continue into the night here at Les Arcs. Back live at the 77th 24 Hours of Le Mans here on Speed with Dorsey Schrader, Calvin Fish, Justin Bell, and Chris Neville. I'm Bob Varsha. David Brabham leads for Peugeot by a lap over Alan McNish in an Audi. And Frank Montagny in the second Peugeot, the number 8 car, is on the same lap and just 21 seconds behind McNish as Peugeot seeks to get its first overall and end Audi's long winning streak at the world's most famous endurance race. The action continues down in the Navi Team Go garage. It was the second place car in the LMP2 category, but they have a lot of work to do as the number 9 car, the race leader, completes a pit stop.
A little bit of a slow getaway there, and in one of the earlier practice sessions this week, they said that David had a problem with a clutch issue, so I'm sure he's being very careful now in how he launches that car out of the pit box. As you say, he's got a lap lead, but I tell you, the fast guy out there right now is Frank Montagny in the number 8. He had the fastest lap in the early going at a 3:25.1, and since he jumped in the car here this evening, he's dropped that down to a 3:24.8.
The other thing about that clutch issue is that by rule, and I know we've discussed it already in the show, that you cannot spin the wheels as you leave your pit lane.
Right.
So riding on the clutch is not good either.
So much of this is now controlled by the electronics and the launch control systems on these current day sports cars.
Yeah, it was really scary driving one of these cars when you go into launch control and you hit the starter button. You only have control of the steering wheel. The computer's running the car. You just better be driving.
Well, you drove the R8, Dorsey, and one of the first guys here in the States to experience that current technology.
Yeah, it was frisky. I mean, when you push the button, you better be ready. Mine didn't gear not only car.
Point and shoot. On board with David Brabham.
You notice how there's no glare on its face from any of the instrumentation off the dashboard, as it's not lit like it would be on a street car. A lot of these cars will have a light on the backside behind the driver's head to light that instrumentation.
I tell you what, after a triple or quadruple stint, your eyes are on stalks at the end of that. I mean, at 200 miles an hour plus, and the traffic you're having to deal with, the closing speeds, the closing rates, looking for those brake zones.
And the G-forces alone, you know, in the brake zones, these cars stop so hard with the carbon fiber brakes that your eyeballs actually hurt.
The nice thing with this racetrack, though, Dorsey, in terms of the physical element to it, it does give you some nice breaks. Do you know what I mean? However, the speeds and dealing with the traffic on a constant basis, mentally, you are just exhausted.
We saw a shot of Arnage a little while ago, and you could tell someone had been off there, and there was a lot of stones across the surface of the racetrack. And of course, we've seen so many punctures, and you can see it off the headlights right here. You can see all the debris to the outside of the track. Most of that's rubber, but down there in Arnage, no question, was rock.
Well, that's one of the concerns that everyone had this year. I mean, it's effectively what the ACO are trying to do is trying to control budgets with these teams. And they said, well, if we use less tires, then that will mean you're spending less money. And what they're forcing the issue is with this new pit stop rule, by lengthening the pit stops, so the teams are trying to quadruple stint the tires. But this gravel here at Le Mans has a tendency to be like razor sharp, and if you start really pushing these tires to their life's extent there, you're going to have a little bit less meat on the carcass, and certainly they'll cut down the tires a little bit easier.
It's like the oops, I was going to say the Pescarolo pits, but we've moved. This is a different team waiting for a pit stop. A moment ago, we saw David Brabham. We also got a look at the number 25 RML car of Chris Dyson from Poughkeepsie, New York. I remember back in the glory days of the IMSA GTP series, Jeff Brabham, who won that championship 4 times, described to me how competitive the Brabham family is. I mean, if they get together, whether it's jet skis, ping pong, you name it, it is blood on the floor. And since brother Jeff already has an overall driving a Peugeot here at the 24 Hours of Le Mans, David Brabham, whose best finish is second in the overall here with a few class victories, would dearly love to get back on equal terms with brother Jeff, because I'm sure Jeff would be the first to point out you don't have an overall. I don't care how many times you won a class.
I think they try not to get together more than once a year for the sake of the family.
On board with that fire-breathing Corvette C6R. Into the left-hand chicane. And then to finish up the legendary Mulsanne. There's a look at the LMP1 class leaders. We'll be back to Le Mans live. Not far from 1 o'clock in the morning local time at the Circuit de la Sarthe, as the number 7 Peugeot creeps along the pit lane speed limit of 37 miles an hour, and then hard on the gas up through the legendary Dunlop curves, back out onto the Mulsanne up to 200 miles an hour or thereabouts. Ex-Formula One driver Christian Klien of Austria now at the controls of number 7, running in 10th place behind race leader David Brabham in the sister car. Speaking of Formula One, former Formula One team manager, now team owner here at Le Mans, is standing by with Chris Neville.
Yeah, Bob, and he's down here in the pit wall watching his cars. Their first time at Le Mans. You've got to be pretty excited about the 14 car running in the top 6 right now.
Yes, I think we are doing a good job.
Now, Narain Karthikeyan was injured before the green flag came down this morning. What's his status?
The status is that he went to a doctor. He has a dislocation of the shoulder, and for now he cannot drive.
And tomorrow, is there potential that he'll get behind the wheel?
Could be a potential, but we don't know yet.
And 2 drivers, are you guys gonna wear these 2 drivers out?
We have to do it with 2 drivers.
Well, good luck.
That's going to be a long day for those boys. And they got to be really careful how they spread the race. I think you're only allowed to do 14 hours. So
right, and 4 in any 6-hour period.
Yeah,
well, it's been done before, and this particular racetrack, at least, is not too hard on the driver from the physical standpoint. Of course, the shoulder injury that we're talking about, the dislocated shoulder, was a result of jumping over the pit wall this morning. And that's very painful.
I'm not sure if he looked at the other side, but that pit wall here is a lot. It's a big
tall,
jump. If he suddenly leapt over there, thinking it's the same level as the pit side, it's a big surprise. So I'm not sure exactly what happened, but that could be the explanation.
Colin Coles knows something about pain. He's trained as a dentist, and back when he was running the Midland F1 Grand Prix team, he actually performed a root canal on one of his drivers, Thiago Montero, who is racing this weekend here at Le Mans. I believe it was at the Turkish Grand Prix in Istanbul. One of the more interesting moments in Formula One medical history. That was the Jordan team.
Unfortunately, these cars, the physical aspect of driving these cars is taken upon, the brunt of it taken upon your shoulders. Your upper body strength in these cars is doing everything from your, from your middle of your chest upwards.
We're on board there with Christian Klein, and what a battle he and Alan McNish had at the finish of the Petit Le Mans race just last year. Peugeot looking to win one of the big ones. We're on the cusp of making it happen, but McNish came back from 2 laps down in one of the best drives I've ever seen Alan put together. Scored the victory that day.
There's Alex Premat getting out of the number 3 Audi.
Also skinny, Dorsey. It really annoys me.
Yeah, they are pretty small people. As a matter of fact, even when I drove the R8, I was too big to fit in it. And these cars are tiny.
Timo Bernard getting in.
He's tiny.
They're all tiny.
He did a great job on his opening stint. Getting in a car that had been repaired and many laps down, he just got his head down and did the job that you would expect. And again, the big surprise is that these guys are Porsche factory drivers in terms of Timo Bernard and Romain Dumas. And it just goes all down to the weavings of the automotive industry, Bob, in terms of the fact that Audi are allowed to use Porsche drivers here. However, there are Porsche logos on the helmets and on the overalls of those 2 drivers here this weekend.
And rumor of Porsche coming back to Le Mans with a LMP1 entry. Of course, that's rumor at this point in time, but it wouldn't surprise me.
Chris Neville has more.
Well, guys, it looks like they're doing the exact same that they were doing the one car earlier, blowing out those radiators. Now, we have to remember this car was in the garage for an extended period of time because they had to replace a fuel pump. And to do that, that fuel pump is deep inside the motor. They actually had to pull the motor on the car to replace that pump. I was talking to Timo Bernard about that. He said, because of that, I think we're just out of this thing at this point in time. But he said, other than that, the car's been running flawlessly, and now the car back in here, and it looks like, once again, these radiators on the Audi, something we really haven't seen. We've seen it at the Peugeots the past couple years, but we just haven't seen it with the Audis having to be blown out, not even at the halfway point.
Yeah, it's pretty wild, and they certainly had notice of that at Sebring, even though they won there, and not such an issue over the course of 12 hours, but a 24-hour race here. You got to stay on top of that. Probably one of those things, if they were in a 12-hour race right now, they'd probably let it go, but they realize over the course of 14 more hours, they really need to get that deal sorted out. And Timo Bernard has really been one of the busiest drivers in the world of motor racing just recently. Just 2 weeks ago, he won with his teammate Romain Dumas, 24 hours at the Nürburgring. He was at the Grand Am race at Watkins Glen just last weekend, so been a very busy boy. Justin's down there on pit lane with a great story.
Well, from personal experience, I'll phrase it this way. Nigel Mansell is Leo Mansell's father. That's probably the better way to put it round. Leo, you just got out of the car. I think you just did a double stint. But you got hit earlier on. What was that? Did you see the car that did it?
I'm not entirely sure. I think it was one of the Lola, Swiss Lola, I think. But, I can't really comment, but it was very unnecessary. There was plenty of room for both of us, and he blatantly turned into me. But
could you see him look at you almost?
Maybe. It's very unfortunate. We were running well into the top 10, and now we've lost a couple of laps, I think. But we'll get it back. We've already got back a couple of positions in that double stint, so we'll be all right.
Tell us what it's like. Obviously, I'm sure you've got a Formula career on the brain, but how does Le Mans fit into that? Is it just an amazing amount of track time and I guess exercise in racing discipline?
Yeah, I think the experience is amazing. I mean, driving out there with smoke across the track from the barbecues and it getting dark and the sun in your eyes, there's nothing like it. And with 4 different categories on the track, the experience it gives you, you can't rival it anywhere else. So it's unbelievable.
What do you think you'll take away as you go to your next race?
Hopefully a lot of confidence and a lot of belief in what the car can do, and knowing that you don't have to see every corner to be able to go around it as quick as you do in the daytime, and just a lot of experience and hopefully a good result.
I think you'll get a good result, but you'd like to come back next year already, do you think?
Yeah, definitely. If I can be back here, I'll be back here many times.
Believe me, it's a habit. Well done. Good luck, Leo.
One of the neat things for Leo, when they shook down the new car, they went to Fiorano, so his dad went over with him, and obviously the Ferrari factory made a big fuss of Nigel there, who drove for the team, of course, in Formula One.
Interesting. Nigel's boys, both Leo and Greg, originally I think were pretty serious about becoming golf professionals. One of the two boys, and you may have to help me here, Calvin, I believe won a scholarship to play collegiate golf here in the States. Did not race much as young men, but in their late teens became interested in following in their father's footsteps, and of course he supported them as much as he could. They've been working their way up, and Leo appears to be doing quite well.
Yeah, he does, and it was Leo, in fact, who was the keen or more avid golfer. I think all the boys play with their dad, and he's obviously a very good golfer as well. He doesn't get as many rounds in these days with the boys' racing careers, but it was a scholarship in Clearwater, Florida, where Nigel had a home for many years, so very keen on that. But he said, I look at that sport and I look at some of the boys I was playing with who's still struggling out there on the tour. He said, I think I made the right choice and jumped out of that career path.
You can always go back to golf. You got to be young to do the racing, though. You know, when the Audi left, the 3 left, there was a tremendous amount of smoke. Now, it's normal for these Audis when they sit stationary for a while to smoke somewhat, but unfortunately that one really carried on for quite a while, so I'm wondering about that radiator issue. If that engine temperature on a diesel is critical, it has to stay within a very tight confine. Unlike a gasoline engine can run quite a bit above, but these diesels are really temperamental about their engine temp.
Dorsey, I checked in with Brad Kettler after the car went back out on the racetrack, and besides blowing the radiators out, he said they also washed the intercooler out because it just was starting to get too hot. So one thing I didn't see, they had a hose in there and they were spraying it out, really trying to wash that out. He said, we just don't know why it's doing this at this point in time. It's not like we're seeing a ton of debris in there, but we just decided let's bring it in, let's really wash it out and try and figure out what's going on. If the temp goes back up, then we can take a good look at it and try and figure out if we can diagnose this a little further.
There's a lot of different cooling systems on that car. Of course, the radiators cool the water temperature. There's a heat exchanger that keeps the heat of the oil in the engine and the water in the engine at the same temperature. And then the intercooler itself is used to cool the intake charge temp, or the air going into the engine out of the turbochargers. Any of which of those getting too hot is not good.
Got a break coming up. We'll show you our GT2 class leaders as we return to the party that is Le Mans. Oh, by the way, they also run a world-class auto race. We'll be back. Welcome back to Le Mans. There's the number 64 Corvette Racing's C6R, headed back out after a pit stop, running second in the GT1 category. Meanwhile, its sister car, the class-leading number 63 in the hands of Antonio Garcia of Spain, has now made its way up into the top 18. It is on the first page of the leaderboard here as we work our way toward the halfway point at the 77th 24 Hours of Le Mans. Time for a Valvoline race recap. How about the battle in LMP2 between the two Porsche Spyders, the Japanese Nave Team Go and the class pole sitting number 31 Essex racing car from Denmark. They tossed the lead back and forth time and again through the daylight hours of this race, but once darkness fell, while the 31 car kept chugging away, the number 5 found itself with problems. An extended visit to the garage, and that dropped them down a couple of laps, 3 in all to this point, to the class-leading number 31 Team Essex car. Now, once again, let's take you back to this afternoon where Stuart Hall in the 009 Aston Martin Lola ran into Tim Greaves in the 26 Radical LMP2 car. I mentioned during a highlight package when our show began that I was amazed that Stuart Hall got away without the attention of the stewards. Well, a moment ago, a decision was handed down. Stuart Hall has been excluded from the 24 Hours of Le Mans for his part in that accident. So we heard Colin Coles earlier saying they were down to 2 drivers in their car because Narain Karthikeyan of India had separated his shoulder. Now Stuart Hall is out, so his teammates are going to have to go the balance of the way, those being Harold Premat and Peter Cox. Let's get down to the pit lane. Standing by, Justin Bell with driver Richard Dean.
Richard, this is far more involved for you than just being a driver. Obviously, that's your background. The Ginetta brand, well, in England we say managing director, CEO in the States. So tell me a little bit about why you're actually here.
Well, the initial aim was to try and win, but...
That's good. We'll move on from that one, Richard. All right, next.
Yeah, well, you know, Ginetta is mainly a British-based and British sports car company. It's 51 years old this year. It's only ever really been in the UK. It's very rarely stepped outside of the UK, but we've got a good market share with our one-make series in the UK, and it's going very, very strong. All the race series for Ginetta, and the recent major share acquisition of Zytec enabled us to broaden the range and compete internationally in the LMP1 class.
Reggie, you're a very ambitious racing driver, and I'm sure as a businessman you're equally as ambitious. So this is a strategy that we'll see play out. Le Mans and other sports car series, you're still going to maintain a racing presence?
Well, very much racing's, you know, what we do, and we're looking to break into new markets now in the US, Asia, mainland Europe now as well, and you know, what a better way to promote the product than be here at Le Mans competing in the top class. It's been a tough 12 hours so far, but we're still here.
You're still here, which is more than most. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks, Justin. This is Alan McNish in the #1 Audi from second place. Joining Richard Dean and Lawrence Tomlinson in that Ginetta LMP1 class car is Nigel Moore, who at age 17 becomes the youngest British driver ever to compete in the 24 Hours of Le Mans. And at his age, he is just a few weeks from being the youngest ever driver of any nationality at 17 years of age.
So McNish in there, quick pit stop, fuel only 81 litres, about 21 plus gallons of diesel fuel going on board there. Takes about 30 seconds to do that. They had a fuel flow change in terms of the restrictor size within the refueling rig just recently, which has added about 3 to 4 seconds, depending on which team you talk to the refueling process of these diesel-powered cars. But McNish and the Audi seem to be getting somewhere 12, 13 laps, alternating around that number on each fuel stint. But right now, Dorsey, the biggest problem for this car is not quite quick enough. It seems like the balance got a little bit better, but the Peugeot is still able to run much faster race times.
Yeah, absolutely. You saw also the mechanic had a good look at those radiator inlet and outside, you know, to make sure that they weren't clogged up. That's another problem they have. If they start running high engine temp, they cannot run at 100% efficiency as far as power output goes. And they're definitely slower by quite a bit down the straight in the straightaways.
Let's go to Chris Neville.
Yeah, Dorsey, just talking about what you were saying, just, you know, trying to keep these engines cool right now. We got to remember, it's very late at night here. This is probably the coolest we're going to see maybe in the next couple hours. But then as tomorrow the sun comes up, the heat starts to come back, unless we have some rain. I think when the heat comes, if it's as warm as it was today, that's when Audi's probably really going to start having their problems.
I would think Audi would want it to rain, actually, because of the Peugeot not being as good in the rain last year. And the Audi with the, it seemed to be pretty good car in the rain, and also it would cool that engine temperature situation down somewhat.
One thing with the Audi last year, Dorsey, the R10, it really wasn't a good handling car, other than it certainly performed well at Le Mans. And on a normal racetrack, it had huge understeer. And talking to Tom Christensen this week about their performance here last year, he said the rain was really just a blessing. The Peugeot certainly lost their edge. And when you've got an understeering car in the dry, it means it's got great traction, and it really played into their hands in the wet conditions. He said this car is a lot better balanced. They've gone from the V12 to the V10, so it's a shorter engine, so they've got a shorter wheelbase. It's really improved the weight distribution of the Audi, making it a much more pointy car. You can throw it around. Alan McNish talked about it at Sebring, driving it like a go-kart. You can really throw the car around. Before, it really just had massive understeer. So in the rain, it'll be interesting to see tomorrow how the R15 compares with the Peugeot in wet conditions, if we see those.
They've been chasing understeer in the dry, so maybe, like I say, it might play right into their hands if it should rain. Certainly it would help their engine situation quite a bit.
A lot of action down there in the pit lane. That's the number 75 Endurance Asia team.
Looks like they're going to add some oil or water.
These 997 GT3 RSR is probably the ultimate iteration of the racing 911. You saw the Drayson Racing Aston Martin leaving the pit lane, currently shown in 12th place. While we have a moment, let's check a few questions from the email bag at LeMans24onspeed@gmail.com. This one I'll give to you, Calvin. Phil wants to know, with Acura's success in the American Le Mans Series in the LMP1 class, why did they pass on coming to Le Mans?
Well, I think it's certainly been on their radar screen for a number of years, and everyone thought when they entered the American Le Mans Series initially with the P2 car and now P1 and P2 car this year, that Le Mans was next. But certainly it's all about their global marketing objectives, and a lot of it is down to budget as well. And I think with the crisis that the automotive industry is going through, a lot of people's plans have changed, and they have a tremendous new prototype machine that sat on the pole at Sebring, even with Peugeot and Audi there. They've gone on to dominate their class, certainly this year over in the United States. But that car, I don't think, Dorsey, have got that unique characteristic of 4 tires the same size, effectively the rear tires on the front. Aerodynamically, I don't think that would work here at Le Mans.
No, it wouldn't. I mean, that car was built for the tracks in the United States with those massive front tires that would lose so much straightaway speed with scrub resistance that it wouldn't be competitive at Le Mans.
Here's another one for you, Dorsey. Brian asked, we know that drivers do stints in the car, but what about the crew and engineers? Are they on for the entire 24 hours?
Well, unfortunately, the crew and engineers are, in fact, as you see them here, on for the 24 hours. They never leave the pit stalls. They stay there the whole time. The engineers behind a computer most of the time. They take breaks like you see these boys doing, but they never get to sleep. They are always on call, 24.
Here's another one. John from Indianapolis wants to know, why is the Indianapolis corner at Le Mans given that name, and who gave it that name? Well, I don't know the second question answer, but Indianapolis, obviously named for the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, another of the great racing circuits in the world.
The curious thing is Indianapolis is actually the left hand of the slower part of that complex, the fast one where Alex Prema went off early in the going. It doesn't really have a name. Yeah, and I think it's one of the best corners on the racetrack.
And it has a little banking, so perhaps that contributed. In fact, there's a corner called Indianapolis in China, I believe, at the Grand Prix circuit. That's also slightly banked. There's also one at Manicourt in France. A little bit of banking makes you pretty well known. Of course, the ultimate bank corner is the carousel at the mighty Nordschleife at the Nürburgring. We'll take a break and return with more from Le Mans. Stay with us. Welcome back to Le Mans, where the action continues. Very little attrition despite a bruising race run thus far. Lots of contact between cars. Cars pushing the limit, going over the curbs as you fly through the night down to the Indianapolis corner on one of the Peugeots. That's the number 8 car, running 3rd in class, 1 lap behind the sister number 9 of David Brabham, and between them Alan McNish in the first of the Audi turbo diesels. Now, fans, if you live for speed, you need speed gear. Head to shopspeedtv.com to get shirts, hats, jackets, much more. Father's Day's a week away. This is serious stuff. Go to shopspeedtv.com, get your speed gear, and get your dad a little extra today. Here's an update on driver Narain Karthikeyan. We heard his team manager and team owner Colin Cole say earlier we'd wait and see if he could recover from that ultimate nightmare. His first visit to Le Mans, he hops over the pit wall, falls down and dislocates his shoulder. The Audi team doctor cleared the Indian to race, but the ACO doctor, who has priority, has refused Karthikeyan permission to race. So his race is over before it ever began. Let's go to Chris Neville, standing by with young driver Dominic Farnbacher.
Well, with the smile we always see on Dominic Farnbacher's face, you wouldn't think it was 20 after 1 in the morning. Dominic, you had a busy year of racing. You're in a Ferrari with hand-cooked tires here. You race in the European Le Mans Series, Ferrari with Michelin tires. Back in the U.S., you've got the Panos and Yokohamas. You also do some Rolex action on Pirellis. How do you keep it all together?
I mean, it's a lot of work this year, but I love racing, and that's why I'm here.
Now, this is Hankook's first time to Le Mans. How do you grade the performance compared to the Michelin?
I mean, we had a few incidents so far. We had 3 tire blowups, but I mean that's racing. We were leading the race for a couple of laps. Now we are far back, but we're trying to work our way up again.
You know, with all these different races, all these different cars, you got the height, you got the hair, you're starting to remind us of Boris Said.
Yeah, that's right. That's who I am. No.
Well, he's having a lot of fun down here, guys. His second running at Le Mans this year.
No, he's much prettier than Boris Said. I might say.
He's staying busy, though, and he's just got such a great personality and really learning his craft. Horst Farnbacher is his father, who engineers the team to great success on various continents around the world with both Porsches and Ferraris. And spoke to Dominic this week about that Hankook tire, and he said it's quite remarkable. They can develop a new tire, Dorsey, in about 3 to 4 weeks in terms of telling the manufacturer what they want, having it made, and then testing it. So very short turnaround.
That is amazing when you think about it. A smaller company like that probably has the advantage in being able to do that because they don't have as big of a mainstream tire population if there were.
You had a look there at Henri Pescarolo, iconic French racing driver, 4-time winner of this race, mostly driving Matra products. And he has labored so long and so hard to bring a Pescarolo, an eponymous car and team, here to win the overall.
Well, down at the Audi camp, there's something going on here. We talk about these official observers there. He's having a word there with Ralf Juttner, who's really guided both Audi and Yost Racing to so much success here at Le Mans. Dr. Ulrich on the right. And I saw Ralf signaling like almost like a visor thing, so I'm not sure if they're saying one of the refuelers didn't have their headgear in the right position or something. Just trying to read between the lines here, so to speak.
I don't think I'd want to get in the way of the Audi heavyweights myself.
Well, I think the lady in red is probably a translator. Mr. Juttner and Dr. Ulrich are looking for just the right word in French to explain to the pit commissar what's going on. That's the car number 5, the Navigo crew, I believe. Still in good spirits despite that long pit stop. And plenty of work still to come. The Audi crew gears up. Which of their cars will be in for service? We'll find out in a moment. Welcome back to Le Mans. More work on the number 33 LMP2 car. The Speedy Racing Team Sabal Lola Judd. And while we're in break, we saw some animated conversation as that summit meeting between the senior management of the Audi team and some of the ACO pit lane officials has gone on and on and on. And Chris Neville can tell us more. Chris?
Well, Bob, just trying to pick up on some of the things going down here. This isn't any official word from Audi or hearing anything from the ACO, but just trying to pick up on some of the things that they're saying back and forth. It sounds like when the one car was in, the crew chief on the one car, Howden Haynes, or as we know him down in the paddock, H, was down in front of the car with a flashlight looking in at the radiators. And I guess when that car comes in, the rule stipulates that he needs to step away from the car. They've got the rule book out. They're looking through it and being very animated frustrated about trying to figure out if the car is going to be penalized or not. Obviously, Dr. Ulrich is doing everything he can to try and keep that car out on the racetrack. Calvin, I know you're pretty good with these infractions. Any idea what a penalty like that would cost him?
Well, I think it would be a stop and go minimum, Chris. So obviously that's huge. The length of the pit lane here at 60 kilometers an hour would cost them dearly, but you know, I'm sure they'll politic as best they can, and we'll try and dig through the rule book, Chris, and find out exactly what that would cost them in terms of time. But Dr. Ulrich had a smile on his face, so I think they're going the friendly route right now and see where that gets them.
Well, one thing about it, Calvin, was he never touched the car. All he did was have his flashlight out and had a look around the radiator inlets and so forth. I mean, there was no work done to the car. I'm sure that's their argument from the Audi standpoint.
The number 8 Peugeot finishes its pit stop. Stefan Sarrazin, who put that car on pole for the 3rd straight year here at Le Mans, now takes over. Race leader remains David Brabham. A lap ahead of Alan McNish in the first of the Audis. Then Sarrazin, who comes out, currently shown on the same lap as McNish, though that may have changed during the pit stop and driver change for the Peugeot team.
Yeah,
go ahead, Cal.
They've got that gap down to about 10 seconds behind McNish, and obviously as we sequence through here with the various pit stops, there'll be an ebb and flow to that, but certainly the 8 car is catching the number 1 Audi right now, and we're still got to wait and see if the Audi's going to get any kind of penalty with the problem in pit lane.
Currently shown in 4th is the 3rd of the factory Peugeot, Simon Pagenaud. A lap down to McNish and Sarrazin. Thomas Engen now has the Aston Martin Lola, the 007 car, in 5th. And then the first of the privateer Audi R10s and Andre Lotterer.
There's nothing really romantic about the diesel sound, is there really? Even riding on board, this doesn't get the job done for me like that V12 Aston.
And every driver who stepped into one of these diesel-powered machines, Dorsey, has said it's such a weird sensation because once you get up to around 3rd gear, the wind noise exceeds the engine noise. And when you're driving a race car, it's all about sensation, the feel, and noise is a big part of that.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree totally. Somebody off the road there, off to the side in the straightaway, with the blinkers going, so that's been there for a while probably. No idea what that car is. It's parked off to the right side of the circuit, though.
Over the rise that was shaved down a few years back to help prevent cars from flying the way 2 Mercedes did years ago here at Le Mans. Mark Webber currently in Formula One. Peter Dumbreck, both were on the Mercedes junior team, and both flipped while rocketing down the Mulsanne straightaway here.
Looking in the rule book here, guys, about the Audi situation, and reading one of the rules, it says prior to a car stopping in front of the pit, 1 person only is allowed to step over the unbroken painted line on the ground, and during the pit stop this person is not permitted to carry out any task other than supervise. So by inspecting the car, that will really be the gray area, and the penalty, if they do say it was a penalty, be a 1 minute stop and go.
Ugh. They both left that conversation smiling, though, so I think
well, it was interesting. During a commercial break, I was talking with Calvin because we saw another team making a stop, refueling going on, and one of the mechanics was kind of looking around with a flashlight in the wheel wells and through into the brakes and that sort of thing.
Well, sometimes you got those tire and brake engineers out there, so they're supposed to have a different armband, a different colored bib to differentiate the different guys out there. And here we're looking at it. There you see H. This is H right here.
Now there goes the fuel hose into the car, so no one's allowed to touch it.
There you see him. So he's supposed to do there is supervise. And right now, whilst the refueling is going on, he's inspecting. He's inspecting. He's not just supervising the stop. That's okay. The guy back there, the Michelin guy, is fine. And I'm not sure who this guy is with the flashlight. That could be the brake engineer. However, it looked like that was Audi overalls on him. Yeah. So the guy at the front there, H as we call him, Hollywood, after the Le Mans movie, got a lot of airtime there, but certainly one of the best. And he won his first Le Mans last year here, engineering a race car for Audi.
He was inspecting to make sure the fuel was going in right, that's all.
Yeah, right. I had to look down to make sure that none of it was getting on the ground.
Exactly.
We had one of our old friends, Duncan Dayton, who left us a message in the break. He's certainly one of the premier sports car teams run the Highcroft racing machine that David Bradman and Scott Sharp have had so much success with over the last couple of years. And he saw that email question about Indianapolis, and he said the reason it's called Indianapolis was it was originally made out of bricks.
Right,
just like the
bricks.
Indianapolis Speedway. So we appreciate that, Duncan. I'm glad that you're watching tonight.
And look after that ex-Mario Andretti World Championship winning Lotus 79, Duncan. See you at the racetrack soon. Let's go to Chris Neville.
Well, guys, I checked back in with Audi, and it wasn't anything to do with H. So I think we went a little bit of a direction there, just trying to catch words from the team. But we did hear from Audi, and what it was they had a new official down here watching their pit stop. That was, I think, their 13th pit stop that they had done, and his interpretation was that they were using too many people in the tire changes. And you know, we've seen numerous times that teams are using, you know, one gun, one person to help out, but bringing different people in and out on different corners. And this new official that wasn't working with them throughout the night looked at what they were doing and said they were doing it wrong. But as they talked to the official, told him what they were doing, he started to realize that, you know what, that's within the rules.
Racing drivers are generally takers in life, but certainly Don Kitch and his Team Seattle are givers. And obviously having Patrick Dempsey on the team has raised their profile quite considerably. But I know we covered it earlier in the show. This is why. Behind me you'll see on that plasma screen, $92,400 raised so far for children's surgery. And it's sort of stagnated a bit, which means to me that our speed viewers are sitting there on their sofas, probably having a few too many beers. Now here's my thought. There are millions of you out there, and it's $1 a lap pledge. And I talked with Michael Gouet, and it's about 260 laps if they complete this race. I don't think you have to do it on your own, obviously, because that's quite a lot of money to some. Get on your Facebook, get on your Twitter, and maybe you will be able to do it as a group. Michael Gouet just told me that Calvin, he overpaid in the old days anyway, so Calvin should certainly do it. I'll tell you, I've got 2 young babies, and I certainly am going to do it. And guaranteed, whatever the outcome of this race, 5 young babies, children, are going to have their chests opened up, heart surgery performed, sew back up, get on the road to recovery, and their education covered in the near future. So it's an amazing cause. That number needs to move right now. And while we're here spending millions, zillions of dollars on going around in circles, I think everyone who's a speed fan should do their bit. So I'm in. We'll see who in the booth is in.
Calvin, what do you think his cut of that's going to be?
I know.
Well, here's how hard they're trying. Patrick Dempsey and teammate Joe Foster raced in the Rolex Sports Car Series 6 Hours of the Glen here on Speed on the previous Sunday, and flew from John F. Kennedy Airport in New York to Paris, arrived on Monday. Tuesday, they had the lavish and spectacular scrutineering at the Plaza Jacobin here, and now here they are at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. And they'll be back ready to race once again in the United States, you can be sure. And hopefully they'll have a little celebrating to do here in Le Mans before they go home. So congratulations on a great job by Team Seattle at Le Mans. We've still got more than half the race to come. I'm going to step away. Lee Diffie will be on the mic when we return to Speed's live and exclusive coverage of the world's greatest sports car endurance classic. See you soon.
A big thanks to Bob Varsha, and we welcome you back to Speed's live and continuous coverage of the 24 Hours of Le Mans, wherever you're watching, East Coast, West Coast, in the mountains or the Midwest. It's great to have you with us. And speaking of the United States, here is now a solely American-based team from North Carolina, the Creation Autosportif team. And their sole goal, it's been a very lean year as far as races competed in, their sole goal is to finish. A lot of teams come here with the ambition of victory. However, Mike Jankowski and the entire team from Creation, they say, hey, just to come back, get back into our racing groove and finish will be an accomplishment.
Well, they tested this new car at my old home track, Snetterton in Norfolk, England, at the end of May, and just went through various downforce settings, getting their drivers some seat time, and had 2 pretty trouble-free days there, and had high expectations coming in. But this Le Mans track is torture, so it'll really put every car to its test.
Speaking of being put to the test, that's an understatement for the 3 team. As the Yost boys go to work once again.
But just think about how well credentialed Thibaut Bernard and Romain Dumas are, not only in GT racing, but now in prototype racing. And to be in a top-class prototype, keep in mind, Dumas has been, obviously Alex Premar has been the last couple of years here for Audi. But for Thibaut and Romain to be in this caliber of prototype here at Le Mans, despite the fact the race has not gone their way, will still be a memorable day here at Circuit de la Sarthe.
And you see how tough it is for these pit judges and officials to really accurately get a determination on how many guys are over that white line, because there's really just like an orchestration there of a million people running around at the same time. And the key is 2 mechanics and 1 wheel gun used solely.
But like you say, Calvin, and there's tire engineers from Michelin in this particular case that are able to be in there. You know, you have to really have a good heads up on who is who.
The 4th place car overall for Pescarolo, the last year's model, Peugeot 908, and Simon Pagenaud. Simon or Simon, he doesn't mind either way, whichever you prefer. He said he's used to both, particularly the amount of time that he has raced and spent in the United States. And just really excited about being at his home race in this car. And considering how well he did, the victory in the Le Mans Series. And actually, he mentioned something to you and I, Cal, earlier in the week, didn't he, that we did not know, that in addition to his contract with DeFerrin Motorsports and his connection with Acura here, and that he is in fact a reserve driver for the factory Peugeot team.
Yeah, I mean, if any of the 9 regular factory guys had a problem this week, similar to, say, like Karthikeyan had, you know, just some unforeseen problem, he would have been switched over to the factory car. So that was the deal that was laid out there for him. And obviously the Pescarolo team are aware of that situation and had Simon in the car, knowing that he would be taken away from them if needed for the official team. But he said driving this car, he said the Acura is a really aggressive car to drive in the American Le Mans Series. You really attack the corners, he said, but with this diesel engine and the balance of this race car, it's a lot different to drive. You have to be much smoother.
And I think, you know, Simon, no matter which way you want to say it, I think he's one of these special drivers that I've only seen a few times in my lifetime come up and take notice right away of how good this guy really, really is. I mean, he is special, and I think he's going to go far and very quickly.
And he said as a kid, he really looked up to Henri Pescarolo as like the legend in terms of French sports car drivers. And, you know, what a privilege for him to now be driving for the man in one of the Peugeot 908s.
Work continues here in the creation camp. And this will be somewhat frustrating for these guys. Ian Eder behind the wheel. He has a very interesting side occupation where he does a lot of stunt driving. And of course, many of us have enjoyed the Bourne trilogy series. And Ian Eder actually did a lot of stunt driving for those Hollywood movies.
Yeah, they're working pretty hard up there in that right front corner area. Although there didn't look like there was bodywork damage, so I don't know if they've had a suspension failure or whatever.
This is the BMS Scuderia Italia car with Matteo Malucelli behind the wheel. This is one of these cars to watch. This is one of the key ingredients at Le Mans, particularly for the American viewers and for us where we get so familiar with the American Le Mans Series and Grand Am. A lot of very good European teams that compete in either FIA GT or Le Mans Series that will just sneak up on you here at Le Mans. And there'll be a surprise podium finishes. Some highly credentialed drivers here, Fabio Babini, Malucelli and Roberti. This is a car that many people told us earlier in the week, keep an eye on the 97 Ferrari.
Well, particularly as they're the only car with the Pirelli tires, so that's certainly something to look out for in terms of how they perform. And this is really just a great battleground for all of these tire manufacturers to compete in. For so many years, Michelin, of course, have really put the goalposts out there and kicked the ball over it many, many times. But a lot of these other manufacturers are certainly getting closer and competing.
You know, this two-man over-the-wall one-tire gun has really made it more of a tire war than it's ever been before, because now the importance really relies on how many times can you double stint, triple stint these tires, how far can you go with them without having to come in and be hindered by that slow process.
So David Brabham continues to lead overall in the Works Peugeot 908 over Alan McNish. Stefan Sarazin is now a minute 38 behind McNish, and Pagenaud in 4th overall from Thomas Enger. Chris.
Well, Thomas Inga's going to stay behind the wheel of the 777. Real strong run right now, running 5th overall. And, they are going to do tires here. I wasn't expecting that. Oh, maybe not doing tires. It looks like they're going to do possibly add some water to the car. So they're going to take the rear deck off. They're not going to turn the car around and get it into the garage. But take this rear deck off. Going to add this, what looks to be a water bottle, a pressurized water bottle. Maybe add some water to the cooling system of the car. You know, guys, I think each year we come here and we listen to the cars and you kind of come up with one that sounds like your favorite car. And this year, by far, I think it's this Aston Martin. This V12 just sounds like it's absolutely ripping around this racetrack. It sounds like it's at about 18,000 revs, but in reality, it's only 7,500 revs. And the reason they're doing that is because the air restrictor in the car, they've got to make that power down lower. But with the headers on it in the V12, it just sounds fantastic. And I was talking to George Howard Chappell about the weight that's been added to the diesels, those 30 kilos, and if it was really slowing those cars down, bringing these guys back into the fight. And he kind of chuckled. He said, you know what, I got about a 30-kilo difference between my heaviest and my lightest driver out there, so it really doesn't matter much for us. But these guys, a little bit of a longer pit stop here, still adding some water to it. You know, guys, thinking about those 30 kilos from their heaviest to their lightest driver, kind of sounds like our broadcast team.
It looked to be a problem with the louver there as well on the side. They were getting some zip ties trying to address something. And we go back to the Aston Martin team and looking at the guys at work. Still on that left side.
Well, they talk about these louvers this weekend. If any of these louvers were loose or blown out because of debris of rubber, they would have to be addressed immediately. I mean, we used to see these cars running around with the louvers, particularly on the front wheels, blown completely out, big holes in the fender and so forth from the rubber going through. Well, they said this year they're not going to tolerate such a thing. I think that what you just saw right there is they had a louver loose and they tie-strapped it back in place with the others.
There's Woody there. He's going to direct the driver out of pit lane. So these systems are pressurized, so it's not like you just take a watering can in there, Dorsey. You just plug that in and can replenish the system.
Yeah, the can that he's plugging in with has more pressure than the radiator system has, so it forces the fluid right through and spits out the excess out the overflow.
So Brabham still in control, and if you believe in numerology, this could be the number 9's day, particularly in David Brabham's world. The last 2 years, he has won in GT1 with car 009. This year, first time in the Peugeot, he is in car number 9.
And free, let it go! It's a Grand Prix from the beginning, ridiculous. 7 victories for Christensen. There's the checkered flag, and Davy Jones picks up the victory after 24 hours.
Flat au mat, the flat au mat. What's the French for handbrake? Flat au mat, I always thought.
Sounds good to me. Here come the Bentley boys, and listen to the crowd.
Just look at those uniforms. That is hysterical.
What's he going to do? Stick his head out the window and drive around 8.5 miles.
Oh, boy. That was stupid. That was as dumb a move as I've seen in a 24-hour race. Is that smoke?
Yeah,
there is.
Trouble. The
Big
leader.
trouble.
This is a shock.
I've never been as scared as I was out there.
Oh! It has gone again.
Oh, there it is. It's into the trees.
Right. Unbelievable.
They need to get the doctor in there quickly. I think he almost fainted in his helmet. This is a scary moment for this team.
They can change him back into this car in less than 7 minutes.
The most dominant performance we probably have ever seen at the Le Mans 24-hour race.
You had perfection here this weekend at 1, 2, 3. How does it feel?
This is so good, this feeling.
That is the sound of Le Mans 2006. Let the celebration begin.
Some of the magical moments you've seen here on Speed over the years from Le Mans, and just magical stuff. You heard a lot of sound bites there, a lot of quotes, a lot of commentary from Derek Daly. Want to give a shout out to his son Connor Daly, who won his first Star Mazda race today at New Jersey Motorsports Park. Well done, Connor.
I'll tell you what, Lee, I think the thing that stood out the most there in that previous footage is how young Wayne Taylor looked in that picture compared to today. We love you, mate.
You'll be getting a text here over that one.
Scenes inside the Audi garage.
One of the scary moments in that video footage was in the Corvette pit. I was down there that day calling that incident with the driver feigning. It was on our own Justin Bell there, and it was his sister who came to his aid there, and it was a pretty panicky moment. You saw the big fella there, Chris Neifel, who was driving for the Corvette squad there, assisted in getting Justin's helmet strap undone, and it was really scary. Justin got out of the car and his eyes just went backwards in his head, and I think Chris was the first to realize just what a situation Justin was in, just totally dehydrated.
While we're in the last commercial break, Alan McNish, he was within 2 minutes 40 seconds of David Brabham, so he had got back onto the lead lap. However, he was out of sequence as far as in relation to Brabs, that is. And while we're in that last commercial break, McNish did pit, so he is now back a lap down. 178 plays 177 in terms of laps run.
He really needed to get that lap in a caution, but he got only half of it done. He got the lap back, and of course, once he pitted,
I believe that was Joe Foster jumping out, and I think on schedule it'll be Patrick Dempsey jumping back in here and driving at Le Mans for the first time. He spoke to the boys down there and just big smile on his face, just a huge ambition, and now the realization of it's coming together, and now night at Le Mans, something extra special.
Now, once you get used to it at night, it's actually easier. You have less distraction because you can see less things. So your focal point is just right there in front of you at the end of the headlight beam. You usually see that at fastest speeds of the race also set at nighttime when things are nice and cool. Engine's making good power. Brakes aren't too hot.
We spoke with Patrick on Wednesday, and he thoroughly enjoyed the build-up to the race meeting, but on Wednesday he was a little bit over it. He was like, let me get in the car, because in the car I then don't have to be worried about smiling for the cameras, signing autographs, and he certainly loves doing that. He's brilliant with the crowd, but he just wanted to get behind the wheel and really soak it up here at Le Mans. So yeah, that's what he's doing right now, mid-race. To Chris Neville.
Well, the number 4 creation back in the garage, and Andy Woolgar standing here watching the team. Andy, we heard from Vanina Ix earlier about the team having to raise the car up a little bit, also some steering issues. What's going on with the car now?
Yeah, that steering issue appears to be a wishbone problem, so we've just changed the wishbone now. We're going over the whole car. Basically, we've run trouble-free for about 11 hours, you know, these things are sent to try us, I guess. We're changing the wishbone now, just going over the whole car, double checking everything, checking the lights, and when we put this fender back on, and then hopefully we'll be good to go again, hopefully for another trouble-free run to the end.
Now the team moving over to North Carolina and then coming back here, was that a little bit more difficult from preparation for Le Mans?
Not quite so difficult. We actually had one car kept in storage at Forsyth Technical College in Winston-Salem. We've got a lot of partners there that have been supporting us, Click Culture, Flow Automotive. All these guys have helped make it possible for us to be here in racing in Le Mans.
Well, I think we're going to try and get out of the way because it looks like they're buttoning up the number 4 and getting it back out on the racetrack. Just like Andy said, even though the problem was up on the right front corner, they took that time to pull the rest of the bodywork apart, try and tighten everything up, see if they saw anything else wrong with the car. Hey, if you're going to work on one part of the car, you might as well check over the entire thing.
Well, I wonder, Calvin, if by raising that ride height to get the thing from bouncing off the bottom, if they haven't put that wishbone in an angle that it's not happy at, where it's actually extended too far and the shock absorber or the push rod is actually pushing it up over center.
Yeah, and conversely, Dorse, if it was hitting the ground for that many laps, you can certainly you know, cause a stress issue with the componentry anyway. So they're just trying to work things out, try and keep the car safe, keep it in good shape, and get 24 hours under their belt here today.
Well, you saw they had the whole right front hub assembly completely off. They were looking at everything, wheel bearings, etc., as well as that wishbone. So obviously it's not happy up there on the front end.
If anyone can come back, Creation Auto Sportif can. This car was virtually destroyed prior to the race last year. The team got it to the start, and then during the race they had 5 punctures and still finished the race. So they're a determined bunch, that's for sure. Overall leader continues to be David Brabham in the Peugeot. He has a lap advantage over Alan McNish. There's only 7.5 seconds between McNish and Sarrazin. Then their lap further back is Pagenaud. 2 laps further back is Enger. This is the toughest grind when you're in those early hours of the morning, 2 a.m. local time in Le Mans. And from here on out, you're just looking towards 4:30, 5 a.m. when you see the sun just peek over the horizon, and you get those first signs of daylight that really gives everybody a second win. As we welcome you back to Speeds Live and continuous coverage, Lee Diffie along with David Hobbs. We thank Calvin for his efforts. He's got a much-earned break right now. Dorsey Schrader is still with us. Chris Neville is working pit lane, and he's been joined by Brian Till once again. Now, for those of you just joining us, let us bring you up to date with a Valvoline race recap, because there has been plenty go on thus far. From the start, Audi and Peugeot on the front row, and Frank Montagny made his intentions clear right from the get-go and had a brilliant quadruple stint. Not so fortunate for Alexandre Prémart. Down into Indianapolis, he was fighting with the Aston Martin pair and came off second best, just like Pedro Lamy did when he got nailed by Jean-Christophe Bouillon. Olivier Quesnel, the boss of Peugeot Sport, said the team radioed Lamy and told him to stop right here, but he did not hear them. Alan McNish didn't escape injury as well. Well, he was okay, but his car was not. There was contact. He slammed into the rear of another prototype. He was extremely angered by it, and although there was a lot of damage on the front of the R15, he was okay. However, the Bruichladdich Radical was not, after being nailed by the Aston Martin of Stuart Hall. This was a really serious incident. So serious, Stuart Hall has been excluded from the event. The driver of the 009 Aston Martin LMP1 is out of this race meeting. This car is still running. The Aston Martin driver has been asked to no longer take part. You can understand why. That was a fairly substantial hip check. One of the American Le Mans Series teams, Flying Lizards, suffered a puncture. This has been one of the strongest Porsches in GT2. Speaking of tyre dramas, the Aston Martin, the ProDrive boys, did not escape that either. That car had been running as high as the top 5, and it still is, with Thomas Enger behind the wheel. Well, the strongest Peugeot did not escape drama either. Sébastien Bourdais behind the wheel. Transmission issues on the back of that car. It spent a lengthy time, and it lost the race lead. This is one of the more serious incidents as well. Lucas Luhr in the 2 Audi. This is the Audi Sport North America entry, and this was day done. 9:30 local time, 6.5 hours into the race. Now, the car he could have got going was still running. However, the officials would not let him go back. There was too much oil leaking from that car. Another Aston Martin in the pits. This is the 008. It was a top 5 running car as well. It is back out on track. And the man, Mr. Le Mans, out of the car, handing over to his longtime friend and trusted teammate, the defending winners here at Le Mans, Alan McNish, climbing aboard once again. However, the storyline right now is the 9 Peugeot. We've got a copy of L'Equipe, the French newspaper, hanging here in the booth. Beautiful photo on the front cover from early in the week, and it says Peugeot attack Audi. And boys, that's exactly what they're doing.
Well, they certainly are. And the second Peugeot, the number 8 car that led for a long time, is now in 3rd spot, but only 4.5 seconds behind. You're on board that car now.
And you see the high brake lights of the Audi right there in front. That would be for 2nd position once he gets to it.
So they're 1.3 seconds behind as they cross this timing strike. So he's picked up 3 seconds on that one lap. A 3:27.51 was that last lap. Very quick at this time of night for Sarrazin. And he'd love to get past that McNish car and put it to Peugeot 1-2 again.
Well, Le Mans always brings out the big names, and you never know who's going to visit you to the booth. And we would like to say welcome. Yes, is that laugh, is that tone familiar? It's Dave Despain. Hey, welcome.
You better pay me back. You better be on my show tomorrow night, Diffie.
All right, we can do that. We can make a trade. Tell us about sports car racing in your world, in your mind. Do you enjoy it? Do you like endurance racing?
I do like it. I quarrel with your point about second wind at dawn. I always found in trying to cover these races that I could make it till dawn, and then I would just absolutely collapse. I don't know how these guys do what they do and sustain the level of performance for as long as they do, but I find it fascinating at so many different levels.
I seem to remember the absolute height of your career in long-distance sports car racing was calling Sebring many years ago.
Sebring.
You had a fantastic color expert with you.
That was going to be my point. As Diffie well knows, you really don't need to know a lot about this if you have a good analyst to work with. If you could just pitch the ball over. That was probably as much fun as you and I ever had.
If you could just find a good analyst.
You know, Sebring is special, but I always remember the 24 Hours of Daytona, because early on, when it was a TBS property and nobody had ever tackled the challenge of broadcasting at 24 hours, we blundered in thinking, oh, why would that be a bad idea? And it was just an ordeal. You know, we didn't have enough people, we didn't have enough cameras, and as you well know, it was challenging.
It's very challenging, and of course, there's so much night. Now here we see talking about night. That in front is the McNish Porsche about to be passed by the number 8 Audi, about to be passed by the number 8 Purgotti.
Yeah, Stefan Zarazin is caught up with McNish, and they're now having a battle. Nobody between him. I would think it won't take long for the Peugeot. Once they get to the straightaway, the top speed of that Peugeot will just drive right around, Alan.
Remember we explained this earlier that McNish had got himself on the lead lap, but was on a different strategy, different sequence of stops to Brabham, the lead car. He got within 2 minutes 40 seconds, had to come in. That then dropped him back into the clutches of Stefan Zarazin, the man who scored 3 consecutive pole positions. Now you'll see the outright speed of this Peugeot. Here we go.
Well, this is coming to Porsche curves. He may not be able to put it, but I mean, he's got balls. He just flashed his lights at him to move over. So I'm sure Alan McNish said, "Oh, hey, I'll let you by, you blinking Satanak."
He knows he's got the top speed potential, but that's Alan McNish you're trying to pass there.
He'll have to wait till he gets round the main straight again. Alan McNish picked up a little bit of time there in that traffic, just caught Zarazin out worse than it did McNish. This is through those Porsche curves where traffic can be a nightmare. Down to the
pit stop. So McNish gets a reprieve.
You see now, we know how close Zarazin was able to get to McNish. So now we'll watch this rubber band effect occur. The 9 is in as well. Brabham is out. Great stint. And that is Alex Wirtz climbing aboard. Brian?
I'm here. Alex Wirtz, the youngest driver, overall winner in history here at Le Mans, taking over, as you said. Now remember, the 9 car, Olivier Canel, who runs this team, said, this is my rear guard car. These are the guys that are calm, cool, and collected. Everyone on this team has Formula 1 experience, but they're not go-go-goers like the guys in the 8 car. Sometimes that gets you into problems. We saw it earlier today, and Steady has gotten this car to the front, the 9 car, no mistakes as well. But now a bit of a problem on the door. This pit stop taking a bit longer than they wanted it to. The 8 is in and out before the 9 gets done. I do not believe they changed drivers. As tires go on for Wirtz, this stop seems to be taking a little bit longer than usual, but finally now the car is down and Alex Wirtz away. Lee?
It's just all about consistency, isn't it? And the older guys, the more mature heads, are prevailing.
Well, I'm curious, though, and deferring to you guys' expertise and referring back to that newspaper headline, is Peugeot attacking Audi, or is Audi rather uncharacteristically shooting itself in the foot here?
Well, a little of both, actually, to be honest about it. Audi has made some mistakes. There's no question about it early on. Uncharacteristic mistakes. And
under pressure from Peugeot because of their speed, do you think?
Absolutely. There's no doubt about it. And Peugeot has really upped the ante for Audi. This car has been faster everywhere it's been. It has not been as reliable, but they come with more of them now than they've ever come before.
And you heard it from Dindo Capello speaking with the boys earlier in the show, where his face was pretty much deadpan, and he said to Brian or Chris, I can't remember who it was, we are slower than what we thought we would be. So there's always that cat and mouse. Back when we had the pre-test several weeks before the race, they would be cat and mouse. Early in the week, on Wednesday, there would be a bit of cat and mouse. Even sometimes in qualifying, they're not showing their all. But those first opening laps, you see exactly what they've got. And then for Dindo admit, hey, we're slower than what we thought we were, that's big.
Well, the Peugeot has not changed much since last year, but this is their 3rd year, so they've really got to do something here. They've got to win this race, there's no doubt about it. The Audi is a new model, the R15, and as we heard everybody say from Tom Christensen when he was talking to Calvin right at the top of the show, the car seems to have got a lot of understeer here at Le Mans, and they can't get rid of it, so it's making it slow on the lap time. Meanwhile, Christian Klein in the Peugeot number 7 that got involved in that crash earlier on in the pit lane and had that tyre ripped off, he's ripping off good times. A 3:28 was his last lap. Alan McNish's was 3:29. Wurtz's was a 3:40. Sarah's well, a 3:30. Can't count that. It's in the pit. But so Christian Kleen down in 8th spot in the 7 car is clicking off good laps. He's catching up Albers in the 15 Audi at the rate of about 4 seconds a lap.
Little extra attention needed in the RML LMP2 prototype, and sent gone. Let's hear from David Brabham, fresh from the Peugeot.
David Brabham just climbed out of the leading Peugeot. David, a lot of times you talk to your engineer when you get out of the car. The engineer you were talking to was the Michelin tire engineer. Really looking over the tires in this cooler weather. Are you guys talking about changing compounds, or are you having an issue right now?
No, it's just giving them as much information about what was happening out there. I had a little bit of a vibration towards the end, but it looks like it's a bit of pickup in the wheels, so at least we know what that is.
One of the things that I saw earlier on some of the prototypes that I had not seen in years past were very small rubber marbles that seemed to be clogging radiators. I think Audi having a bit of a problem with clogged radiators, some of the P2 cars as well. Is that an issue that we haven't seen in years past?
No, I think from what I understand, Peugeot said they had this problem last year, but they don't have it this year. So they obviously found the problem last year and fixed it.
Cooler weather at night, but right now it doesn't seem to cool off that much. Have you guys been able to go to a softer compound yet?
No, not yet. I don't know what Alex went out, but I wasn't on a soft compound.
Get some rest.
Thanks.
You see David there deferring to his left ear, talking with Brian. David's actually partially deaf in one ear. He blames it on motor racing.
I can't imagine why. David, Jack Brabham. Right. Jack Brabham, of course, his dad, or Sir Jack Brabham, his father, was always known as Black Jack because of that really black beard. And I see that David's got the same very, very dark shadow.
And speaking of that family connection, we've already mentioned this storyline. The last time Peugeot won overall, David's older brother Jeff was behind the wheel. Yes, Mr. Despain is going to stick around. We're going to talk some more.
Speed's coverage of the 24 Hours of Le Mans is brought to you by Audi, Truth in Engineering.
We're with you live here on Speed for about another hour and 3/4 and until 10 p.m. Eastern. And a quick reminder that when we do go off the air, and that will be our last break, incidentally, after that we come back at midnight Eastern. We'll be there with you all the way through to the finish and beyond. But when we do take that quick break, you can have uninterrupted live streaming at speedtv.com. That's right, continuous coverage so you don't miss a thing. Dave Despain is with us as a guest for the time being. What intrigues you? What grabs you about this kind of racing?
Its relevance. That's going to be a topic we'll get into tomorrow night on Wind Tunnel. We kind of kicked that door open last week talking about the hypothetical, the possibility. Give them 10 gallons of fuel to run the Indy 500. Who would show up? What would you see? What would happen with the technology? Le Mans, it seems to me, has always managed, and this is a French automobile club. I mean, you know, notoriously inefficient in terms of management. Automobile clubs, the worst managed clubs in the world. These people have always managed to keep this race relevant to the manufacturers and on the cutting edge of technology. And if you look around at the rest of the racing series in the world, that is not the norm. That is not the natural order of things. So to me, it's very interesting that we see the lead cars out here running around fueled by you know, a mixture of natural gas and ground up pine cones. That's pretty cool stuff.
Hey, a quick update on this 008 car. Jos Verstappen had to bring this car back to the pits for a 4-minute stop-and-go penalty. After investigation, race control decided that the car was to blame for pushing the 72 Luke Alphon car into the tyre wall at Tête Rouge. So not all going well for the man who won LMP2 last year. However, the 008 is still in the top 12 overall and in class.
That's a serious stoppage, though, 4 minutes. And, of course, their teammate, the 009, one of the drivers, has been removed from the race altogether for running into the car down at the pit inn. So, one way or another, not a good day for some of these Aston Martin Lola drivers.
The bad boys, are they?
I guess apparently. So. They've been listening to you, Johnson.
Might have been my fault.
Got a favourite memory, Le Mans memory, Dave?
Not a favorite Le Mans memory, but a favorite memory of one of the greats of this form of racing, and that is Bob Wallach the late Bob Wallach, and that memory is of our colleague over here on the left, Mr. Hobbs, interviewing Wallach after he was joined as a teammate by A.J. Foyt, a fact he seemed to resent.
Well,
do I remember that correctly?
I do remember it well. And it rained, and he said, Mr. A.J., and then he put in another word between Foyt.
He did. He was very eloquent.
But it rhymed sort of with Foyt in a way. And he said, and he was just disgusted that they were going to put Foyt in the car with him.
Driving for the same word again, PR, for the PR.
And then they went and won it. Anyway, so from then on, he and AJ were all lovey-dovey.
I need to get out of you guys' way and let you call the race. It's just a privilege to see Speed doing this kind of coverage. I'm proud to be part of the network. You guys are doing a great job. Thanks for the opportunity. Come on the show tomorrow night and join a pretty cool lineup. Bones Bercier is going to be on the show talking about the green racing thing and about Tony Stewart's success. He wrote the Tony biography. Colin Brown has agreed to join us after winning the truck race.
Finally, isn't that great news?
Great sports car racer. You know, so many good stories to talk about. And the kid's, 20 years old, so we're looking forward to it. Thanks for your time tonight.
Dave, thanks for joining us. We look forward to tomorrow night. And I spoke to Colin Brown's dad, Jeff, last week at Watkins Glen, and he said, you know what, the team are so much behind him. They're not changing anything. They know that Colin is so close to winning. He's been nerfed into the wall multiple times. He's had various incidents of bad luck. We know a win is just around the corner, and finally today it was delivered for the former sports car race winner, Colin Brown. The young man on the way to a very long and healthy NASCAR career, and we congratulate him for that. The Audi team standing by for another stop. We'll update you with who is where in the relative splits when we come back. We're back. The work continues here on the 009 Aston Martin. It's back in the box, and we will follow this and update you in just a moment. Meanwhile, Alex Wurz continues to lead. He has a one-lap lead over Audi's Alan McNish. There is only 1 minute between McNish and Sarrazin after that stop. A lap further back is Simon Pagenaud for Pescarolo in that later model 908, and then 2 laps behind him is Thomas Enger. That's the split. Casper Elgaard in the Porsche RS Spider continues to lead P2 down in 13th overall, and he has a 3-lap, I correct myself, buffer over Seiji Ara, who also has a 3-lap gap on the 33 of Ben Leuenberger. So that's how it stands in the prototype class. It's still Corvette with the 63 ahead in GT1. Johnny O'Connell going for his 4th overall win, and Risi Competizione continues to lead in GT2. Whatever the case, there will be history created here today, just like there was back in 1967 when Dan Gurney was the first ever to spray champagne in victory lane. After he and co-driver AJ Foyt took the win in this great 24-hour endurance classic, Dan reminisces about this wonderful race.
Le Mans 67 certainly was a terrific year. I could tell that it was almost the USA against Europe. That was the feeling among the crowds, and that, I think, was my 10th attempt at the Le Mans 24-hour race. So when we finally won it, AJ and I did it, and Ford Motor Company, sort of a all-Yank outfit, it meant a great deal to us. In a way, that car sort of broke the rules. It wasn't light, it was on the heavy side. It wasn't austere, it was pretty comfortable in there, and it was kind of like a regular passenger car in many ways. And yet we broke the index of performance for efficiency, which usually was held by a small, like a 2-place French car. And it was just a tremendously powerful victory. The spraying of the champagne, that was just one of those things that comes to mind. You hadn't planned it, but there it is, and it happens, and everybody seemed to love it, so there was the beginning of a tradition.
Only 1 week after his 67 Le Mans win, Dan was victorious at the Belgian Grand Prix with his All-American Racers Eagle, becoming the first and only American to drive a car of his own construction to an F1 victory lane. and he did so with the fastest race speed ever recorded at a Grand Prix at that time. In just 7 days, Gurney had delivered a truly all-American performance on a world stage, and it's one that's unlikely to be duplicated.
It's fun to look back on those days.
Now, let me tell you, as a young man growing up in the United States, wanting, aspiring to be a race car driver, how could you not have Dan Gurney as your hero, as your mentor to look forward to? You know, he just did it all.
And what a wonderful list that is there. American winners at Le Mans. Right into the nighttime hours now. Tough stuff still ahead before we see daylight yet again. Brian, how are things?
Things are great now. You know, we spend a lot of time, Lee, on that side of pit wall, back where the garages are, but a lot of the work gets done out here in pit boxes like this for Team Oreca. You see a lot of the engineers, they have all the information on the screens along here, and then you got team owners and engineers like Hugh DeShonak here watching his team, keeping a track of what's going on, keeping up with the engineering data, and then they come down here and on their pit boards give the information to the team and the driver out on the racetrack in case the radios aren't working. So while the work on the car goes on out there, a lot of the brain trust and the planning goes on here in these pit suites. They've got doors on them, roll downs, so if the weather gets bad, they can take care of things. Take a look at this team next door. They're getting the board set up, letting them know that's for the 76 car, the IMSA Matma team, telling them L5, P3, they're telling them position 3, in 5 laps they're coming in, telling them what the gap is, and you see this hockey board glass that they almost have up this year, trying to make sure that pit lane gets separated from the racetrack, guys.
And that, Brian pointed out there, that large hockey-style glass, that has been implemented just for this year alone in safety's name, which is very good, I think. Just freak things happen in motorsport, and that's a very heavily populated area of the track as far as the crews are concerned. Who knows what can happen? So props there to the ACO for implementing that.
David, you know this. You walk this racetrack after one of these races, or even in the middle of it, you cannot believe the amount of stuff that's out there that's fallen off of cars. Wrenches that mechanics have left on there, nuts, bolts.
Absolutely, yeah. And I was just thinking, if something flies off a car going past the pit there at, well, close to 200, yeah, about 175, 180 towards the end of the pits there, if that was to fly off, I'd go straight over the wall. I mean, it could cause you serious damage. And as you said, it's amazing the stuff that falls off and gets left around. A big chunk of rubber, actually, if it hits you in the head at 200 miles an hour, you know about that.
A big hello to everybody watching in Seattle who are supporting Patrick Dempsey, Joe Foster, and Don Kitch, because the team has now raised over $100,000. This is for the Seattle Children's Hospital and the Cardiac Mercenary Hospital in Paris. Now, the goal is to show the world what can be done using motorsports for charitable concerns like pediatric health care, and they're hoping to raise $500,000. Good luck, keep going strong, and to all those friends and supporters up in the Pacific Northwest, we say hello. Hope you're enjoying it.
Ooh, still there, Valentine.
Yep. It's pretty hard. I mean, the clutch is hot. The car is really hot. You cannot spin the wheels. You're not supposed to light up the tires as you leave. So it's pretty easy to stall these cars, even with this
that rule is very onerous on the drivers not to spin the wheels at all, because, those clutches take a lot of pit stops. And when you're looking at things like the Peugeots and the Audis, giving out somewhere in the region of 1,100 pounds-feet of torque, that's a lot of power to go through those little clutches.
Of course, they're all on these electronic launch controls, and I'm sure they had to tune those down, because back when I drove the Audi R8, before they had that spin the tire rule, that would definitely spin the tires when you took off.
009 Aston Martin has just been plagued by trouble ever since race start. It has been a really troublesome day. This is a common scene at Le Mans every year. This is inside the Stracker team, the English Stracker team. Grab that sleep when you can.
You know, one of the most important things I learned on the early end of my endurance career was, even if you're not sleeping, get off your feet. Don't just walk around, because you got your, you're nervous and you got your adrenaline running. You walk around, you'll walk yourself right into a circle. You'll be completely tired. So get off your feet, lay down somewhere, even if you can't sleep, get what rest you can.
And you need plenty of liquids. You need lots of water, and obviously if you've got a drink that's got some sort of salts in it to replace some of the stuff you're going to lose, because a lot of perspiration.
This seems unscheduled for McNish.
Yes, number 2 car
seems to be back in too early. They're refueling.
You see, that's the Michelin tire guy with the flashlight looking around. He's allowed to do so.
Checking all 4 corners of the car.
I agree, it's too early for fuel. But that's all they've done.
Well, perhaps he was, Brabham said when he got out that there was a bit of vibration, which they put down to some pickup inside the wheel that was causing the wheel to vibrate. Maybe he had something like that, and that, the Michelin guy with the torch or the flashlight, sorry, was going around there and having a look.
There goes one of the sister
now
cars.
Caught up with the number 3 car, which is still 42 laps down.
For those of you just joining us, one of the 3 Works Audis is out of this race. It is the number 2 of Mike Rockenfeller, Marco Werner, and Lucas Luhr. Lucas crashed some 6.5 hours into the race, spun in the Porsche curves. He said it just snapped on him. He did not know what happened, got no warning, and severely damaged the back of the car. They would not let the car rejoin the racing surface. Too much oil leaking from that car. So 3 Audis become 2, and Peugeots have the numbers here. They're ganging up on the team, the manufacturer that's dominated over the last decade. The chase is on again. Stefan Sarrazin last time round was within 3 seconds of Alan McNish for second place, courtesy of that last stop from Alan McNish. Hey, and speaking of Audi, let's head to their camp and talk with Mike Rockenfeller.
Mike Rockenfeller here, not dressed the way we'd like to see you dressed, and that is no driver suit. Obviously, we saw the problems that Lucas had earlier. You had kind of the same opinion that we did when looking at that onboard camera. To us, it looked like something might have gone wrong.
Well, yeah, I saw the same than you saw. For me, I would like to see it again, but the first time I saw it, I said immediately it looked really strange, because it was not one snap oversteer or something. It was just strange movement, and it's really not the corner. I had problems in my first 3 stints, and I don't think Lucas or Marco had problems there before. So it is strange. I think we have to look really deep into data. Anyway, the problem is the car is broken, and we couldn't drive it back, or Lucas couldn't drive it back. So the race was over, which is, I tell you, really, really a shame.
Well, David Hobbs was talking on our broadcast earlier about the frustrations of Le Mans. You know them well. You've won here before, and you've had heartbreak here before. To be out so early and to look and know that so much of the rest of the race is there, how frustrating is it for you?
Very, very frustrating. It's hard to describe. I mean, you work here the whole week, but not only that. I mean, since basically January or December, we worked on this car and the whole project. We were in Sebring, prepared ourselves. We did the endurance tests in Europe. You think about it. You try to get fit, to be prepared, and then it's over that quick. It's really frustrating, but that's Le Mans and or racing. It can happen, unfortunately. Yeah, I know it quite well now, and I would like to see again the winning side, and hopefully that comes back to me.
We've always said that this Audi squad is pretty much a family, and I know that you're good friends with all these guys, but I want to know what you did to make Lucas so angry that he named his new dog after you.
Well, I think it's more his son, because I'm, how you say, his godfather, right, from his son. So I don't know. I don't know. He named his dog Rocky. I think it's pretty cool, actually. And yeah, it's nice.
It's always good to see you, Mike. Sorry to see you out of the race, bud.
They should have called the baby Rocky, let alone the dog.
Now, here we are with Sarrazin again, and that is Mr. McNish with the high brake lights on the Audi in front. And the flashing of the headlights has already started, so...
Well, catching him up, of course, as we all know, is one thing. Getting by is another, especially when it's Alan McNish driving. Now, coming to the one part where the Peugeot does have a distinct advantage down this long straight into the first chicane.
Still curious about that pit stop. That didn't seem like it was time for fuel. Maybe it was a vibration of some sort, but
word from the Audi camp is that there was nothing untoward. There was no major drama with the McNish car. So just 3.8 seconds separates McNish and Stefan Sarazen. We heard Alan describe earlier about how dirty the track was, how slippery the track was. And one thing that we were educated on earlier in the week is that because there was severe weather, there were thunderstorms in Le Mans, the ACO got their ground crew to go out and trim a lot of the large trees, like through Tête Rouge, etc., down Mulsanne. Trim a lot of the trees back in case there was high winds and more storms. They didn't want any branches being broken off and onto the racing surface in case it happened during the race. And that led to a lot of wood chips and leaves and debris being on the racing surface. And we've seen on some onboards earlier in the race, and certainly in this morning warm-up, just a lot of general garbage, a lot of trash on the track.
That would be clag, wouldn't it, Mr. Hobbs?
That would be clag. That would be wooden clag.
Wood clag.
Which, as I said earlier, is a technical term.
Now we're on with the Corvette 63 as it leaves its pit.
It's a wellied edge. He goes across the line and comes out of the 37 mph speed limit down the pit lane.
Hammers that 427 cubic inch 7-liter V8.
On board now with the number 8 car.
Here we go. That's McNish right up front again.
14 3/4 minutes away from halfway.
Coming down to the Indianapolis, the left-hander here. We had an email from somebody asking why it was called Indianapolis. I think the answer was it was a left-hander, one of the only left-handers here, real left-hander, and it used to be slightly banked. I don't think it's banked as much now, but it used to have quite a banking to it, and I think some wag called it Indianapolis.
And it was paved in brick. Duncan Dayton actually texted Calvin and told him that was why it was called Indianapolis, because it used to be a brick paved corner.
Oh, well, I didn't know that, but that's in that case.
Watch how decisive the prototypes need to be through this traffic. McNish gains some time there. Yeah. Sarazen gets blocked.
Not for long, though.
That's with the Farnbacher Ferrari.
A couple of seconds, though, lost there for sure.
It's hard to hold off a car that's got you by 10 miles an hour or better on the straightaway, though, no matter what you do. I mean, you're just biding time. Getting these cars between you is the only thing that McNish can do.
Well, of course, with these shortish stints, too. I mean, he's only going to hold him up for about another 5 laps. It'll be time for Sarazen to stop for gas again, or stop for diesel again.
That's true.
And so, you know, that's all he's going to do, hold him up. So to stop him getting in front and pulling away and trying to get a whole lap back on him. So the cars are pretty evenly matched at the moment.
The Peugeot squad mainly...
the one thing is, I'm going to say, McNish and Sarazen actually are going slower now than our leader, Wirtz, in the number 9 Peugeot.
Oh, now he's really held up.
328s. And these guys, I think, are so busy trying to get by each other and hold them off that they're actually losing lap time.
2 works Peugeots, 1 and 3. McNish in the middle in 2. The best of the Pescarolos, that is the older model 908, is in 4th overall. And then the best of the Aston Martins with Jan Charouz from the Aston Martin Racing Europe team is in the top 5. Best of the Collis Audis, 6th with Charles Walsman behind the wheel. Remember Collis coming with 2 Audis, the R10s and 6 rookie drivers. That was a big ask. But so far, not a bad effort. Certainly being there locked in 6th place. Christian Klein still turning good lap times in the middle of the night. 3:29 the last time round for the Austrian. The former F1 driver who is now the reserve driver and test driver for the BMW Sauber F1 team.
Because go back to overtaking, you know, overtaking when you've got very evenly matched cars is obviously a chess game. You've got to have a bit of luck. You've got to have the traffic got to go for you. As we saw there, the Sarazen car got left a long way behind when it got to the crucial part. What he needs to be able to come through Tête Rouge right behind the Audi, and then he might be able to get him before they get to the first chicane, at which point he would then pull away. But it's all got to go into play, and if he gets just trafficked out of it every time he comes to that Tête Rouge, it's going to take him forever to get by.
We were looking at a playful fueler there, that fueler with that little squeezy thing. That's the ground cable, the ground strap that he would have to attach to the car before fueling can begin. They're getting ready to pit someone.
Well, he knew that you were watching.
Yeah,
and he was thinking, I'll show you this, Dorsey. I'll like to attach this to a certain part of your
On board with the Corvette, the 63 has dominated the class. It's winning the intra-team battle over the sister car 64. Grab that volume control, turn it up. We're going to ride with this for a moment. Enjoy. .64 in. And that's Ollie Gavin getting ready to climb behind the wheel. Marcel Fassler done. One of the new drivers in the Corvette squad. And part of this global marketing campaign. Go for it, Brian.
Lee, one of the things about the 64 car, we talked about aerodynamics early on for prototypes, but it also goes for 64 and the Corvettes and the other GT cars as well. Understand a little bit of damage to the front splitter on that Corvette, like we talked about. A little bit of damage, lose a half a second a lap over the course of the race. It's going to be very, very detrimental. Now the 8 on pit road. Stefan Sarrazin behind the wheel. Remember, 3 poles in a row here at Le Mans behind the wheel of a Peugeot, but yet to find victory lane. They had their problems early on, but he's been blindingly fast since then, but a long way to go and a long way to make up as well, Lee.
Former F1 driver, very brief Formula One career, national rally champion, did some brief stints in WRC as well. An incredibly diverse and talented driver. We know his brutal outright speed, but that means little. Getting pole is one thing. Winning this marvelous event is a whole different story. And again, we talk about that rubber band effect between he and McNish. Now McNish gets some breathing room. Pressure is off for a while. And all the while, they still remain 1 lap off the overall race leader, Alex Wurz, in the number 9 Works Peugeot.
And it's Wurz who's turning the fastest lap times of the 3 of them anyway, so they're not catching him. Wurz at a 3:29 up against McNish's 3:31. Of course, Sarrazin just pitted.
That Peugeot driver lineup unchanged except for 2, and there is a little lock up there, or did just drop a wheel off slightly. Of course, David Brabham and Sebastian Bourdais being brought in to the fray. Jacques Villeneuve, Ricardo Zonta out for this year. Hang in there, hang in there.
Not even halfway yet, but
no,
we're close.
I was going to say, you better hang in there, Sunshine. You got a long way to go yet.
This is what we talk about. They're only about 90 minutes or so. As soon as it gets to about 4:30, 4:45 local time, that sun starts to come up. The sky lightens up, and it lifts the mood incredibly.
And the possibility of rain showers in the morning. We'll have to see if that comes or not. They certainly have been talking about it. And there's clouds in the area. We've seen that on radar.
It's been one of the, as we go back to the creation camp, it's been one of the ugliest weather weeks at Le Mans in some time. The rain and thunderstorms early in the week were just brutal. It really plagued Wednesday night's 6-hour practice session.
They're just having to fit with this right front corner. I don't know what it is, or lengthening or shortening the push rod now, but they've just had nothing but grief over there.
Well, Valina X was saying about that bouncing on the straight and hitting the deck. So they raised the ride height a couple of mil to try and get over it. But maybe it's got a shock absorber problem all along, and that's what's been causing it hitting the deck, not so much the ride height.
And now they've gone to all 4 corners, so they are absolutely doing something again on the ride height.
They've got a lot of downforce on the front with that huge splitter, and you know, if they get the balance just slightly wrong and you get the pressure, the air pressure center underneath wrong, it could really upset the handling. Brian.
Well, Well, David, as you well know, with much of this racetrack being run on regular public roads, there is a major crown in the road, and these prototypes, when they cross that crown, like between the first chicane and the second chicane, really bottoms out. If you've got a ride height problem, that makes crossing that crown that much more difficult. So the other issue is there is a board underneath the car, a skid plate, if you will, that has a minimum thickness. If it is too thin at the end of the race, you'll be disqualified. So not only is it a handling issue, it's a tech issue as well. As Alex Wirtz brings the number 9 Peugeot in, it'll be fuel. I don't see any tires being readied just yet, so they may be double stinting. Once again, cooler in the evening could be very good for these Michelin tires. So fuel going in right now. The crew standing by. They don't look like they're going to change tires. They're looking underneath the car with flashlights from the sidelines, as it were. Cleaning the windshield, taking a full load of this diesel, and Alex Wirtz will get back underway.
You remember at Sebring, their effort to try and win there was an air conditioning problem, a condenser problem, and then on the sister car, there was a slow puncture, a slow leak. Every single time they've gone head-to-head with Audi, there's been some niggly problem. They're able to beat Audi in the Le Mans Series, but in the big endurance classics, it is yet to happen. However, so far, for the 9 car, it has been going exactly to plan when you need it to be here at Le Mans. Yes, drama's here. Just as we were going to the break, this occurred. Drama outside turn 1 here at Circuit de la Sarthe between a prototype and a GT2 car. It's the Signature Plus number 12 of Pierre Regu and Romain Rusinov in the Team Modena Ferrari 430. This is the car that Leo Mansell is in as well. And these cars are being helped and assisted and dragged out of there to safety.
Side-to-side contact right there at the apex of turn 1 sent them both in the kitty litter.
And this is a common occurrence at Le Mans. The dramatic difference in closing speeds, and it is not a surprise. Brian, what do you have for us?
76 car on pit road. That was third in GT2 when they came in. Raymond Narak behind the wheel. Patrick Long has taken over. They pulled it in the garage. We're right at halfway, guys. Pulled it in the garage, did a pad change. They may have also put clutch fluid in it because I had noticed Raymond Narak when he got in the car earlier really pumping that left leg as he was getting ready to head back out for his double stint. That told me that the clutch was staying down. So perhaps adding a little clutch fluid, also taking the opportunity here as we approach halfway to put new brake pads on.
Of course, if they have a clutch fluid problem and they have to add fluid, then that means they have a leak, and it's not just going to fix itself. And those clutch slave cylinders are inside the bell housing where they're not accessible from easy bleeding. And we are halfway now, boys.
Hence the fireworks. Yes, still a long way to go, isn't there? And we will have increased coverage when we come back a little later on. The World Feed pictures, this is nothing new. It happens each and every year during the nighttime hours. The World Feed providers in France, it is a much reduced coverage. They give their camera crews a break during the night. They come back in daylight hours. Let's talk P2 for a moment, Brian.
Casper Elgaard in this beautiful Porsche RS Spider of Essex Racing, leading the P2 category right now. Remember, Porsche opted not to do a factory effort at Le Mans when the Spider first came out because they felt like they couldn't win overall. This team doesn't care about the overall win. They want P2 honors, guys.
Yeah, those two customer Porsches doing a very nice job. Still 1 and 2 in class. And for that Team Essex car, they followed the Van Merkstein Porsche all the way last year and frustratingly had to settle for second place. Maybe it will be their year this year. Want to remind you that Daytona International Speedway invites you to enter the 2009 Rolex Sports Car Series VIP Sweepstakes. Now enter to win a VIP package during the Brumos 250 featuring 2 laps in a Daytona prototype, access to the garages and a whole lot more. Now there's no purchase necessary. All you got to do is go to speedtv.com. The keyword is promo, and there's a whole lot more information there as well.
Do I get to drive them?
I'm sure if you ask nicely.
Very nicely. Back with the Corvette, the 63 car.
Yeah, hovering around the GT leading cars, hovering around 18th or 19th spot at the moment. Overall, leading the class, and the second car is right behind it.
Had a pretty uneventful run so far. I hope I'm not jinxing by saying that. I shouldn't have said it.
Yeah, you shouldn't say
They're my
it.
friends and all.
Christian Clean has been doing a superb job in the 7. It's time for service, full service for the 7. And this new pit stop procedure has really been testing the teams. For those in the Le Mans Series in Europe, they're used to it. For the teams who do not run under those regulations and rules, it's been a whole new learning experience.
Not sure what they're doing right here.
Are you going to change the nose again? Another nose?
Again?
Well, not again on
Now
this car, but...
up in a panel, so open up a panel on the front end here to make an adjustment. Both sides, you see the panel open. I would suspect maybe they're...
These long stops, these are what is the kiss of death. I mean, they just eat away the seconds, because these races now run so fast and so consistent. There's just no hanging back.
Yeah,
again, this nose is stuck as well. That first one was stuck on the 8 car when they couldn't change it. We put that down to the fact that we think he nudged the 76 Porsche going into the chicane, and it may have pushed it back. But boy, oh boy, this is just sort of...
There, they got it loose
disaster.
Now we got to wonder why they're changing it in the first place. Good look at the front end. Here comes the new one.
This prolonged stop means that the 7 Works Peugeot falls into the clutches of the open-top Pescarolo prototype, the Pescarolo Judd of Joao Barbosa. So we're talking 7th and 8th overall. There was only a lap between these two cars. Barbosa looks good to leapfrog this car now.
Well, it surprises me they just have such a bit of a time trying to get that thing on.
Well, they did the last one on the 8 car, was saying they couldn't get it off, and then they couldn't get it on either. So that's the sort of thing that, you know, you were saying before, that nickel and dime things keep on getting this team, and that's the sort of thing that, you know, Audi just don't have those problems.
Brian?
Well, remember, guys, they changed the aerodynamics on the front of that car. As a matter of fact, when the 17 comes in, you'll see the old style aerodynamics. Those panels on the front actually inhibit them getting to some of the faster. So perhaps they're in their lust for a little more straight line speed. They've made the serviceability of that new 908, the one that they've trimmed out for Le Mans, maybe they've made the serviceability a little more difficult.
Well, for something as rudimentary as a nose change, which is pretty frequent in these races, you'd think that they would have addressed that right away. I mean, because a nose change is pretty commonplace around here.
Well, the 8 car puts another lap on that 7 car, so the 7 car is now 9 laps down. But you're right. I mean, when Alan McNish ran into somebody at a restart and had the front bashed in on the Audi, he went for a whole stint, came in to change it. I mean, they changed that nose in a heartbeat.
I mean, it's not like it's an unusual thing to have to do either.
Like you say, you know, in a race like this, you expect to change the nose maybe a couple of times.
Valvoline race recap time, and we're showing you plenty of these with this reduced world feed coverage during these nighttime hours, because we know that many of you turn on at various times, and there is plenty to show you, that's for sure. It was a good clean start. Montagny tried to get over to the left. McNish wasn't having any of it, didn't want to be bullied from the start, but the Peugeot had superior speed. Wild ride down at Indianapolis for Alex Prema, but there was not a whole lot of damage done. He was able to get back to the pits. That was an action spot too, a hot spot for 2 of the Peugeot 908s. One of the Works cars, one of the Pescarolo cars. Pedro Lamy was sent and was unaware of his neighbor coming in. Jean-Christophe Bouillon slammed him pretty hard. Damage to the front of Audi's R15, the lead R15 as well. Alan McNish was aboard and he crunched the rear of another prototype ahead of him. but was able to continue unaffected. That was not the case for the Bruno Bruichladdich Radical after being severely hip-checked by Aston Martin's Stuart Hall. So much so, severe damage to the Radical, and Stuart Hall, the driver of the 009, you can see right there, was excluded from the race meeting. That car has been plagued by trouble all day long. And for the Radical, it was day over. Ahead to the 6th hour, and the Flying Lizard Porsche at one time led the race in class. It was the pole-sitting car in class. It suffered a puncture, tyre problems too for the Aston Martin as well. It has been a really testing day for those guys, and also too for the 8 squad, the pole-sitting Peugeot and their current F1 driver Sebastian Bourdais aboard the car. They had some transmission issues at the back. A lengthy stop saw them lose the lead. The sister car went into that top spot. It was day over for Lucas Luhr, Mike Rockenfeller and Marco Werner after this incident in the Porsche Curves. And Dr. Wolfgang Ullrich, disbelief. Losing another one of his fighters, taking the battle to Peugeot. It's all about numbers here at Le Sarthe. Extended pit stop for the 008. Took them out of the top 5. We go ahead to the 11th hour, and a super fight here between McNish and Sarrazin. And Allen has not let Stefan by at all. We've seen that 2 or 3 times now where the Peugeot has caught the Audi, and it's been a big brick wall there standing in its way. Timo Bernard is out of the 3. Full pit stop going on here at Audi.
Dumas qui devrait repartir dans quelques pour le pilotage de le Villeneuve.
Of course.
Brian.
Yes.
Go for it.
I think Brian's mic has died on him right there, right in the middle of the 17 pit stop, which looks pretty routine from what I can tell. You see, every time they come in, they jump on that windscreen really well and clean the headlight covers as well. Now they'll start with the tire change.
Well, there's the front of the car, and Brian was saying before about the aerodynamic changes on the 3 works cars. You can see there the front, very Formula One style front, and you can see the tunnels going up either side. That's last year's model car. That's the earlier edition car that's run by Pescarolo now. Brian, we believe we have your mic back.
Yeah, Lee, the other thing I noticed, damage to the left front splitter. It was actually loose. I'm surprised the crew did not catch that, because as they go back out, the downforce that's created by that splitter will just push it further to the ground and continue to delaminate it. The other thing it'll do is rub it along the ground, which will rub it off from the bottom side. So that left front splitter, it's going to be done here by the time this stint is over, I would say. They're going to have to put a new front porch on that Peugeot, and the sooner they do it, the better it will run.
Yeah, the problem with that broken splitter is that it'll push down, like Brian's talking about, all the way to the ground and seal itself. It'll suck itself flat to the ground, and then it'll rebound back off of there, and it starts an oscillation that the shock absorbers, quite honestly, can't keep up with.
And Orkin, the driver, I mean, it's very, very confusing when that happens, because, as you say, the splitter drags along the ground, collects everything, and, of course, will start to vibrate.
Well, I think if things continue the way they are right now, Colin Collis will be very pleased with his maiden run here at Circuit de La Sarthe. His cars are in the top 7. Charles Walsman is 6th at the moment, and Bakkerud is in 7th. So going well in the R10s, just plugging away nice and consistent. They're 5 laps down on the race lead. And here is the Risi Krohn Ferrari.
That shows some battle scars of the race, halfway over now.
Well, they're happy compared to last year. They're happy just to see halfway. They were out very early last year.
See, checking brake pad wear right there with the flashlight, having a good look at the front pad, see how much further they can go before having to change that.
We mentioned about Colin Brown getting his first NASCAR Camping World Truck Series win today. Colin was here several years ago with Tracy and Nick Johnson to get on the podium here, as Sebastian Bourdais is standing by, ready for his next stint. One minute and 7 seconds. The 8 is behind McNish. Sarrazin continues the chase, but McNish is so resilient, staying steady, staying consistent within 1 lap of the race leader Alex Wurz. As it started, it is still head-to-head, Peugeot v Audi. Isn't it wonderful to have a current Formula One driver here? Quite rare to see that happen these days at Le Mans. Grinding through the nighttime hours of the 77th running of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. It's tough. This is a really tough time for the teams. We have just crossed over the halfway mark, so they're now focusing not on that mark anymore, but now on the checkered flag. There is so much work to be done between now and then. Someone who's put in an enormous effort already, and a driver we're getting to know more and more in the States, Simon Pagenaud. Brian's with him.
He's put in a tremendous effort, Lee, but he looks like he's fresh. And, you know, Simon, one of the things that we had talked about back in the States when you first tested and drove the Peugeot, the difference between it and the Acura, not the way it drives, not the fact that it has a roof on it, but how quiet it is. It seems like it must be calming in the car.
Yeah, it's a good advantage here in Le Mans. You know, the race is very long. We're staying 3.5 hours in the car, and you really have to stay focused and hear what they say on the radio. And the diesel engine doesn't do any noise, so it's much nicer when you get out of the car. You get a little rest, and then you're fresh to get back in the car. So it's a great advantage for long races, and I never thought so, but it's a good surprise.
And you were joking that you could actually hear me when you got out of the car because there was nothing screaming behind you. We saw the damage to the splitter, and I was surprised that they didn't change it, but you had said that the car is still very balanced. At some point in time, will they have to change that by the end of the race?
I don't know yet. I think we had a little issue with the first splitter at the beginning of the race with the little incident with the other number 7 Peugeot. So they're trying to fix that splitter. And the other one that is on the car is not really damaged. I mean, it doesn't change the balance of the car, which is quite nice. So at the moment, there's no point on changing it. We would lose some time. So we're just trying to stay in our position and build a good gap compared to the 5th position and try to get on the podium.
You know, we talked also about the pace at the beginning of the race, and you said this race now is flat out from the drop of the green to the checkered. But as a driver, where do you find that decision-making process of how much do I push? Because you said it's a very fine line between risk and the reward that comes with it. How do you know how far to go, how far to push?
It's a good question. It's a very difficult balance. You really need to look a long way further, you know, a long way forward. And as soon as you see a flag, a yellow flag or something, you have to guess you're going to get some gravel somewhere on the track. So you need to look at the cloud and the fog anywhere on the track and then guess what's going to happen. That's really what you have to do. Every corner is an adventure. It's never the same every lap. So that's why Le Mans is so difficult, and I think that's why it's so enjoying to be here.
And that's why Le Mans is so special, guys.
Brian, there is something significant going on up the other end, up the top end of pit lane. What is going on with the number 1 Audi? McNish is out, Capello is climbing aboard, but they've pushed it back in the box.
And they've got the rear engine cover completely off of the car. They did that immediately, so there is a problem at the back. Driver change is just part of the deal, but there's trouble at the back of this Audi.
It's probably a precautionary stop, I think, you know, with more of that muck and rubble in there maybe they're trying to get rid of. I don't know.
Working on that right rear corner, it looks like anyway. There's a couple mechanics over there.
Because they have a lot of data streaming on these cars. They know exactly what's going on.
Yeah, they're a bit too hurried just to be looking for bits of rubber and things. I think there's definitely a problem that they're trying to deal with here.
This is major. This is major. This car was within 1 lap of the race lead. 1 minute behind it was the second Peugeot of Stefan Sarazen. Sarazen will move ahead into second now. How long will this stop be? What is it for? Is it for overheating problems again? We heard about the rads, the intercooler being flushed out before, being cleaned out with a high-pressure hose.
Well,
what's the story now?
Putting it all back together again, so it looks like they're all off again. That was a pretty quick stop.
Yeah.
The big advantage of putting it back in the box is, although it looks a bit panic-stricken, of course the fact is you could just descend a whole army on it, right?
Exactly. Yeah, instead of 2 guys working on it, you can all hands on deck, so to speak.
Dindo Capello sent.
You saw it spewing some water out of the back.
Out of the breather.
And there it's still doing. That's water. That's water
that's
vapor.
not good.
And that's coming out the overflow tube. And that's not good. Have to assume we've got a pretty hot car.
Perhaps they just put a lot more water in it under pressure. Maybe it's slightly overfilled now.
Now we got another car in the kitty litter here. Two cars again.
2 cars again.
2 cars off, 1 GT, 1 prototype.
Prototype's okay. He's going to get back going again. Which car is that?
15.
15, yeah.
That is the...
And there's that gravel that Pagenaud was talking about. When you see the yellow flags, you look out for the gravel on the track, and there's a lot of gravel down there now.
Christian Bakkerud in the Collis Audi R10 has been able to get himself going again. It looked like this was it the 60 in there as well.
Well, you know,
66 it is. It's the sole Aston Martin in GT1, the Jet Alliance car.
And they've only been putting out local yellows to drag these guys out of the kitty litter as they've got these big tractors all around the place, and they just tow them over there. So I don't think we'll get a full course caution out of this.
Brian Till is on the spot at Audi. Brian, I know you don't have anybody with you, but what are you observing? Share with us what you see.
I'm asking Martin Pass a question right now. I'll get back to you guys in just a second.
Martin Pass is the Audi Sport UK PR advisor, and Martin is an integral part of that team. Also spends a lot of time here in the US. Brian, go for it.
All right, Lee, I actually didn't really need to have to ask Martin Pass a question. I just had to run all the way down pit road, and I'm exhausted, so I needed to catch my breath. No, I'm kidding. I saw water in the garage and was also told that they blew out radiators again, and also some grass and other debris from the back end of the car. So, you know, I find it interesting, in the heat of Sebring, they did not have any overheating problems, just a little bit with the right front brake, and looks like Alan McNish is going to walk out and talk to us right now, so maybe we can get a better answer from somebody who actually knows what's going on with the #1 car. Alan's walking up. Good to see you, mate. Watched them blow out a lot of radiators on the 1 car throughout the day. It only leads me to believe we're having some overheating issues. Is that the case?
There's a lot of sand and sort of stuff around. I think because we didn't have the test day, it seems to still be sitting in the actual track. And it's only now that there's enough grip to even go offline through the Porsche curves to overtake on the outside. So yeah, we are picking up a little bit. It's a bit like being a Daytona, actually.
Well, it seems like you kind of McNished the Peugeots there again this year at the start, pushed them into a couple of mistakes. In the dry, the pace, we thought maybe you'd be a little bit closer, but they seem to have an edge on you, a little too much edge perhaps.
No, certainly at the beginning they did, there's no question. We had a lot of push in the car. And it's, well, the first 4 stints that I did, you just couldn't do anything with it. It was just sitting there waiting for it to turn the corner. But certainly the last 4 stints there, the car feels a bit more normal, and the pace without sort of yellows and everything else is actually pretty good. So I think now, relative to the Sarazen car, which was the quickest one earlier on, we seem to be, they're a bit quicker, but not much.
We talk about taking the fight to the Peugeots. You really love fighting with Sarazen, don't you?
I quite like the odd fight now and then, but he's a pretty good adversary.
Great job. Looking forward to seeing it. Maybe you'll get another one. Thanks, guys.
Of course, the other factor here at this racetrack is that you're on full throttle for such a long period of time, unlike Sebring with all the corners at Sebring, where you're not on full throttle for long extended periods of time. Of course, that full throttle application extends the heat in the engine. So if you're going to have an overheating problem, this is the type of racetrack that's really going to make it aggravated.
And of course, the other thing, as you guys have pointed out, Wednesday was a washout and was also pretty nippy. And even Thursday was dry when they were qualifying, but it was still cool. And today, suddenly, the temperature has changed dramatically, over 80 degrees, and still warm tonight. So, you know, Something they're not ready for.
Highly technical repair for a Ferrari there, as the mirror has been ripped off, and now they're taking the old duct tape and gluing it back on there.
Well, here with the second place P2 car, Segiara getting out of the car, handing over. It's equidistant, first to second to third in P2. Three lap gaps between Casper Elgaard back to that Team Navigo car, and also back to Ben Leuenberger in the 33 Speedy Racing Team Subaru Lola Judd. So it's lap 191 plays lap 188 plays lap 185. So even going in P2, and those cars running 13th, 14th and 15th respectively in class. Lead GT1 is still the 63 Corvette of Jan Magnussen, and it is now in the top 18 overall. So things going well for Corvette Racing, and in GT2, it is still the Risi Competizione car of Pierre Caffa out in front over the JMW Ferrari of Andrew Cocotti and Paolo Roberti in another Ferrari 430 for BMS Scuderia Italia.
Had a good look at all of the gravel, all the stones out on the racetrack as those two cars just came through the corner. So no wonder we've had so many punctures today.
We'll give you a time gap of just how costly that stop was for Audi. How far is Dindo Capello behind Stefan Sarrazin? 7 in again. Lamy behind the wheel now after Christian Klein did such a good job earlier on. They're pushing this back into the box as well. Is this precautionary now that we are in the second half of the race?
The car was running in 7th position when they brought it in. It looked like it was going to be routine, but now it's back in the box.
It looks like they're going to change this nose as well. They're taking those panels off to get to the clips.
And they got the rear section off as well.
Well, perhaps they're just going to give this one a good clean out.
Well, that spent rubber getting in the radiators has certainly been a problem for these cars.
Guy with a flashlight at the back there and a good peer under the hood. That nose came off a bit more, in a bit more civilized fashion.
Yeah, look at the radiator screens, I guess is what he's got there in his hand. Yeah, look at it, a replaceable, like a filter in an air conditioning unit.
It's very slick, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty nice.
Yeah. But this car, of course, just had that desperately unlucky incident in the pit right early on when he got slammed into by the 08, the 908 of the other team when it came out of the pits. And of course, as luck would have it, they didn't think quick enough. It looked like it was okay. The tire went down almost as soon as he'd left the pits, and of course had to go for 8 miles, causing a lot of flack. And the fact that it's only actually now basically 7 laps down is pretty good, I think, because they lost at least 2 laps going around.
As the Peugeot team continue here, I promised I'd update you on Dindo Capello. He's just over 2 minutes now behind Stefan Sarrazin on the same lap count, but there's a lot of ground to be caught up. 1 lap behind him is Trelier for the lead Pescarolo car. That is the 908, the closed-top coupe, and then the 007, the best of the petrol or gasoline-powered cars for the Aston Martin team. The ProDrive boys, the Aston Martin Racing Europe team of Jan Charouz is in the top 5 overall. So Wirtz has a full lap lead over the sister Peugeot of Stefan Sarrazin. 2 minutes back Capello, a lap further back Trelier, and then Charouz. That's the top 5. More from Circuit de la Sarthe when we return. We welcome you back. Speed's live and continual coverage of the 24 hours of Le Mans. We're with you for another half an hour. We'll go away for a 2-hour block, and then we'll come back and be with you right through until the checkered flag and beyond with a half-hour post-race show. Hey, we've just crossed over the halfway mark, and we are on a record-setting pace. Want to remind you that when we do go away for that 2-hour block, if you click on to speedtv.com, you'll have continuous, uninterrupted coverage so you can stay in tune and in touch with what's going on in the wee hours from Le Mans. Hey, there's a man standing by with Brian Till who's trying to defend a class victory. They're looking good, Brian.
And Lee, Mika Salo certainly knows how to get it done. So does this Risi team. But Mika, this year, just doing the endurance races with that amount of time out of the car, even with as much experience as you have, is it like putting on an old shoe, or does it take a few laps to get back to pace?
Took like 2 laps. It wasn't bad. It was quite easy. I know the car and I know the circuit, so it's not a problem.
Rules changes this year. Does that affect a driver at all, this pit stop stuff, or you just sit in the car and do your job?
Yeah, pit stops are different, but it doesn't affect me at all. There's a little bit less power, a little bit less grip, which I can feel, but it's not a big deal. So.
Best of luck. I know you got to get in the car. Thanks for talking to us. They're going to do a pad change here on this next stop, guys, and we'll talk you through that one when they get to pit lane.
Mika has a pretty interesting record here from his previous 3 starts. DNF, and a first. So forget the rubbish, just go straight to the top.
Yeah, I'm going to put brakes on the car. That's something that, one of the things that takes a little bit longer. I'm sure they'll push it back up into the box, as you say, to do all that.
So the 7 car, I think that was just some sort of precautionary stop to clean things out. They were doing something to the floor underneath when they had it right up in the air. Not quite sure what they were doing, something to that floor. And now, of course, going a general service of fuel and tyres. So that was quite a long stop for the 7 car.
The 8 serviced and sent. What that particular camera shot from the front there did was really illustrate these new pit rules and the pit stop procedure this year. And you watch how cognizant those pit crew members are about hopping on and off and behind and in front of the white line. That really showed you very well how they do that and how closely they're paying attention to how many men they have over the white line.
Well, the video, I guess they're all videoing it, like Doug Feehan said. They're actually videotaping it to make sure there's no argy-bargy at the end of the race. I mean, somebody said, oh, you had your foot over the line. No, we didn't.
So, Scuderia Toro Rosso driver Sebastian Bourdais behind the wheel. Here in his hometown, he was born not far from Tête Rouge. Can you imagine what it would mean to him to win here? This is literally his home race.
Didn't he drive here with his father once?
His father, Patrick Bourdais, doesn't race competitively at this level anymore.
No.
Well, we have seen him many times here at Le Mans. So the 9 still out in front, over the sister car, over the Audi, over the customer Audi of Pescarolo, and then the Aston Martin for the ProDrive team. The Lola Aston Martin still in the top 5. That's a great result. There's some dissatisfaction there that they're not closer to the diesel-powered cars. However, it's a pretty good run for their first time. Lamy is patient in the pits. What's going on here? Is there a crew member injured?
It looks like.
This is at the Jet Alliance Aston Martin team, and it has been a very troublesome day for that car right from the beginning.
He just winded. Done a lot of work is all it was.
The colour of the overall, those coveralls.
Yeah, he's been up underneath something, you can tell that.
Yeah. Henri Pescarolo looking on.
Celebrating his 10th year as a constructor. And they are really looking for something to celebrate. On board with the 63, Jan Magnussen. Surely it's time for Jan to step away from the car for now. What an amazing stint he has put in. Is there a driver change indeed coming on here? Looks like Johnny O'Connell running around. And there will be a driver change. Jan is out. Great run. And they have led this class all day long. And they openly admit when they know they don't have competition, the caliber of Corvette racing, it just intensifies the battle between the 63 and 64, just like in the American Le Mans Series, between the 3 and the 4. However, with this being the last race in GT1, not only here at Le Mans, but for Corvette racing, they are very excited about the future in GT2 because they will go back racing. Overall race leader is in.
And once again, it starts to look like a routine pit stop, but we've seen this before where they'll, at the end of it, push it back in the box and do work, but I don't think so this time. They've got tires on.
Well, that 7 car is still there. It's dropped down to 11th now, so he's losing ground very fast now.
Yeah, he's going to send him.
Good stop.
Totally routine stop for the overall leader.
Ask any team owner, team manager, chief race strategist, the secret to winning Le Mans, stay out of the pits.
Absolutely.
And it's been a flawless, faultless day for the number 9. Alex Wurz, David Brabham, Mark Genet, and Mark is now behind the wheel.
You know, when it goes right, it looks so easy, doesn't it? You watch that whole pit stop right there and just pulls right out there, and they're just gapping themselves from the rest of their fields. But a long way to go.
Boy, I'll say, only just a fraction over the halfway mark so far, so...
Nicholas Prost has done a good job in the Speedy Racing Team Subaru entry, and they are currently in the top 10 overall and in P1. (20-4) local time in Le Mans. So those first signs of a lightning sky almost becoming tangible. They are not too far away. Speaking of Speedy Team Subaru, in comes the 33 of Xavier Pompidou, Johnny Kane and Ben Leuenberger. Ben has been behind the wheel for some time now and maintaining this car's position in the top 3 in class. Leuenberger was viewed as the slower guy on the team coming into this, racing at this level in comparison to Pompidou and Johnny Kane. But he's an endurance racer. He knows what sports cars is all about, and so far he has held up his end of the deal.
Wasn't that many years ago. It was all that you could do to get one of these to the finish line. The reliability was really bad on these cars. Of course, they've changed over the years. They've made them a little bit heavier, which helped out their situation. And now the race in P2 is actually a pretty good one. Yeah, didn't fire up. I wonder if they're going to go.
They're doing something else at the back. They've got a quick lift jack at the back. Are they going to put it back in the garage?
Yeah, it's going to go. It is going in the garage. Yeah. So once again, it looked like a pretty routine pit stop going on there. Got the tires and everything done, fuel, and now it's back in the garage.
They're using a different system. They don't have that dolly like most people have got.
Yeah, they just lifted the rear wheels off the ground with that.
This year and last, the Swiss driver Ben Leuenberger has been competing in the LMS, the Le Mans Series in Europe, with the Spiker Squadron. Hey, let's talk GT2. Let's talk Risi. Brian?
Right now, the Risi Competizione Ferrari is on pit road, and they're going to do a pad change. They're fueling right now. But here was the question that they had for the officials earlier on. The rule says only 2 men and 1 gun over the wall to change tires. But you can have 4 guys to do mechanical work. What do you do when it's time to do a pad change because you're doing mechanical work? Perhaps they're not going to do it right now. They said they were on this stop. The IMSA Performance Matmut team elected to pull the car into the garage to alleviate any question that might arise because of that. The Risi guys decided that they would try to do it on pit lane. Obviously, they'll wait until the end of this stint to get it done. They think the pads are okay for now, so they're just going to change Michelin tires, put Mika Salo in. But when they do the change, they said, we'll do it on pit road. Right now, Jack being released and Mika Salo will be on his way.
Now that's an interesting scenario if they're going to change pads on pit lane. I wouldn't want to run afoul of the rule. I think I'd just as well put it back in the garage to do that.
Absolutely, yeah. No point making life more difficult for yourself than it already is.
We talk about the physical nature of Le Mans on the drivers as we see the 63 Johnny O'Connell behind the wheel now. Just getting back to the Risi team, and Jamie Mello, he injured himself running during the off-season, broke his ankle quite badly, and he's been on the rehab trail ever since. You know, one of the things he said that's nice about being at Le Mans, I don't have to jump over a pit wall. I can just run around and get into the car, and that's a big deal. 64 Vet, the sister car to this one we ride with, is on pit road.
Oliver Gavin behind the wheel. Now, we had heard a report that there was a little bit of damage to the front of this car, the splitter. I don't see any when I peer underneath it. Gavin fires it up. He'll double stint the Michelin tires and is back underway, guys.
Let's enjoy this ride.
You hear the engine going roo, as it bounces over the... Just imagine what those drive shafts are going through as that thing's poking out about 450, 500 pounds-feet of torque.
Of course, they've got it tuned down somewhat, believe it or not. At 427 cubic inches, it's putting out about 590 horsepower, which is pretty mild for that kind of cube. But that's all because of the rules and inlet restrictors, etc. Still puts out a lot of torque, David, like you said. You can definitely hear the tires spinning.
Oh, yeah. I mean, just giving the old drive shaft.
The other thing is just listen to how long he's in top gear at full throttle when he goes down those straights.
Just leaving in one gear.
Yeah, it's like an automatic.
Down to second for Arnaud.
Got so much grunt. There's a little warble right there off the engine.
Yeah.
That's just on an upshift.
Lizards are in. The 7 out of the box. The crew go to work again.
That was there a long time for whatever. Oh, it's going back.
So it's clearly come out of the box, gone back out. It's either they've identified something there and it's time to go back in. Speaking of Peugeot, Sebastian Bourdais is absolutely flying. 327 the lap before. He's backed it up with a 326.3. Incredible. So his first 3 laps in that car have just been stunning. We need to update you on another car that's still in its pit box, the 33. Brian has more.
Lee just checked in with the crew. Alternator is what I was told. Well, it looks like it was just the belt. The crew member just came back out and told me alternator belt. So they'll get that repaired, but that is not as easy as it sounds on these race engines. They are buried in these chassis, and the crew, a little bit of an extensive time stop here to get that alternator belt back on.
And one of the things about endurance racing is all of the electrical systems that you have to run. Not only just the headlights, of course, but also, you know, all the different cooling systems and so forth all take a lot of energy to run. The alternator charges the battery. Without it working, you won't have but a couple of laps of juice in that battery before you run into difficulty.
And now, of course, you've got to have air conditioning too, which could be electronic, or of course it could be run off another power outlet. But nevertheless, it's still more stuff that the engine has to churn out.
The RML Mazda-powered Lola is sent again. It's currently 5th in class. The overall structure of this race, it's Peugeot's Marc Gené with a 1-lap lead over Sebastian Bourdais. Just 56 seconds behind is Audi's #1 car with Dindo Capello behind the wheel. A lap further back is Benoit Trellier for Pescarolo in that Peugeot 908. Then the first of the gasoline-powered cars, the Aston Martin Lola of Jan Charouz, is 3 laps further back. A lap behind him is the R10 for Collis with Charles Walsman. Barbosa is flying in the 16. He's just done his personal best, and he's in 7th. Grand Am Rolex Sports Car Series regular Joao Barbosa, who drives for Brumos Porsche in Grand Am. Here he is in the Pescarolo, his first drive for the famous French team. Certainly not his first drive in a Pescarolo chassis prototype. And the Portuguese driver is doing himself and his team proud, clicking off personal best lap after lap until it was time to come in for fuel. Light fuel loads may have helped him, but that was a pretty nice deal. So Barbosa is sent and is on his way. And just getting back to a storyline from earlier on, as we see the Drayson car is in the pit box. Brian has more on this.
Just checked in with the crew about 3:30. Marino Franchitti behind the wheel got a warning light for fuel, and about a lap later got a warning light for the alternator. So they came in and they're actually going to replace the alternator and the battery, take an opportunity as well, since they're doing extensive work on the car, to replace a wheel speed sensor that had given them a problem. So right now, looks like those electrical gremlins are moving up and down pit lane. Remember, we saw it with the 33 car just moments ago. Now the 87 has a similar issue. Once again, alternator being replaced and battery as well, and they'll take that opportunity, or this opportunity, I should say, to replace a wheel speed sensor as well. Lee?
I recall properly, the alternator on this car is located at the back off the drive shaft. It actually gets its power off of the drive shaft going toward the rear. So it's not hooked to the engine to take horsepower away from the engine. Unfortunately, replacing that makes it a little bit harder to do.
As the 23 comes to pit road, we're getting reports that there was an incident between one of the Corvettes and a prototype. We've got a replay for you. Let's show you what has happened.
Yeah, here's the 63. Oh, yes, indeed.
Oh, boy. Was that one of the Collis Audis? I think that was one of the R10s.
Oh, the prototype just smashed right along into the side of the...
Boy, he certainly did.
Corvette.
Able to continue, but damage to the rear left of that car. If there is one thing that's for sure out there at the moment, Sebastian Bourdais is determined to drive himself to the front. He's 3 minutes and 11 seconds behind Marc Gené, so technically he is on the lead lap, and he has just done nothing more, I should say, than a 3:28. It's been 3:28.7. It's been 3:27s and 3:26s. Unbelievable performance for Bourdais stepping into that car.
And Marc Gené just rattled off a 3:27 to top that.
Yeah, talk about incentive. Meanwhile, the Capello car, the Audi, the #1 car, is cranking out 3:32s. He seems to be a bit off the pace to me. I mean, they were going quicker than that before. After that pit stop, and we saw that water coming out, we thought, I wonder if they are having to throttle back a bit. I wonder if they do have an overheating problem, because 3:32, that car is capable of, you know, it should be doing 29s and 30s, not 32. So it's losing ground quite fast now to the two lead Peugeots.
That was Romain Dumas, serviced, sent back out there and at it. Not in contention though. Just two Audi R15s remain in this race. And whipping by was the sister one.
There's one of them right there, yeah.
That car many laps down, of course, due to a fuel injection pump failure.
That's 43.5 laps down.
Brian, have you got more on the 63?
Lee just checked in with Danny Binks, and he said, looking at telemetry, all the air pressures are good. And I asked him, you know, what happened? He goes, well, we either bumped into a prototype or a prototype bumped into us, one of the two. Doesn't really matter. As long as the tire pressures are good, body work, we got more of it, we can fix that.
Of course, we don't see an outside look at the bodywork, but there's nothing flapping around. And you saw the contact with the prototype was on that right front corner that you got a good look at right here. I don't think there's any damage to it, and if there's no puncture or valve stem, that would have, here, you take a look at it right there. Yeah, it's just right on the right front corner.
Boy, it was a pretty big bell, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, it actually lifted the prototype car up as it hit tire to tire.
And did a lot of damage to the prototype car. I can't believe it hasn't done anything to the Corvette.
Well, Corvettes are pretty strong, but
I guess
there's nothing flapping around, and that's the good news, so I really don't think there's an issue here.
Very well may have been the Speedy Racing Team Sabar Lola of Nicholas Prost, who came in contact with Johnny O'Connell. I can tell you that the 17 Pescarolo Peugeot 908 of Benoit Trogulère has come in for a pit stop and has been pushed back into its pit box. Troubles or precautionary action? That's the 4th place car overall. If Capello were to make an error or something go awry with the number 1 Audi, that Pescarolo 908 was ready to pounce until now.
Again, they got trouble with the nose, David. They just have a tremendous hard time getting those things switched out.
I tell you, yeah, I can't believe that they had,
They got 3 guys working on that, just that one nose, and they're having a fit with it.
And like you said, I mean, noses here at Le Mans, I mean, you expect to change them.
Absolutely.
And it's got to be, well, we saw how quickly Alan McNish's nose was changed in a heartbeat.
And that one was damaged.
And that one, exactly, had run into something. So, I mean, it had every right to expect it to be jammed on, but
I like that filter screen that they do. That's a very ingenious little thing. Like I say, it's like changing your air conditioner filter at home. They've got a little pre-made one that comes, they just lift it straight out of the bodywork. There it is right there.
That shows you the difference too with the aerodynamic difference between the later model Peugeot and the current model one. Brian's on the spot. Tell us more about this Pescarolo.
Well, I did notice they were blowing the radiators out. Dorsey pointed out the screens, but they're going to change the rear deck. That's one of the things that they're doing now. Remember this bodywork rule. When I look at the rear body that's coming off the car, it is missing what they call a safety screen at the back. Perhaps they were told they had to replace it. Remember, if you're missing bodywork here this year, and the ACO has been very strict about this, whether it's those Vinning louvers on the front bodywork or what, they make you replace them as soon as they realize that they're gone. So they've replaced the rear tail. I didn't see him do much work in the engine compartment. I did see him remove the screens. Right now, crew looking underneath the car, perhaps trying to decide what to do about that front splitter that we talked about earlier. Crew looking around and really in a little bit of hectic manner here. And it looks like the 17 will come back to pit road and they'll get him back underway as soon as they can, but we'll try to get to the bottom of exactly why they went into the garage. Like I said, they did change the rear deck, so perhaps it's just as simple as that, and while they were there, they wanted to clean the radiators. We'll try to find out.
The majority of this team, as you would expect, are Henri Pescarolo's men. However, there are a couple of freelancers who were formerly factory Peugeot engineers, data acquisition people, who know a lot about the 908s. So there are some people there that can give the Pescarolo guys the guidance they need. What a race it's been so far. Started not the way Jean-Christophe Bouillon wanted after slamming into Pedro Lamy, but this is still a top 5 car. We are not far away from saying farewell. We will take our final 2-hour break and be back with you. We need to leave you for AMA Pro Prime Time. However, here is the deal. Marc Genet has a 1-lap lead over Sebastian Bourdais with Dindo Capello in 3rd. And Benoit Trelulaire, you've seen that 17 Pescarolo just serviced and gone. P2, well, it's pretty much status quo. It's been the 31, the 5, and the 33 for a long time. What can they do about those 2 Porsche RS Spiders up front? They have been very impressive thus far, as was the case last year. The sister Corvettes running nice and strong, and no major damage done to Johnny O in search of his 4th class win at Le Mans. And in GT2, here is the order. Things looking good for the defending champs. Well, as I mentioned, it is time to say farewell, and we're going to take our final 2-hour break. AMA Pro Prime Time coming your way. And when we do return at 12 a.m. Eastern, yes, midnight Eastern, we will be going all the way through. 9.5 hours of live coverage will continue from that point. We go to the checkered flag and beyond with a post-race show. Live streaming, however, can't remind you enough about this on speedtv.com. You don't need to lose touch with the race while we're away for the next 2 hours. Speedtv.com, uninterrupted coverage. What's going to happen when we come back the next 2 hours? It will be daylight, local, in Le Mans. and that will bring a whole load of renewed energy. On behalf of the entire team, we're going to enjoy this brief break, and we'll see you when we come back at midnight Eastern.